repeatable. I don't have anything that says it's not, but I think it'll be interesting to see how teams will defend them moving forward.
Well, especially when they get into the Pac-12, when they got USC and Oregon, and those teams who can light it up. I think defensively is going to be their weakest link. I mean, they still they won and it's great and all that, but they still gave up a lot of points.
No, and they're going to run into a buzzsaw eventually where and even Deion said, "Hey, we're still looking. We need linemen. We need O linemen. We need D linemen." I mean, he's out there, putting it on billboards. Basically, we want some big guys to come down here. They're going to run into some teams that, sure, they're going to have trouble stopping the run. They're going to be trailing by 2-3 scores. How do they respond then? But just everything that happened, that Saturday game, I mean, it was just impressive. It was impressive. And like, John, you're kind of hinting at, I don't want to overreact based off of one game. And TCU certainly doesn't look as good as they did last year by any means either. But you can't take anything away from that, man. That was a hell of a start. And, to be 20-some point underdogs on the road. I mean, that was a good start, man. I think Colorado's. I'm not going to say they're going to compete, this year for any national championship or anything, but they're going to continue to surprise a lot of people.
So, is your alma mater? Are they a favorite to win the MAC? You think they got a shot here?
I think they got a shot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Toledo's pretty good. I think even Central, they looked pretty good for at least a half against Michigan State, but they got some players. It's going to be a tight division this year, I think, with them. But they've got a quarterback, that Austin Smith kid. He played really well against Howard. They were kind of. They got up big, and then the second half got a little too close for comfort, but just one of those same things like, hey, it's week one, get out with a win, make the corrections. I think Eastern, this might be the deepest team I think they've had in the last couple of years. And
disappointing that NIL didn't work out for Caleb Williams.
Right? We gave it a shot, man.
Yes.
we took a swing.
Well,
we took a swing.
I mean, he's got more commercials than most people now.
Yes, he does.
It's amazing. All right, so let's go from semi-pro football to professional football. The Lions begin Thursday night. 2 more nights of sleep, as we've said, before it all kicks off. TJ, you've been around. You were at training camp the whole time. How good can this team be?
This is the most confident I've seen them in the past couple of years, for sure. How good can they be? Look, I think the expectations are there. They're real. They understand it. I think their expectations are even higher than what we might say ours are as fans, right? We all expect to take the division, right? We expect you to compete for the division, get into the playoffs, make some noise. I think their expectations are even higher than that. And look, you just look at it and you say, this is going to be the first time. Now, I'm knocking on wood here because it seems like this time the last couple years, there's always been an injury, like right before week one. But this is going to be the first time in 3 years that we've seen this stout, on paper, top 5 offensive line play. Right.
Yeah, there should be no more contact in practice.
Right. No, I know that. But, the last couple years, it wasn't even contact. It was some weird things like hand got caught in a jersey in a walkthrough type thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's like put these guys in bubble wrap until Thursday night. But this can be the first time we see this offensive line. And, John, I think we talked about it. Like, that's exciting. Last year, Vaitai was out the whole year. There was kind of rotating magical chairs there at the right guard position. Jonah missed a couple games. Before that, Decker was out, and then by the time he got back, Frank was on IR. So we never get to see these 5 guys play together. We're going to see that Thursday night. And that, for me, is a big reason why there's so much optimism around this team. I don't think it's necessary. And look, Jared Goff was really good the last 10 games of the last year. We know that. He took care of the football. He wasn't turning it over. But a big part of this optimism and why this team and why this offense is going to be so good is because of this offensive line. And it's because some of the weapons that they have with Laporta and Gibbs, I think the expectations are high there. But without that offensive line, the expectations would not be the same. So I think that I'm excited to watch those 5 guys play together finally.
Well, let's stick on that side of the ball. Offensively, what's your biggest concern?
Probably the receiver depth, I would say. Mm-hmm. I think Marvin Jones still has it. I mean, you watched last year Jacksonville, and last week I got bored, watched a couple of his games. I mean, he's still going up and making plays. He's still getting open. He's still, coming down with majority of those 50-50 balls. I think he's a guy that certainly probably not the same type of speed that we saw last year from DJ Chark, but fills that type of role where, hey, if Amon-Ra is going to take up double coverage, if teams start eyeballing Gibbs and Laporta starts, being a threat over the middle, you're going to have another guy on the outside that can win one-on-ones, and I think Marvin can still do that. The depth is just still a little bit concerned, right? I think we can say that, probably about any top players, though, but, heaven forbid if Amon-Ra goes out for a series or a quarter, look at the depth there and it's like, all right, we got to figure it out, right? But that's the beauty of it is Ben Johnson is so creative and just so in tune with his players and what the strengths are and what the weaknesses are, and putting the guys in the right spot, in the good position to win and to go out there and just continue to play ball, right? I don't think that they have to worry about, hey, if this guy goes out, we got to change the whole game plan. I don't think that's necessarily how Ben Johnson wants to operate. But I don't know if it's a major concern, but if there was, I want to see these receivers play. I do. You're not going to get into these games and just run the ball for 40 times and control the clock. I mean, there's going to be a point probably in Kansas City where you might be down 7, you might be down 10, you might be down 2 scores, and you might have to start throwing the ball a little bit. I want to see which one of these receivers step up and make plays outside of Amon-Ra.
How much, in terms of the pass game, do you think we'll see Laporta versus Wright Mitchell? I mean, we didn't see him a lot in the preseason, and that. Yeah. We could debate, as we did and we have here, over how much starters should play or not.
Yeah.
My concern is more, I am concerned that they didn't play enough, but my concern is that the rookies, the guys that need that experience of what the NFL speed is like, what the NFL game is like, that they didn't get enough reps.
I think they're comfortable with Sam. I think they are. I mean, just reading between the lines here, like, he didn't play at all in the last 2 preseason games. I mean, that alone lets you know that they're comfortable. They think he's ready to go, or else he would have been out there, right? Jack Campbell was out there the last couple games. They felt like, hey, there's still a competition there. We need to see which one of these guys are going to step up. But I think they just feel comfortable with where Sam Laporta is at, where the workload was that he got in those joint practices against the Giants, against the Jaguars. But you're right, John. I mean, everybody talks about, hey, we got the joint practices in, we don't need to play the games. For me, it was like, in the joint practices, it's great. It is live reps, right? There is some sense of pressure, but you can't simulate the pressure that you feel in the first 3rd and 10,
right?
On Thursday Night Football in Kansas City. You can't simulate that in a joint practice. You just can't. You can't simulate the pressure and the stress that you feel that you got to step up and
can you simulate it against the Jacksonville Jaguars in the second preseason?
More so than you can in practice.
More so in practice, yes. More so in practice. And that's going to be the biggest, I think, question I have. You asked about the offense, just about this team, is how ready are they going to be to go? Because, they didn't play in the preseason, right? No. I don't think there's any magic formula where, hey, this team won the Super Bowl and their starters played a ton in preseason, or this, on the flip side, right? But I will say, like, we're going to find out real quick if the starters are rusty, if it's a slow start, if guys are trying to get in tune with the NFL speed again. And I'll tell you what, I mean, Kansas City, if you start slow, there's a chance you're down 21-0 in the first quarter, and now you're way behind. So that's going to be something to watch as well.
All right, 248-539-9797. That's the telephone number. If you have any questions for TJ, John, yes, they do necessary roughness as well. Also, we'll take your text as well. Innovation Refund's been helping small businesses to qualify for a business payroll tax fund refund through the Employee Retention Credit, also known as the ERC. The ERC is a tax refund for businesses that kept employees on payroll for parts of 2020 and 2021. If you own a business with more than 5 employees, you could have money waiting for you to be claimed. ERC tax filing is complex. Innovation Refunds is dedicated to helping business owners navigate that process. And their independent tax attorneys can help your business's claims stay compliant with IRS regulations. They understand the importance of your info and have industry standard certifications to back it up. Qualifying for the ERC goes beyond sales decline. If your business faced challenges to the growth that it would have had without pandemic government orders, it may be eligible for a substantial refund too. Innovation Refunds is accredited with the Better Business Bureau. They won't charge you any upfront fees until you get paid. Go to innovationrefunds.com to determine eligibility. If you qualify, you could be on your way to receiving money for your business. Go to innovationrefunds.com or call 1-800-843-REFUNDS. That's innovationrefunds.com or 1-843-REFUNDS. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, when you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, or motorcycle accident, or a slip and fall, attorney David Femininio is the guy you need to call. As I've told you before, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and get paid. David personally makes sure that you get every single dime that you deserve, and David never takes a fee until you get paid. I'll repeat that again. He never takes a fee until you get paid. If you've been injured, or heck, if you know someone who's been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
Two 248-539-9797. TJ Lang is here, as he will each week during the NFL season.
Are you new?
Brought to you by Hollywood Casino at Greektown.
Those are headphones.
You see the cord? I got an extra long cord. I didn't realize it was 15 feet long. You do jump ropes with this thing during breaks.
Just don't step on it.
Get my heart rate up.
And deep, too, right? All right, let's talk about the other side of the ball. And first, the Isaiah Buggs situation. Do you believe that he is not going to be active because of him missing voluntary workouts? I find that hard to believe.
No, I don't think any. Look, were there probably some people upset at the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, but, that was months ago. No, I think, look, with the Buggs thing, I think it's just there's times where you get passed up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a guy like Levi Onwuzurike, I thought had a really good preseason. I mean, he's a guy that we obviously know missed all last year. Came in as a rookie, kind of high expectations, a second-round pick, didn't do much. I thought this year in the preseason he looked good. And another one of those things, too, you kind of look at the writing on the wall, so to say. I mean, Buggs was playing a lot in those preseason games, especially late in the games. And you're looking and, okay, man, there's a whole bunch of other starters that are sitting. Maybe this guy's in a little bit of a competition, and that happens sometimes where guys can, and I'm not saying Buggs is doing this. It happened to me in my career, but there's times where as a player, you feel a little complacent at times, and then you get a little competition. It's like, oh boy, I got to go now. I don't think it has anything to do with in the offseason. I think Buggs is a great guy. I think he's a great teammate. Everybody loves him down there. I think, look, it's one of those things where this team is better. I mean, they've got a lot more depth. They've got a lot more competition.
How much better is Benito Jones than him?
I mean, I'm not going to.
Is it Benito Jones or is it Levi?
It might be Levi. It might be Pascal playing a little bit more on the inside, right? And especially, and a lot of this comes down to game planning too. I mean, this could be, hey, we want to get a little bit more athleticism on the field against Kansas City, right? Bottle up Patrick Mahomes and be able to run a little bit, be able to move. There's going to be times where you play other teams that you're like, man, we got to get our big guys in there, right? It's going to be this type of game plan. So there's a lot of things that could be going into that decision. Why? And I mean, I couldn't believe how candid he was, to be honest with you, that he just came out and said, the coaches told me I wasn't going to play.
I know.
I mean, you read between the lines there. I don't know if that's just, hey, personnel packages that they want to use, or if that's, hey, other guys, we want to see them play a little bit. They've kind of earned this opportunity themselves. Either way, I think, look, Buggs is a good dude. He's a good player. Yes. He's a good leader on that team. A little bit of adversity right now, a little bit of a hiccup maybe, but I'm not worried about him. I know what kind of player he is. I know what kind of work ethic he has, and he's that type of dude that's, if he's not playing this week, which it sounds like he won't, I would expect him to show up next week and work his ass off and get back into that lineup.
You mentioned the competition. One of the guys that I think really responded to the competition is Derek Barnes.
Big time.
He is a completely different player than he was in his first 2 years. Now, some of that could just be, hey, it finally clicked. And, in terms of the mental side of the game and understanding the defense, that could be it. But I think when they drafted Jack Campbell, and then they obviously before that re-signed Alex Anzalone, he's looking at it going, boy, Malcolm Rodriguez, I don't know where he falls in this either, but Derek Barnes certainly stepped up and played much better this fall in fall camp so far. But I think going into the regular season, he's a guy that I expect to have impact in the games.
Yeah, and coaches have raved about him really the last month, ever since training camp started. Came Kelvin Shepherd told a story that when they drafted Jack Campbell, you got to worry about some guys kind of taking it the wrong way and maybe saying, hey, well, screw this, I want to get out of here, right? They backed down from the competition. He told a story where Derek Barnes just texted him and was like, this is great, man, let's go. And I think anytime you're a player and you get competition there, the urgency picks up. And it certainly seems like that's happened with Derek Barnes. I mean, the coaches rave about him. There's a reason why, he listed as the starter next to Anzalone. They really feel like, I know that they made a bunch of additions there in the secondary on defense with the free agency and bringing in Brian Branch, but I really feel like this linebacker group has the biggest chance to take the biggest step on this team. They feel like they got 4 NFL starters in that room with Anzalone, Barnes, Campbell, and Malcolm Rodriguez. Rodriguez is a guy last year we were raving about him. We were like, oh my God, we got a player. Now nobody's really talking about Malcolm. And it's not because Malcolm's taking a step back. It's because the other competition is making everybody a little bit better, right? Campbell's bringing in. Derek Barnes taking another step. I expect him to finally, I think, hit that switch, right, John? We talk about it with young players all the time. Sometimes it takes year 1, year 2, year 3. That light bulb goes off, man. It's like, all right, now I got to go now. And Derek Barnes certainly seems to be one of those candidates that can take a huge step this year for this team.
We'll get back to talking more about the Lions and the Chiefs, talk about Arrowhead Stadium as well. But first, it's time for news. Here's Heather.
And we're going to start by talking about some biohazard issues on airplanes. So earlier we talked about what happened on a Delta flight, right? There was like explosive diarrhea all over the plane. The pilot had to turn around. Yeah, it sounds.
Take another sip of that water.
Isn't diarrhea always explosive?
Usually, it just doesn't always get all over the plane.
On a plane,
right? It sounds like it was just awful. I was reading some people's posts on social media about it, how it was like dribbling down the aisle, and then they tried to disinfect it, and it just started to smell even worse.
They said, just shut up and dribble.
It's gross. But there was another biohazard issue on a different flight recently. So listen to this. 2 passengers were actually kicked off a recent Air Canada flight after they refused to sit in a seat that was covered in puke. Okay? So... yeah, which is just as gross, kind of. According to another passenger who was sitting behind the puke-covered seats, the passengers got on, and then they realized, oh, my God, these seats are gross. So they told a flight attendant, hey, we can't sit here. What can we do? And the attendant just said, you know what, the flight's full. These are the only seats we've got. You either can sit here or you can get off the plane. And they kind of... I don't know if they complained, but they kind of made a stink about it, which I would. And they were given a blanket to... Yeah, that's so true. They were given a blanket and some more wipes to wipe down their seat. And finally, they decided, okay, we'll stay on the plane because we want to get to our destination. So they wiped down the seat, put the blanket down, they sat down. And once they sat down, the pilot came out, went towards these 2 women, and the pilot said, hey, you've got 2 choices. You can either get off the plane on your own and find a new flight, or we're going to escort you off the plane by security and place you on a no-fly list because you've been rude to our flight attendants.
Whoa. What?
Whoa. And now several passengers have kind of jumped to their defense and were like, they were not rude at all. Actually, they were very calm for the situation that was at hand. And it sounds like they were escorted off the plane because
after finally sitting down in the puke-covered seat.
Yeah. Would you rather sit in a puke seat or a diarrhea seat? 24853.
Oh, my goodness.
Dude, how are they that mean about it? Like any normal person would be like, guys, I'm not sitting in a pile of puke.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh, you're on a no-fly list then. Good luck.
You're out of here.
Talk about extreme reaction.
Very extreme. This is also super extreme. We've heard these stories before. A gender reveal ended in tragedy over the weekend. A couple in Mexico had organized this big reveal where they had this stunt plane fly over their friends and family, and the plane then, filled the sky with pink smoke because... woo, surprise, they're having a girl. Well, the group was down on the ground, cheering, excited, clapping, and they didn't even realize that up above them, this plane was suffering some sort of emergency. You can see in photos like the wing collapsed, it started to spiral out of control, and crashed. Ooh. And the pilot, 32 years old, died at the hospital.
I saw
over a gender reveal.
People are getting a lot of control with that, right?
You think?
I saw the video. It was weird. Like the plane comes over.
This isn't the issue with the gender reveal. This was an issue with the plane. It's just bad luck.
It's a gender reveal.
Just tell people it's a girl, and
or don't know.
Envelope.
Exactly.
Like, when you got it, like, there's been so many stories of, like,
so
grandma
don't
dying because the cake
advertisements
explodes.
over stadiums. Like, this is the same thing. Or, hey, we're going to use a plane to, fertilize the crops. I mean, that's in the original.
That's a necessity.
It's a little different.
It's a
How is
necessity.
it different? But the flight is the same. It's the flight. It's the plane.
You've never been at a beach and
is there something that says,
you ever see
the
a plane
pink
and
powder
there's like
is what
a
causes
sign behind it? Like,
oh yeah, they're advertisements.
I love you. Like, come on,
Yes.
dude. Like, it's just corny. Just stop.
It's unnecessary. This gender reveal was unnecessary.
Gender reveals are getting too crazy.
If the gender reveal, if the pink powder or blue powder, whichever, do we know which one?
It was pink. It was pink.
Okay.
It was girl.
If that caused the flight to go down, then I get it. But it doesn't sound like the pink powder is what
nobody's
caused
saying that. But people are just saying that the gender reveals are getting crazy. I don't know. To me,
They're too extreme.
I didn't know what my kids were till they were born. I don't need to know. People don't need
that's
to
fine.
know.
That's a different issue.
Well, that's the issue with gender reveals. They're getting out of control.
Yeah, there's.
Who cares?
This one doesn't seem that. When you blow up something and it shakes or breaks windows 3 blocks away, that one to me is getting out of control. Just because this plane had the bad luck of going down while they were in the middle of a gender reveal has nothing to do with the gender reveal.
But it was unnecessary. The pilot may have never been up in the sky if it wasn't for that gender reveal. There's just no purpose.
Yeah, there's no other reason that day. Well, he might have been up just joyriding. Or taking somebody
else.
That's
right. That's fine.
And that would have been better.
So I
mean, not better, but it would have been,
He's still dead.
I understand, which is tragic. We're all just saying these gender reveals are just a little too extreme.
Yes.
There's other things you can do to find out the gender of your baby.
Exactly.
It's like someone getting hurt in the preseason.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's like everybody against John on this one. This is crazy. John Jansen, proponent of gender reveals.
It is 3-2, and the other 2 on me is Greg.
Okay.
I'm with John on this one. Yeah,
Yes.
So it's 3-2.
The plane could have been flying anywhere else and doing anything else and had this issue.
Yeah, that we agree with, but with the whole.
So it's
gender,
okay if it crashes, if it's going from point A to point B instead of actually providing a service.
Yeah, but on normal flights, you don't come if you watch the video, they don't come super low to the ground and basically buzz it and then try to climb really quick to get over trees.
Yeah,
it's dangerous.
They'll just fly that advertisement for the landing strip or something.
Just a little unnecessary.
One of Stoney's favorite locales.
Exactly.
John
all right, thank you very much,
John
Heather.
loves gender reveals, I guess we figured out this morning.
All right, coming up next, Lions going to Arrowhead. We'll see what these guys who have played in Arrowhead have to say. 97 won the ticket.
Detroit, are you tired of damaging your drains with that liquid drain opener? That's right. That liquid drain solution can actually make your problem even worse. That's why Carter's Plumbing is here to help. Carter's Plumbing specializes in all types of drain cleaning and repair. They also offer a free camera inspection for every drain they open. So don't go back to the store this month. Do what I did and go to callcartersplumbing.com today. And their licensed technicians are going to come to your home and they're going to get your drains flowing the right way. Visit callcartersplumbing.com today and make sure you mention me, Heather, for $50 off your drain cleaning solution.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the 2 running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday, and saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go, but – if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was waived, and they're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't expect that. Yeah, let's get him over here.
Yeah, so I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator.
Two 248-539-9797. TJ Lang joining us in studio, as he will each week during the NFL season. And he's brought to you by Hollywood Casino at Greektown. Got a couple of ticket texts. I'm afraid the offense will take a step back this season. There's no reason they were so good last year. It's time for them to come back to earth. That's from Brent. They were pretty damn good last year, but I mean, you mentioned before.
So you have no faith in Ben Johnson?
They did it with a banged up offensive line some of the season too. So I don't think the offensive is going to take a step back.
That's a fair concern. I mean, anytime and look, the last 10 games we know they played really, really good ball.
Right.
I mean, sure, it's a concern that you might take a step back or maybe take a little bit longer to get back into that rhythm. Just because you had success last year doesn't mean it's automatically going to translate. Right.
Headed to Kansas City tonight. Can't wait to shock the world Thursday. Montgomery, 120 yards, 2 touchdowns, and the always forgotten Calif Raymond will make a couple important catches. 31-20 Lions.
Khalif?
Some people, I've heard both. I've heard both.
I think it's Khalif.
Khalif?
Or
Khalif? Khalif.
They call him Leaf, like we heard Dan talk about. Just call him Leaf.
Just call him Leaf?
Yeah.
Or call him Cliff, like Caputo does.
or call him Raymond.
Cliff Raymond guy.
Listen to TJ getting on the Caputo impersonation train.
97.
All right, Arrowhead. I've never been there. You guys have obviously played there.
Yeah.
Is it as crazy and tough as everybody says?
It's loud. I mean, it's loud. I think I lucked out. I think the last time I played there was maybe 2012, just with the AFC NFC crossover. And they weren't very good, but it was weird. They think they were like a 2-10 team, but it was still super loud.
Right.
Now, I can compare it to Seattle. I played in Seattle when that place was just unbelievable. And it's an adjustment. I mean, it is. You have to really be in tune with the silent communication, right? Whether that's the snap count, whether that is an audible at the line of scrimmage, quarterback, wide receivers, being on the same page with the hand signals. That's going to be something I know that hell, they've probably been stressing it for at least the last couple of weeks in their preparation. But it's wild, man, and it almost gives you a headache when it's just constant roaring. And
it does.
I mean,
and you can't even. Sometimes it's not just the silent count. That is something that we've done. We did in college. You do it throughout the course of your NFL career. Like that is something you're used to, and it is. You got to work with the quarterback. You got to work with the center. Make sure you're on the same pace, but sometimes whether you're in the huddle or if it's a 2-minute drill, it's getting that communication from the quarterback to everybody else. I mean, I was playing with Ray Brown, a longtime guard, and we were in Seattle, and I swear he was shouting into my ear hole in my helmet, and I still could not understand what he was saying. Yeah. And now it becomes a matter of, and this is where you've got to have that familiarity with your quarterback and with the offense, where you maybe even only hear bits and pieces, but you could kind of fill it in because you've heard it so many times at practice or in meetings. But you've got to at least get a little bit of it to figure out what the heck is going on. That's the big challenge.
You could be. I mean, I remember trying to read lips of the quarterbs in the huddle.
It's
being
difficult.
3 feet away. You're looking at them, and you cannot hear. We actually had, and I don't know if any of the guys are doing this. I haven't talked to anybody, but there was maybe my 14, 15. We played in Seattle. We actually had like these special made earplugs to go in that would try to block out the noise a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they worked. I mean, they were custom made. They would mold them to your ear, but they would work to just block out the crowd. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be an adjustment. That's it. But once it's loud, right? And like you said, I mean, that's just the biggest fear the entire time is making sure everybody's on the same page. You don't want to have a costly turnover late in the game because, the wide receiver thought he saw this signal and he ran that and golfed through this, right? Those are plays that could just derail the game. But it'll be an adjustment, man. It will. It'll take at least probably a drive before you even get used to it and realize, okay, yeah, like this is real, you know. But it is a great environment to play a game, though. I'll tell you what, it is.
It's memorable. It's a lot of fun.
It is one of the places where 10 years later, you look back and you're like, man, that was just an incredible environment to play.
Yeah. We were there in, I can't remember what year it was. Chris Samuels was our left tackle, and Jared Allen was with Kansas City at the time. And I think he ended up with like 4 sacks in that game, a number of other pressures. And Chris would come to the sidelines and be like, I can't hear anything. I don't know when we had a new center, so couldn't figure out. And he came to me, he's like, what do I do? And I said, I don't know. I'm just glad I'm not you.
Figure it out, man. I don't know. Best of luck to you, buddy.
Slide the protection. I don't know.
Best of luck, bud.
Now I know records are meant to be broken. That whole cliche. But have you seen what the Chiefs and particularly Mahomes is on the first game of the season? It's ridiculous. He's got 5 career Week 1 games since he became a starter. He's 121 of 169, which is 71.6%. 1,542 yards, 18 touchdowns, no interceptions.
Yep.
Near perfect 133.9 passer rating. He's been sacked just 4 times during season openers. He's never been sacked more than 2 times in a single season opener. In 2 of his 5 season openers, Mahomes escaped without being sacked once. And more importantly, they're 5-0. That's him as a starter on the opening night.
Okay. He's a good player.
Yeah. Yeah.
But, I mean,
he's a good player.
Has he played against Kirby Joseph yet?
Right, yeah. Has he played against C.J. Gardner-Johnson in Week 1 yet?
That's true. Who called C.J. Gardner-Johnson said yesterday we're like the new Legion of Boom.
Well, they're going to get tested.
Yes,
right
they
away.
are.
Start the season.
Well, he lost to them last time they played.
Yeah, that's true.
In the Super Bowl.
That's gonna. I'm excited to watch that battle. I don't know if we're going to see Mosley. I know he was listed on the initial injury report as limited, right? They didn't keep him on the PUP list, which means he's going to be ready sooner than later. Mm-hmm. I don't know how much I would expect to see him this week. But you talk about CJ, you talk about Sutton. Jerry Jacobs is a guy that I think is ready for a huge step. And Brian Branch. Yeah. I mean, you talk about those guys. Like, it's been a while since we could say we feel good about our defensive back room.
Yes.
They're going to be tested, though. They're going to be tested Thursday night. We're going to find out. Look, it's Week 1, right? We're not going to make any overreactions either way, but this is a chance for them to go up and just kind of put a statement out there like, oh, boy, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, realistically, I don't expect them to win the game, but I do expect them to play well and it be a close game. I mean, I think a blowout would.
That's fair.
I mean, it's not going to sit there and say, "Oh, the season's over" if they get blown out, because I remember when they played the year they actually won a playoff game, they got blown out the first game in Washington, and then won the division and then lost to Washington in the NFC Championship.
So what I'm hearing is you're okay with the moral victory.
I'm not okay. I want them to play well. Yes. If you want to, no, I'm not okay with the moral victory. I'll be upset that they lose, but I'm not going to go crazy. I want them to play well.
To be respectable.
Yes, I don't want. I would be very disappointed if they completely S the bed.
Yeah,
I mean, is that
or the plane ride home?
Hopefully not on the plane. Yeah, hopefully on the plane ride.
It's all over the place. I'm done this year.
Exactly. How much are they going to miss Chris Jones?
Oh, I mean, he's one of the best defensive players in the league, right? And
yeah.
I mean, it's like probably a lot of fans out there as well, maybe even players. I'm going to keep refreshing my phone until kickoff.
Oh, yeah.
If he ends up like signing tomorrow, I'm going to be like, oh, come on, man. Like you don't want that the day before a game. But look, as a player, look, nobody's feeling bad for the Lions and I know it's a different circumstance, but nobody's feeling bad that they're going to be missing Jameson Williams for 6 weeks, right? No. You play against what you got to play against. And if you're missing Chris Jones, who's one of the best players, so be it, right? You're prepared for the other guys.
Guys get hurt too.
Guys get hurt. Guys get injured. You don't apologize for that. You go out there, you line up, and you play. But yeah, Chris Jones is a game wrecker. He just is. And to be able to hopefully not have him on the field out there, I think as a player, first of all, gives you a huge, kind of adrenaline rush and a little bit more motivation. Like, this is awesome. I don't got to play against this guy. This is great. John's probably that, old school guy. I want to play the best every time.
Right.
Well, me, I'm like,
lose to
whatever you give me. I'm good. Let's go.
I'd rather lose to the best than win against a bunch of wimps.
I don't want to play backups. I want to prove I'm the best.
All right, we'll wrap it up with TJ and the best.
Give me all the backups.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, when I've got a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that they're attentive. Local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants really cares. They really care about you as an individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community.
Jim Harbaugh going into this season with the suspension and his latest jabs at the NCAA and the system.
Prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. TJ Langen here, Karsch and Anderson. Coming up next, you mentioned Travis Kelce. Do you double team him? Can you double team him and not worry about anybody else?
I mean, you have to, he's got to be the first guy that you circle to say, we need to know where 87's at.
Right.
Not lined up in the huddle, wherever he is at on the field. You've got, and I could be wrong. I would love to see, just a C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Travis Kelce heavyweight battle, right? Like CJ.
I'd like one of them to be mic'd up,
You've got 87.
Oh, the two of them yapping at each other, too?
That would be great.
Well, and there's a number of different ways that you could double team him. Is, hey, if he's on the end of the line of scrimmage, then you assign whoever is over top of him, you do not let him get a free release off the line of scrimmage. Now, you lose a pass rusher, but what's more of a risk? Not putting pressure on Patrick Mahomes, or less pressure, or letting Travis Kelce get a free release? If he's lined up in the slot, again, you cannot allow him off the line of scrimmage, just a free release to get into the secondary. And then it's whoever, once he does get off the line of scrimmage, who's got him next. You got to make sure you identify him where he is all the time. And I would love to see, you mentioned C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'd love to see him on him. I'd also like to see the athletic ability of Jack Campbell and how he can cover him.
Yeah, I don't think I want to see a linebacker one-on-one with him as much. I would love to see some clips there where, do you want to see Jack Campbell if he can keep stride with a guy like that? But you look at Travis Kelce, and it's like, it feels like very rarely is he just coming off the line and boom, big play, right? A lot of his big plays and a lot of the yardage and the touchdowns come when those plays break down.
Yes.
Mahomes is starting to scramble a little bit when he's extending the plays. And Coach even hit on that last week too, I think. Hey, when the play goes down, find 87. I don't care how many hats get to the ball, get to 87, because that's where the ball's going. Those are going to be the keys. And look, that's going to be a test for this defense. It's not the typical, hey, we got to win the first initial impact, or we got to win the first 2 seconds of the play. You're going to have plays against Kansas City. You got to be dialed in. You got to be locked in. You got to be running, chasing guys for 6, 7, 8 seconds. That's just the way that they play ball, and that's what makes Mahomes so special. And that's what makes Travis Kelce so dangerous, is because he always seems to just get lost in the traffic. When Mahomes starts scrambling, the natural instinct is go get the quarterback, right? Well, for them, it's no, go find 87. That's going to be something different that they're going to – I'm sure they've been practicing it throughout training camp, but that's going to decide that game, I think, is how much you can negate Travis Kelce. But look, Mahomes is also that type of guy where even in the Super Bowl, I mean, you see a guy like Sky Moore step up. You see a guy like Kadarius Toney step up, Marquez Valdes-Scantling, right? Those type of guys that when you're trying to pay too much attention to Kelce, those guys can hurt you as well. It's going to be a heavyweight battle. We're going to find out a lot about these defensive backs, like I said, real quick here in a couple days.
Now, when you won the Super Bowl, did you guys play the Thursday night, or did they start that afterwards?
We did the next year. Yeah, I think that might have been the first year we did it. I think we opened up the season Thursday night at New Orleans, maybe.
I wasn't at home, huh?
It was at home. Yes. Against the Saints. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Yeah, but I think that might have been the first Thursday night.
So I've obviously mentioned the Chiefs, their record in season openers. So they're actually, and they've done this before. But sometimes, maybe it's more basketball and hockey. It seems a lot of times when they honor the team, opening game, the banner gets raised and all that, the teams have a little bit of a letdown. What was your experience like?
We beat the hell out of the Saints.
Okay.
And then a couple years later, we had to go on the road to open up after Seattle won, and we got our ass beat. So I've been on both sides of that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not really helping the confidence level.
No, I'm not. He asked my experience, John.
Yeah, exactly.
You want me to lie?
No.
Never mind. We won every single one of them.
I can't ask you because you didn't win a Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
But I can't ask him about a national championship. What?
I mean, shots fired.
It was there and was unnecessary.
Yeah.
It was completely unnecessary.
I made a simple comment that, hey, nobody felt any more confident after that. I wasn't calling him out and saying, hey, you did something wrong.
High school too? Compare
No, it's like, okay, so
3 minutes left in the show.
So I shouldn't say anything bad because, oh boy, it might make a difference in the game. Whether I'm confident or not they can win, or TJ's confident that they can win or not.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, you said you didn't show that doesn't give much confidence for the Lions.
I said, yeah, you're not building much confidence. I wasn't saying that he was wrong.
Oh, okay.
Seattle was a really good team.
It was a simple thing.
Yes. exactly.
You're really good.
Hi, everybody.
What's up? Hey, Gator, how are you, buddy?
I'm all right.
You want to try to play the 2 Grand Slam?
Yeah, okay. Boy, our guy only got 8. Good luck.
Oh, man. Stoney, John was in a good mood, too, until you threw that.
I know.
He's 3 minutes left.
He's so glad I'm back. All right, here we go.
Yep.
Who's the head coach of the Kansas City Chiefs?
Let's see. Andy Reid.
Isaiah Pacheco led this team in rushing yardage last season.
Kansas City.
Is Munising located in the Lower Peninsula or Upper Peninsula of Michigan?
Munising is in the Upper Peninsula.
What is UNLV's nickname?
Running Rebels.
This Dolphin wide receiver had the second most receiving yardage in the NFL in 2022.
Tyreek Hill.
What is the capital of Hawaii?
Honolulu.
This band had the 1995 hit Just a Girl.
The one with what's her face? Why can't I pass?
This singer had the 1990 hit Friends in Low Places.
That's the country guy. That's Garth Brooks.
Who is the head coach of the Detroit Pistons?
Williams.
Who was second in goals scored in the NHL last season?
No idea.
What's the second place?
This band had the 1995
No
hit.
doubt.
All right, you had 9. Well, you still have time. Who was second in goals scored in the NHL? Pasternak.
Okay.
So you got 9. Very nice.
So I asked the same question. I'm like, who knows who was second place?
In goal scorer. Right. It's like the NFL, you can narrow it down to like 5 guys. NHL, you're like, there's 190 guys.
That's my take, too. I'm like, what?
My mind is nowhere near tuned into hockey, and you throw it. I'm not faulting the question.
Right.
I'm just faulting.
It's not my question.
Who was first? McDavid?
I would
assume so. Yeah.
I
didn't even look it up.
I mean, if I had been thinking about hockey, I would have said Draisaitl, but I'm not thinking about hockey. But here's where my head is at. When you said Isaac Pacheco, the first thing I'm thinking about is, the Tigers prospect who's at West Michigan.
Isaiah Pacheco, yes, but you're close, yes. I could have said Ferdy Pacheco. I messed that up.
The Fight Doctor.
The Fight Doctor. TJ, thanks for coming in. What do you guys got going today?
Well, obviously, it's game week. Hell yes. So we'll talk about some game week stuff and have our Lions bold-ass predictions for the season.
Carson Anderson next. 97 won the ticket.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the 2 running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday, and saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go, but if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago, so it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking in certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was
apologies
waived.
during my rant in break at something that has nothing to do with anything that we're going to talk about on the air. But I was wrong. I was wrong, Gator. And for that, I apologize to no one in particular. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Yeah. What's up? Anything exciting over the weekend?
Oh, about it. I mean, football.
Yeah, it was great.
I did. I was surprised at. I mean, I watched football, but I didn't watch it like I thought it was gonna. Like in years past, where I was just glued and don't, I leave the imprint in the couch type thing. I'm watching it differently.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm a little bummed by what's happening with college football. I'm still watching it, and I'm still watching with some excitement, but it's not what it was. I have to admit, it's definitely changed, and I'm not happy about that.
I watched, to tell you how bad it was for me, I watched every second of Rutgers Northwestern.
That's bad.
Yeah. And last night, Clemson Duke was wild. Just watching Duke, I mean, deserve to beat Clemson.
They did. And they did.
Yep.
Look, they got a good quarterback there. I think he's number 3 ML's big board of quarterbacks. But it's Duke nonetheless. I don't think people definitely didn't expect that. And I think the bigger question is this: it's not that Duke won. It's what the hell has happened to Clemson?
Yeah, I mean, I want to give Duke credit because their defense looked fast. But yes, there is a what the hell happened to Clemson. I mean, Cole Klubnik made a bunch of mistakes, and ultimately, bottom line. I mean, when you're watching, it feels like, look, they missed the playoff the last 2 years. They were kind of a punch-button pick for half a decade. Who's going to the playoff? Clemson, Alabama, Ohio State. But now Clemson's, it's hard, man. It's
ever since Uiagalelei left.
Well, I mean, they thought they were going to hand the torch to Uiagalelei.
Yeah, they did, and it didn't work out. And
that's why Oregon State's my pick. Well, part of the reason why Oregon State's my pick to win the Pac-2. So anyway.
Next year's Pac.
My chump of the weekend, by the way, was George Kliavkoff. That's the most interesting conference in the country.
The Pac, whatever it is.
Yeah, you've got the reigning Heisman Trophy winner. You've clearly got college football's mega story in Boulder, Colorado. You've got Michael Penix, who's going to break records at Washington. You've got DJ Uiagalelei and Oregon State, who I think is going to win that league. You've got maybe the most exciting freshman quarterback in the country in Dante Moore at UCLA. And they could not get a TV deal. And I mean, it goes back to Larry Scott, but the culmination of that, and they have the most interesting conference in the country, and they couldn't sell it. It just blows my mind.
No, it is unbelievable. And then when you look at where everybody's going and the thought, I mean, it's just a nauseating thought of the Atlantic Coast Conference is adding Stanford and Cal. I mean,
I know, but
no, I don't. I'm going to say this from the rooftops again. How dumb this whole thing is. All realignment is dumb. USC, UCLA, Washington, Oregon coming to the Big Ten is dumb. Do I like it for the competition aspect? Sure, I like it for scheduling because I get to see my team take on USC every few years, and I think that's kind of cool. Or to take on Oregon every couple of years, that's cool. But beyond that, it is so stupid, and I just have it's not even in the back of my mind anymore. It's coming more to the forefront that I cannot believe that in 5 years this is what we're going to be seeing with college football. I think there's going to be in basketball, but I'm just concentrating on football here. In 5 years, I think NIL is going to be changed. I think that the TV deal is going to all be reworked because realignment's going to have to be reworked because none of this makes any sense.
Well, when people are critical of the ACC because it's the Atlantic and I'm like, dude, the Big Ten has not had 10 teams in it for 30 years, so we have no reason to throw stones here. But yeah, if we could go back, I'd go back. But like I always say, I can sit here and bitch about all the offseason stuff, but when Saturday rolls around, I find I am all in.
See, but that's the difference. I wasn't.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be weird. Is it going to? For March Madness, these are two of your favorite sporting events that two of your favorite sporting things, you're just not in on them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, watching on Saturday, and here's the other thing, Michigan on Peacock.
Yeah.
Did I break down and get Peacock? I did.
Did you?
Well, did I watch the whole Michigan game? I did not. I was flipping around. And the annoyance of trying to flip from the app and going back to TV, and then I realized this sucks. This whole thing sucks. I want to watch the way I want to watch it. I'm taking too much time going between the app and regular TV, and I ended up making the better decision of watching TCU in Colorado, which was awesome to watch.
Entertaining game.
They were very entertaining and a great story that hopefully he doesn't ruin with his post-game press conferences, but it was really good.
Right. I said yesterday, and he was a hot button topic for sure. Deion, hot button topic even here in Detroit, but
I was rooting for him.
I was, and I still am.
I am too.
But I don't want him to get too mad at the world. Things are pretty good for Deion right now.
Yeah, and I guess the thing about it that kind of bothered me after the fact was that, I mean, I think he's right with a lot what he had to say, okay? But now he's taken the time to sit up there and crow about it, and I don't like that. And during the game, if you watched his demeanor during the game, that's why I love Coach Prime, because his demeanor did not change. He was not way up in the air, jumping high-five and goofing around with the guys after touchdowns. He was 100% business the entire time during the game. And I love that because it kind of calmed down his team too. But then once the press conference started, it was a whole different, it was Deion in front of the cameras, Deion, which was a little disappointing for me. But I'm still rooting for him because I love the story. I'm a big Deion fan anyway. And what he has done, the way that the narrative has changed is hilarious. And I love everybody that had the doubt. Look, he's got to keep doing it. You know, they play Nebraska this week, and Nebraska's nothing.
They got a tough schedule, man.
But they do have the Pac-3 schedule, so they're going to have to take on some good teams this season. You're right; they do have a tough schedule. But if they're able to go like 9-3 or 8-4 in his first year, where he's got 81 new players, 60-something coming by way of the portal. You know, before you had people that said, 2 minutes before game time, people would say, you can't build a team like this. You cannot build a team the way that Deion Sanders is doing. It's not right. You can't do it. And then 2 minutes after the game, this might be the new way to do it.
So, you know who was number 2 in terms of transfers? Deion had the most. You know who was number 2?
I did hear this, but
it's Texas State.
Yes, Texas State.
Who beat Baylor. They went out in their opener, and they beat Baylor. They were, I think, a 26.5-point underdog. They were the biggest underdog to win in week 1, and they did it.
It's like King and I said, we pick our underdogs. We said Texas State.
Is that right?
Yeah.
How'd that work out?
Well, we won, so that was good. Way to go, King. Yeah. Nice job.
Is that what that was?
You too, Gator.
Thanks, buddy.
That was pick a major upset was the question, and you said Texas State. So when you said South Carolina, you meant Texas State. Is that what it was?
Yeah, I said it's a state where they have the rattlesnakes. That's why they made the rattler noise.
Oh, is it? Okay, gotcha. All right. Let's get into the Lions a little bit. It's game week. We got our bold-ass predictions for the Lions season coming at 10:30, but got to talk about what's happening in the locker room. It's kind of weird exchange yesterday. And I don't think it's a story. I think it's a story. It's up to them, I guess, how much of a story it is or it isn't. We'll get to that today at 10:18 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, we were tired of running out of hot water in our house, so we hooked up with our guys at CGC Water, and they installed a Navien tankless water heater. Now we're enjoying as much hot water as we need, and we need a lot. Maximize your efficiency while reducing energy consumption and enjoy on-demand hot water whenever you need it. Call CGC Water and tell them Car sent you, and they'll offer you 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater. Hey, colder months are coming, and you'll love the instant hot water. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer.
What's your take on Jim Harbaugh going into this season with the suspension and his latest jabs at the NCAA in the system?
Yeah, well, he's not happy, obviously, but he's not going to – I mean, he'll rail or he'll fight back as only Jim Harbaugh can, with kind of in code and with, I thought it was relatively clever of him, although he believes the players, the revenue sharing thing, he's espoused things like that before. For him to talk about it Monday before the Open, I think that clearly was directed at either a okie doke, don't look here, look over here, or further, like, the NCAA has all these other things that I think they need to work on, and without saying it, they're focused on this. I mean, they'll deal with it. They're lucky that they do have 3 relatively weak opponents and a veteran team. And I mean, it would be interesting if this were to happen next year and Texas is week number 2, how it would happen. But I think, and he does a pretty darn good job of hiding it, I think he's pissed. Now, deep down, I think he's also probably a little pissed at himself for letting it get this far. I know the principles, and his principle is he's not going to admit he was lying when he thinks he wasn't lying. But there had to have been an easier avenue to get through this without turning into, Russia versus the U.S.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Good to be with you here on a Tuesday that feels like a Friday as it pertains to the Lions, because we are 2 days away from the opener. Typically on the Friday before the opener, we do season predictions. But because they open on a Thursday, just to lay out the agenda for people for the week, today is Lions Bowl Bass predictions. We'll have ours today at 10:30. Tomorrow is Lions season predictions, which is an annual show that we always get a ton of calls, and you can start piecing it together for the 17-game schedule. That is tomorrow's show. And then Thursday's show, we get into the game and really what we think is going to happen in the game. So that's laying out the week for people. So you can prepare for all of that. Get your Lions Bold Ass predictions in today. We'll have ours coming up shortly. All right, so something or nothing on this Isaiah Buggs story. It starts with a weird tweet that has people going, what is he talking about? How relationships change. And he yesterday was at practice. So when we were on the air talking about it, it did come out that he was at practice, which is good. He's a useful player. I mean, I don't want to diminish him in any way, but then it comes out after practice that he has been told he's going to be inactive for Thursday. So I don't want to say he didn't take it well. Scrubbing the Lions off his social media accounts is a little weird. I want to emphasize, if that happened, because Gator, we don't follow Isaiah Buggs on our Twitter account. We don't follow a lot of players. Maybe we should start. But apparently he took all mention of Lions off his social medias. And he thinks that his demotion or being taken out of the starting lineup, and he started some games last year, was because he missed some voluntary workouts this offseason. When he was asked if he believes that played a role with his demotion, this is according to Dave Burkett in the Free Press, quote, "I think so, but I had a baby, so I couldn't be here, and my family comes first. So anything my family needs, that's what it's going to be, and I can't help that if they can't accept that. But I definitely think me not being around in the spring played a part of it. That's what it is."
Well, look, there could be he missed practice on Saturday, was it?
Yeah, he was sick.
So he was sick. I think, and I know I said this last week when they came out with the final roster and there were, 12 defensive linemen on it?
Mm-hmm.
I said, there's going to be guys that are left off game day rosters that are good players, because you can't play all 12 on the defensive line. Somebody's going to have to sit out. There are going to be a couple guys that sit out. For this game, it happens to be Isaiah Buggs. Now, is it possible that they have him sitting out because they want to have more pass rushers in the lineup for this one against Patrick Mahomes? That they feel confident that they can, handle the running game, but they want to be able to get, the Aquaras in and all the other pass rushers they have that are maybe the 10, 11, 12 guys on there. I don't know. I mean, now, let's say Levon Onwuzurike, if he is suited up instead of Isaiah Buggs, then maybe that might say something about why, that it's more than just being the last guy there, because I thought that Isaiah Buggs is supposed to be the guy playing next to Aleem McNeil, if not starting, then maybe being the next group of defensive tackles out there.
So typically teams keep 8 defensive linemen active on game days. Now that obviously can change, but according to Buggs, the story went on to later say Buggs missed practice Saturday because he was sick. Hold on, the screen just froze. And I think he was told that Benito Jones is going to start.
Who played well in the preseason.
Yep. He's told to be inactive for Thursday's game. Benito Jones is expected to start at nose tackle that game alongside Aleem McNeil. So Benito Jones is starting, and Aleem McNeil is playing. The other defensive lineman will be Aiden Hutchinson, John Kaminsky, presumably Charles Harris and Josh Pascal, Levi Onwuzurike, James Houston.
I don't know. I mean, I would expect James Houston to be out there.
So both Aquaras are down.
Maybe one Aquara plays, although isn't one hurt?
Might be.
Yeah, one's on the IR, Julian.
So Julian's on the IR, so we don't have to worry about him. So is Romeo going to play? Maybe. I mean, if Onwuzurike plays, that means that Broderick Martin's not going to play?
I mean, yeah, Broderick Martin not going to be active.
Are we sure that Josh Pascal is the guy who gets to start? To play? I mean,
I'm not sure.
That's what I'm saying. With 12 guys on that defensive line, we're going to see shifts every week. There's nothing that's really. I mean, there are a few spots that are guaranteed for sure. Hutchinson and McNeil, I think you could put those guys in stone. Kaminsky too. Those guys are going to play every game if they're healthy.
So here's some other quotes, because I want to make sure we present the whole story, because I don't think Isaiah Buggs is necessarily trying to make waves here. As of right now, they told me I'm not going to play, so that's what we got, and I'm going to be straightforward with it because they were straightforward with me with that. As of right now, I will not be playing. He was asked about a social media post. This was, I'm good, but just so you know, situations change. #96ball forever. Y'all going to see. Okay, so I'm good, but relationships change. He was asked what that post meant. And on his accounts on Twitter and Instagram, he refers to himself as athlete. He said there was nothing to address. Like I say, things change, relationships change. Asked if his relationship with the Lions has changed, he said, I'm not going to technically say that. I'm just saying in life, period, it's nothing dealing with football. It's nothing dealing with here. I'm just saying, so I don't want anybody to take that context and run with it. But at the same time, relationships do change. That's all I'm going to say. There's nothing else to say about it. I mean, I think he sounds like he's frustrated, and acting the social media stuff sounds like he's upset, but his words saying, I don't want to make a big deal out of this. But I think it's natural to be frustrated if he went from a starter to an inactive.
This is also stupid to me. Like when he scrubbed his social media of all Lions stuff, Doug, and you text me because you're gonna be on the show yesterday by yourself, what I thought it meant, and I thought, okay, is he gonna get traded or is he gonna be inactive? Those were the two things that ran through my mind, and I thought if this was a trade by now, Schefter or somebody would have leaked something. No way this is a trade. And then I thought inactive is the other one, right? And I text you, Doug. I go, it's way too early to tell him he's inactive.
Seems like it.
It seems like it. Why would you tell him this early? Why don't you? Because another guy could get hurt during practice. Things happen during the week, right?
And he said, as of right now, I'm not playing. So, I think he's kind of saying, unless somebody gets hurt, I'm not playing.
So apparently, though, they told him, you're probably going to be inactive for the Kansas City game. And he got all in his feelings and butthurt and went to social media. That's one of the horrible things about social media now is you type up a cryptic tweet or post or whatever, you scrub your social media. So everyone starts talking. What does this mean? mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? And speculation runs rampant. They're getting Chris Jones. They're getting Aaron Donald. Like, no, dude, he was told he wasn't going to play, and he was upset about it. This is what it seems, because he went and told the media straightforward, I'm not playing, most likely. And things go crazy, right? And when all it was is, hey, dude, Gator, you're right. They kept 1 billion defensive linemen. People are going to be inactive every week. And this is going to change every week. There's only a few guys that are going to be locked, written in stone, and the rest of these guys, depending on how they practice and how they played the week before, are going to be active or inactive, period. And Bugs is going to have to deal with that. Benito Jones is going to have to deal with that, right? Levi is going to have to deal with that. Kaminsky's going to have to deal with that. You guys got to play for your spots every week. Would you rather be cut? I don't know. Maybe he would rather be cut. I have no idea.
248-539-9797. I mean, I think he's trying to downplay it.
He is now, for sure.
And I think it's just like everything else in life, that 24-hour cooling period. Social media took the 24-hour cooling period away. Well, any kind of cooling period away. He went to social media. He did some things. The next day he's asked about it, and he's downplaying it, and that's okay. Natural human reaction. I know in the moment in time, there are times where I'm really frustrated with my kids or teams or work or Gator or whatever. Not you often. But after 24 hours, I'll feel much better about
I'm sorry, Don.
my kids' teamwork and even Gator.
I'm sorry, Don.
Caught a stray there.
There was no stray.
Oh, it was a direct shot?
I mean.
Boom. No, but you know what I'm saying?
Something was aimed. No, I hear what you're saying. Here's what I think. It sounds to me like, the social media stuff, very cryptic, and he was very upset by it, right? He gets called out for it. Not called out, but people were asking him to elaborate. What do you mean by this? And then he realizes he's maybe he should have used his inside voice, right?
Yep.
So he's trying to downplay a little bit and back off it a little bit, but at the same time, he doesn't want to completely ignore the fact that he is upset.
Yep.
And that he's hurt that he's not starting and he wants to play. So he'll say all the right things, but then he'll throw a caveat at the end, and it's like, okay, so he's upset. I don't want him to be happy that he's benched. That he's benched. I don't have a problem that he's getting upset. The social media stuff, I mean, I wish we never saw it. And I agree with King. That's a big problem with social media. If he had simply, met with Dan Campbell, and Dan Campbell explains, hey, you're not going to be starting as of right now. You're not going to be starting unless we get an injury to somebody. I would love it if you find out that Isaiah Bugs was pissed, maybe tore up a locker or something like that, because I would expect Dan Campbell to go out there and say, this is exactly the kind of reaction I expect. He knows we got a good team, and he's a part of it. But we can only suit up whatever it is, 46 guys on game day, and he can't be part of it.
You ready for bold ass predictions?
Yes.
We'll get to that at 10:35. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Let's get to your phone calls. Carson Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Thanks for being with us on a Tuesday. Lions game week. They play Kansas City in just 2 days, and we'll have our season predictions coming up tomorrow.
Hell yes.
We'll have our game predictions on Thursday. Today we're doing
game week.
Detroit Lions bold-ass predictions. Get them in, 248-539-9797. Open lines. Let's get to your calls. Brandon's on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
All right, Brandon.
Thank you.
So you're talking about Coach Prime. There's so many things to talk about. Like, not only did he go from a small school with a winning record to a big school, but he's got two of his sons. Like, I don't know how many coaches have coached their sons in college football, but his one son's the starting quarterback, and his other son led in tackles the first week against a ranked team on the road. Like, that alone says it all.
It's an awesome story. I mean, it's just absolutely an awesome story. And to see how they played in that game, Shedeur Sanders, I mean, I made sure that I watched when they were on TV last year. I wanted to see what he would look like. I was, Coach Sanders, Coach Prime's kid. What does he look like? You know, is he good? And, you know, you saw some flashes like, okay. But then I watched him against TCU, the team that went to the national championship game. And he absolutely dismantled them. He was so damn accurate. He took what was given to him. He was smart, made all the right decisions. And you could see him just being like this. Maybe I'm making way too much out of it, but I felt like he was a cerebral assassin. He knew the playbook backwards and forwards. He knew exactly where the ball should go. He delivered it on time. And when it was time to take deep shots, he did. And he was incredibly accurate with it. 38 out of 47 in the game. I was blown away by how good he was. And I immediately went to the roster. I wanted to see how big is he, you know, because do I want to see him at the next level? And at 6'2" and 215, that's plenty big to play in the NFL.
I DVR'd the game. I went to watch it. It's a bunch of Texas Rice. The end of that game's on the DVR, so I would end up watching a lot of Texas and Rice because I was waiting for the next broadcast to start. But I saw a highlight where Sanders manipulated a safety on one of his deep throws and then dropped it in a bucket. I mean, just an incredible throw. So they're going to be a fun watch this year. We'll see how that win ages over TCU. I'm not sure what TCU is going to be this year.
Well, TCU had to replace a lot, but they were still a team that went to the national championship.
And then that schedule's tough. I mean, they're
for Colorado.
Yeah, Nebraska, and then the next couple of weeks they go to Oregon. They got USC coming in. But I mean, USC, Colorado, Heisman Trophy winner. If Deion keeps this up, that game is going to be. I mean, if Colorado keeps it up, and that game is going to be off the charts.
Well, and then Travis Hunter playing both ways, over 100 yards receiving, and he had the interception as well. I mean, it was just tons of fun to watch. The team is fun to watch. The stat I couldn't believe. Last year, Colorado had two players all season long, two receivers all season long that had 100 yards in the game. In that game, they had four. 4 in one game. Yeah. Amazing.
Steve Downriver says, Doug, the most important question coming out of this weekend. Why was there no mustard at the Big House on Saturday? Did you find out why?
Whoa. What? I'm sorry. What's that?
Okay, so I have reached out to higher-ups at the University of Michigan about why there was no mustard. First response was I got from somebody who said there was mustard at the Big House, but now they're going to do some digging to find out if there was a mustard shortage. There is a concession company that does the job that Michigan is in contract with. So I'm going to find out, Steve. The calls have been made, and we will be here for you. Keep it locked in.
It's not just Steve. We're still getting texts from other people just asking about this mustard situation. Obviously, me and Gator weren't here yesterday, Doug. Now,
had I known.
Yeah, exactly. You've been upset, and you're probably a little upset. You're shook right now. I can see that.
I'm a little rattled.
But was there just no mustard at all, or was it like?
So that's the thing.
Did anyone find
yesterday?
Mustard?
One guy said he searched all over. He said there wasn't even the mustard dispensers, and they asked the people that work the concession stands, and they said, "Hey, we're just volunteers." And it is. They raise money for church groups and for teams and all that. You go volunteer and you work the concession stand.
Have they had a mustard shortage before?
I've never heard of this.
Did you take a call?
I'll be honest. Did we take calls?
No.
We took more calls about mustard than we did Michigan's rushing attack.
Well, I know why.
Yeah. Well, did you take a call that's saying, "Hey, I was there. I got a hot dog with mustard"? Did anyone call?
Nobody said We took 2 calls. One guy who said he looked all over for mustard, and another one said, yeah, they noticed there was no mustard.
You know how pissed I would have been if, like, halftime, I go grab a dog and the condiments are behind you, and walk over there, and there's no mustard. There's just ketchup and relish.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be so pissed.
So
I like ketchup on the dog. I got no problem with that, but Daddy's got to have his mustard.
There we go. Hey, Doug, do you have an update on the mustardless Big House Saturday? Thanks. That's from Sammy T. Yeah, I'm working on it.
The hell happened?
It's really weird because I'm not quite sure who to call as far as concessions. So I called somebody whose name I found on a press release, and they were like, "What?" And he said, "I saw mustard." So did mustard catch a stray? Were they suspended too? 3 games. That was the joke.
Self-imposed?
Yeah, self-imposed.
No mustard. That's a bad ban right there.
Yep.
I don't think the NCAA would hurt the fans like that.
We'll get to the bottom of it. Let's go to Mike in Livonia here next. Hi, Mike.
No mustard.
You guys crack me up. Hello, you guys.
Thank you.
So, fellas, I actually was calling about the whole Isaiah Bugs situation.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I just wanted to kind of say Prime being Prime is amazing, and all the plots and the twists that comes along with being a coach in Colorado is just amazing to watch. But going back to Isaiah, I personally kind of like it and don't mind it. I think, obviously with social media, like you stated, Doug and Gator, we're a little too sensitive too as fans, where we're digging through their social media to see if they scrubbed this guy off or they scrubbed this team off. And it's like, sometimes if I was in his shoes, honestly, I'd be pretty pissed too. If I was benched and I'm not going to be playing after just re-signing for 2 years and whatever, I think it was $4.5 million that they re-signed him for. So they made a commitment to him saying that, hey, we want you on this team and you're going to have a role. And to start off the season and it's your first game and you're going to be benched a little bit, yeah, I would be pissed too. In hindsight, probably should not have gone to social media. But then again, we all do we're human beings. We're going to make a mistake. And I felt like he was walking back his mistake with his comments. And I think he handled himself pretty well in front of the reporters instead of pouting and seeming like he wants to be off this team. If anything, he said, I'm going to work harder, try to earn my role back, said all the right things. Now, we're asking these players to be honest. They're being honest and they're pissed. But at the same time, when they're pissed, then now we're saying, hey, they're pouty and they're going to social media and they're doing this and that. At the end of the day, can he take that rage, use it, become a better player, and carve out a role on this team? I believe he can. He's shown with his interviews that he might have the right attitude for it.
Yeah, Mike, I think this is a prime example of why, hey, just go to bed, wake up the next day, and think about how you want to react. I do it too. I think anybody who's a parent at one point or another has experienced like dad rage, and you just go, okay, I got to walk away and circle back. I don't like the way this is trending. Let me walk away and circle back. Coaching baseball, the 24-hour rule. I remember my kids played on teams where coaches early on said, if you have any complaints about playing time or anything like that, or the way something was handled, we please beg of you to wait 24 hours. And I was like, okay, well, whatever. It didn't seem like it was necessary. And this was when my kids first started playing sports. And so then I realized, 24 hours later, nothing seems that serious.
No.
And so
it makes a lot of difference to wait 24 hours.
It really does. And it's not a bad rule in life when you're super frustrated with a situation. And that's where social media becomes almost too accessible. And I think he probably put some things out there that I'm not sure if he regrets it, but his words yesterday, he tried to downplay it. And I kind of give him credit for that. I think we can all learn a lesson about going straight to social media when you're mad, though.
Is it a generational thing?
Might be.
Might
be my generation, younger generation, whereas your older generation.
Oh, my goodness. You're the one who's older than I am, but it's okay. Say our generation, okay? We're both on Twitter, okay, right?
Yeah.
I got Facebook, Instagram. I'm sure you're doing TikTok videos all the time.
All the time.
But we don't go to social media to air the grievances.
I do not air grievances.
Not terribly often.
Media.
No. But the younger generation, I feel like, they're quick to do it. Kang, would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. People love to post their feelings immediately for everyone to see.
We haven't asked this. How are you doing today?
Oh, thank you. I'm doing okay. I had a good long weekend. You too as well, right?
I was worried about your feelings.
Well, thank you for asking.
All right.
Doug had to work yesterday.
I understand. Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
I'm doing okay. Just it's time to get in touch with our feelings. He just said feelings. So
did I miss something?
I was just answering Gator's questions.
Just Kangan mentioned feelings. People want to put the feelings out there, and I thought
sometimes we get in our feelings. It's good to express yourself, but
24 hours later,
maybe wait a little.
You want him to hold it in for 24 hours?
Well, it's like watching the Michigan State game on Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Had you gone to the message board?
Oh, message boards during games.
Which is another form of social media, right?
It is totally, and it is...
Or just go to Twitter.
It is the least 24-hour rule ever. That is the before the next snap rule.
You get in halfway into the second quarter.
People are condemning coordinators.
Exactly. People calling for, oh, great, we paid $9 million for this. And people complaining left and right. Had you waited till after the game, perhaps the tenor of any kind of tweets and texts would have been much different. And this is why you have your rule.
It's like a race to see who can be pissed off first.
Yeah.
I like to say a lot of sports analysis is who has higher standards. I have such high standards that what I saw is unacceptable.
Well,
all right.
I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
I'm the realistic fan.
Right. Yeah. I'm just being realistic, guys.
All right, let's get to our bold-ass predictions. We got sidetracked. We'll do that coming up at 10:48. This is for the coming Lions season. I got a big trade. Big trade I think the Lions are going to make. Gator with a bold prediction. I love. Great call, my man.
Look at you.
We'll get to that at 10:48. Hey, I know we made it through the weekend, but that doesn't mean that the party has to end. Keep the fun going with Happy Hour at Twin Peaks. There really isn't a bar in the state that can touch their Happy Hour Monday through Thursday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. They offer up some of the best deals in town on some of your favorite food and drinks. $3 Wells, $4 tall domestics, and $3 shots, all paired great with scratch-made favorites like mozzarella cheese bites, fried pickles, queso, and crispy mini tacos. But check this out. You can get a shot of beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. I mean, what would you rather do? Sit in bumper-to-bumper traffic while they're fixing the damn roads, or hang out with the beautiful Twin Peaks girls while taking advantage of the awesome food and drink prices? Less than $20. If you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. And to find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you had a great long weekend. Back at it here on a Tuesday, a short week for the Lions. It's not even a short week. That's a mischaracterization.
It's game week.
It's a long week because they haven't played since that game in Green Bay, and they've had plenty of time to get ready for this one. We just get to have a game on Thursday. I have watched these Thursday night games. I remember sitting at a Red Robin, Ravens. Who are the Ravens playing? Ravens Patriots maybe in a Thursday night opener. Something like that 4 or 5 years ago. And I was jealous. I was so jealous. I was
just
excited.
Crushing the free fries.
You can change out the side if you choose.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no. What did you do?
Can I take a guess?
I mean, because Red Robin has great fries, right?
Yeah.
I think like big...
I'm a fry slut. I told you this. I like all fries.
Yeah.
So you're asking the wrong guy. I love all French fries. But my guess is, Doug.
Yeah.
So he's going to sub it for something healthy. I'm going asparagus.
No, not asparagus.
All right, what do you got?
I'm going to go with a vegetable medley.
Doug?
I subbed the fries out for broccoli.
Damn it, I was going to say broccoli.
But you know what I've never asked? I've never asked, is it bottomless broccoli as well?
They're like, all you can handle, sir.
Please.
Doug just crushing the broccoli.
We got a madman at table 6.
Would you like some more cheese sauce with that, sir? No, thank you. Just fine by itself.
They have outstanding turkey burgers.
They do have a good turkey. I'll give them that.
And any one of their burgers, you can sub out the regular patty for a turkey patty. So it's not all. Every decision I make isn't the most healthy decision.
You got to hunt them down. You got to find a Red Robin. They're not easily found.
Well, just like all things Doug likes, they're probably going away. You know what I did the other day?
About right.
I bought 6 8-packs of Cucumber Lime Gatorade Zero. Anticipating.
You're smart.
Once again,
that's wise.
I'm starting to. You got it.
It's ready to go.
Just like everything else Doug likes.
All right. So what do we think about flavor number 45?
Gators referencing that the Gatorade Cucumber Lime ranked 47th out of 49 ranked flavors on Ranker.com.
I have a feeling Cucumber Lime Gatorade might be inactive soon.
Yeah. Exactly.
Cucumber Lime might be scrubbing Gatorade from its social media.
I'm going to be going to social media. Relationships change, Gatorade. Relationships change.
I don't think it's going to be.
Hashtag Cucumber Lime forever.
I don't think Gatorade Cucumber Lime is going to be donning the field goal netting anytime soon during college football games.
Be so sweet.
Like we saw Celsius on display Saturday night.
All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Mm-hmm. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Davante Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Davante on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsch on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction, Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful. There are our bold-ass predictions. Get yours in for the coming Detroit Lions season. We record these. It's always funny because at the end of the year, there's always like 2 or 3 of them that were like, oh, my God, that actually happened. You can cross a line. You can cross a line. You can go too far.
And you can have a dumbass prediction.
Dumbass predictions are out there, and then we will let you know if you've gone too far.
You'll know.
Yeah. When we get like, some of the stuff that we've had in the past, stupid trade stuff, stuff like that. 248-539-9797. Let's go. Let's get your bold ass predictions in, people. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Jason. You're next. Hi, Jason.
What's going on, fellas? Long-time listener, first-time caller. But I got to call on this Isaiah Bug stuff because this is the exact stuff that makes me hate social media. First, I got Isaiah Buggs acting like a middle schooler who just got broken up with. And then I got to look at the other dopes on social media talking about Mike Evans for Buggs and Donald for Buggs and Chris Jones for Buggs.
Yeah.
When the bottom line is Isaiah Buggs is a marginal role player at best. Yeah, last year he had a little bit of a leadership voice. That's getting replaced by CJ this year, who's an infinitely better player than he is. Just shut up. You're not good enough to play on Thursday. Shut up. Bold-ass prediction. After Thursday, we never talk about Isaiah Buggs again.
Wow.
Look, when you have an overabundance of one position, I don't and look, Isaiah Buggs, he started a bunch of games last year, but he's expendable, man. I mean, I there's a bunch of guys there that are expendable. I prefer that they have Isaiah Buggs, and I prefer that Isaiah Buggs goes out and perform. I am not convinced that Isaiah Buggs is a problem, okay? But the social media post, what is it? Who is it? It was the coach that just got canned at Arizona State. Herm Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
Don't hit send.
Yeah, don't do it.
He had a big thing about don't hit send.
I can't tell you how many times I've typed something and then hit backspace. Backspace back or just delete because it almost is cathartic in a way where you type it out and you're ready to send it, but you don't. And you delete it all. At least you typed it out, but you were wise enough not to send it. Now, I'll say this about Isaiah Buggs. He was good for the Lions last year.
Yes.
He actually had more tackles than Aleem McNeil last year.
I mean, yeah, it was a breakout season for him.
Yeah, he played well.
They like him. They re-signed him.
Yeah, there's a reason he's on this team, and they gave him a 2-year extension. So, but I do think it's a numbers crunch. It just happens to be what it is, and I think it's opponent related. They're playing Kansas City. They want to get more of a pass rush, and though he's really good as a defensive tackle, he's not the guy that's going to get after the quarterback. So they need maybe to work with guys that can play in the middle that do get that kind of penetration, whether that's Broderick Martin or Jonathan Pascal. We know Aleem McNeil's in that mix. Maybe it's Levi Onwuzurike is just a better at getting to the backfield. I don't know, but Buggs is the run guy, and I don't think they're worried about the run as much as they are the pass.
I have a little bit more tolerance than our caller did.
Yeah. That's a bit much.
But I do agree with him about social media. James is next on 97.1. Hi, James.
Yeah, I kind of just want to say what he said, that this benching is probably just a game plan benching. So I guess I'm going to add my bold ass prediction. Isaiah Buggs will be in the lineup come Atlanta. You know, Kansas City is not going to run it down our throats. We need a guy, maybe we need a speed guy in the middle of the field to mirror Mahomes or something. He's not like a running quarterback, but he can run really well. You know what I mean? He's not Fields, but he can do things with his legs. So maybe Branch is going to get more snaps. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They're different games, you have different skill sets, different guys will be active. It makes sense. But there's some great news in the Isaiah Buggs benching. And I'll piggyback on a point I made yesterday. And I think it's just straight fact. Gator, it's fact.
Straight fact.
About where our Lions are. Plus your bold-ass predictions pouring in. It's Carson Anderson on a Tuesday on 97.1 The Ticket.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the 2 running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go, but if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago, so it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. T-minus 2 days until the Lions versus Chiefs at Arrowhead in Kansas City. For now, Dan Campbell's squad will finish out their final full practice in Allen Park in preparation. Yeah, meanwhile, in St. Joseph's, Missouri, KC getting ready for Detroit, and defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo thinks they'll have their work cut out for them against Ben Johnson's offense. Yeah, it'll be a tough challenge for the Lions as well. The Chiefs only lost a single home game last season, a Sunday afternoon matchup against the Bills. Coming off 4 straight victories, the Tigers return to play tonight for 3 straight at Yankee Stadium. New York took 3 of 4 last week at Comerica Park. Miguel Cabrera will be visiting the Big Apple to play for the final time in his career, having hit .316 with 44 home runs against the Pinstripes since 2003. Alex Faedo gets the nod against Garrett Cole, a 7:05 first pitch with Dan Dickerson on the call, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And live coverage of the Folds of Honor Golf Tournament in Grand Haven featuring Michigan State and Grand Valley State is on the Golf Channel today at 4 o'clock. It's round 2 of the collegiate charity event at American Dunes Golf Club. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, so before the break, I mentioned this, and I absolutely love this trend. And Gator, it speaks to how much the Lions' defense has improved from a year ago and over the Dan Campbell era. I think that there's no fewer than 7 guys right now that will be occupying backup roles who have started multiple games for this defense. These guys are now backups. They're going to play. They're going to be used, but they have occupied starting roles for this defense. One of them hasn't played yet for this defense, but he's been a starter, and he probably will be a starter again. But when he does become a starter, he will supplant somebody who has started multiple games for this defense. So suddenly, the guys who are top-line guys are now backup guys, and they're good.
This is why the depth is really good in this team.
Like Malcolm Rodriguez.
Yeah.
Is listed in the first depth chart they put out as a backup. I think Malcolm Rodriguez is a great find for where they got him and a very useful player for this defense, and I trust him as a starter. But guess what? First depth chart, backup. Romeo Okwara, backup. We've heard about Isaiah Buggs. Not only a backup, probably inactive. Will Harris, backup. Tracy Walker, backup. The one that's listed as a second stringer, but will probably become a first stringer and then supplant a starter who's been a starter before and he becomes a backup is Emmanuel Mosley. So I counted 7.
How about Graham Glasgow?
Well, he's on the offense, but yes, I was just talking about the guys on defense as a whole bunch. That is a extraordinarily encouraging sign. And those guys, I'm glad they still have Tracy Walker. I think Tracy Walker's going to make plays for them this year.
Well, this is why I was excited once we got into the throes of the offseason, because those last 10 games, the defense was much better. But they went out and upgraded the defense in the offseason, despite the fact that the defense was much better in the second half. To your point, there's the 7 guys that look like that they used to be starters and now be backups, and that's fine because it adds to the depth of the team. That's why I think the defense is going to take such a big leap this year because of the depth. And you got to have depth. They got 12 guys that made the roster as a defensive lineman. That's depth. They're good. When Isaiah Buggs is inactive for the first week, it's a good problem to have. To be able to say, okay, I want to dial up my defense to be more of a pass rushing team this week, okay, you can do that. If you want to be stuffing the run, like when you play Chicago, you're going to be worried about Justin Fields and how they can run the ball. You're going to be worried about Justin Fields throwing the ball. Probably more him running, and maybe that's a game where Buggs is more important. You just got to read the room and know what's coming up in the week.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, bold-ass predictions. Get them in, and a whole bunch of them have come in to the Carson Anderson inbox. Here we go. Bold-ass predictions. Lions finish the season with a top 10 defense and a top 10 offense. That's from Robert.
That's bold.
Yes, it is. Top 10 defense? I'd be very pleased if the offense is still in the top 10. They were top 5 last year.
You'd be disappointed if they weren't in the top 10?
Yes,
I would.
I would. And I expect, a massive leap forward for the defense for the reasons I just stated. I also do like Aaron Glenn as a coach.
Mm-hmm.
But the talent upgrade is obvious. Top 10? If they're in the top 10, then you're right. Goff doesn't need to play in week 17 because they'll probably run away and hide from this division.
That's what I'm talking about.
Jimmy Clausen says, bold-ass prediction, Brian Branch wins Defensive Rookie of the Year.
That's calling the shot right there.
Here's an interesting one. Bold-ass prediction. Patrick Mahomes has never been picked off in an opener until Thursday by Stephen Gilmore.
Wow. Really calling the shot there.
Yes.
I like that. Yeah, I heard Stoney reading off the stats this morning. In the 5 opening games that Mahomes has had since he's been the starting quarterback there, that he's been ridiculously good. It's like 18 touchdowns and no picks.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And the call of Gilmore is saucy. How many snaps is he going to play?
I don't know, but he's going to get at least one that's going to.
Apparently at least one, yeah.
That's going to cost Patrick Mahomes his streak.
From Doug in Redford, I have mistakenly bought cucumber lime Gatorade multiple times and throw it out every time. Stock up, Douglas. That stuff is nasty. Hey, look.
I don't think it's nasty. I'll stick up for you.
Thank you.
You brought some in. Kang and I both tried it. I think it got better as the more I drank it, but I also think it's one of those Gatorade flavors that you have to have that it's got to be ice cold.
I stacked the 8 packs up that I have now got stored away, thinking that I might lose my favorite Gatorade flavor. And I sent a picture to our baseball team because I had the kids try it and they were spitting it out in the dugout. They hated it. I said, all set for next year, boys, ready to go. And they just lit me up, as you would expect.
Half the team quit.
Yeah, they haven't gone that far, but
They scrubbed you from the social media?
Yeah, they scrubbed. Free agent.
You know what you're doing.
I'm open.
Yeah. Next one. Bold-ass prediction. Antoine Green will lead the Lions in most deep yard catches until Jameson Williams returns. That's from Marlin and Walled Lake. I'm not familiar with the stat deep yard catches, but I get his point. He's going to be their most productive guy to stretch the field.
Well, I hope he gets the opportunity to. And because we saw it on display, he's got great speed. He's got really good size. It's a great combo to have in the NFL. And when eyes are going to be paying more attention to Amon-Ra St. Brown or probably Marvin Jones or maybe even the tight end Laporta, or look out for Jahmyr Gibbs, this could be a fourth option out there that surprises a lot of teams and a lot of people.
I'm going to piggyback off his bold-ass prediction with one of my own. Starting Week 10, Jameson Williams would lead the NFL in receiving yards from Week 10 to Week 18.
Wow. Look at you.
So he's going to have a couple games and the bye week. Week 9's their bye week.
Coming in hot over here.
Hey, this got to be bold, right?
Right?
It is bold.
That's bold.
It is bold.
That's bold.
Look at you.
He'll get his feet wet with a couple games and the bye week, and then starting Week 10, and my man leads the league from Week 10 moving forward in receiving yards.
I was reading.
I did not see that coming.
I did not see it coming either. And I
did not see that coming.
I don't think that you have shown that much optimism about Jameson Williams.
No, sir. I don't think he has.
And so I'm not saying you you weren't calling him a bust either.
No way. I was never calling him a bust.
No, but I don't think you were that optimistic.
What happened here?
Yeah, no, I love J-Mo coming out of the draft. I said this is the guy that it doesn't matter. The safety is the angle, the corner is on him. I mean, he's even, he's leaving. You know, he's one of those guys that we've seen it. I mean, he touched the ball like 2 times, but but those 2 times were
spectacular touches they were.
He's just got to catch the ball, and he's having some issues technically there so far in the preseason and in camp, but he gets his hands on that ball. I mean, like I said, he's going to be open down the field. So I just think he's going to find his stride. I think all this overreaction during his offseason, the gambling and stuff is going to go away.
Wow. Saucy.
That is very saucy.
He's their deep threat.
Okay.
Next up from Donna Newport, James Houston leads the NFL in sacks with 15.
Bold ass.
I'm not sure 15 will be
I don't
enough.
know if 15 is going to be enough to lead the NFL, but if James Houston has 15 sacks, that'd be massive.
Wow. Bold ass predictions. Jahmyr Gibbs wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. A person didn't sign it. And then this, Gator. I'm an usher at Michigan Stadium.
Here we go.
North end zone.
Okay.
They had mustard packets at our lunch. It's from Ben in Ann Arbor. Okay. What that doesn't clear up, if they had mustard packets in your lunch, I'm guessing you are served a box lunch.
Right. That's different.
As a usher. And does that mean if they have mustard packets, that doesn't answer the question of whether or not there was any mustard to be found at Michigan Stadium. And the questions keep coming in today. I'm sorry, Kurt.
You know what? I'm going to reach out to a source.
Yeah. You have a mustard? Gator has a mustard source.
Wow. That's breaking news.
Yeah. For people who don't think we can break news here, that don't think we're dialed in, Gator's got a mustard source, people.
Yeah.
Well.
You texting them right now?
I am.
Texting the mustard source. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
But before I finish the text, I should talk about the good folks over at True Sleep. It's all right.
Do you want me to do the live read?
No, it's okay. Trust me, you wouldn't be able to do this one.
Okay.
Listen, I have been in search of a better night's sleep. I was looking to get an upgrade in my bed, and I did. I went to True Sleep about a month and a half ago. Walked in there in Shelby Township, and Paul was showing me around. Hey, well, you got all these different mattresses here. I literally lied down like 12 of them, and I found one that I really fell in love with. It was the Posh and Lavish, and my sleep has been much better. I've had the bed now for a couple of weeks. I'm very, very satisfied with it. True Sleep has reasonable prices for high-quality mattresses, and if you want to improve your sleep and find your perfect sleep, you go ahead and find a perfect sleep system at True Sleep. It's Michigan's largest Nectar dealer. They're available in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Bold-ass predictions coming in. And it's for the coming Detroit Lions season. We tweeted that out as well. Taking your bold-ass predictions. Let's get to some of the tweets that we've gotten. You okay with that?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, good. Honolulu Blues. Bold-ass prediction, the Lions go 17-0.
I'm not doing that. That's
No,
Gator. That's
dumb.
I appreciate the enthusiasm.
I don't.
Okay.
Take it somewhere else.
Here we go. Cody tweets us, Lions trade Bugs and some draft picks to the Chiefs week 2 for Chris Jones.
What, 2 firsts?
Yeah, I know. Some draft picks.
Yeah.
And we throw in some draft picks.
And Isaiah Bugs. Isaiah Bugs, I think he's a fine player.
It'll be painful to get to part with Bugs.
But, okay. Is that well, you said and some draft picks. So, I mean.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say some draft picks is like 2 firsts.
First and a third.
Yeah. All right, we'll give it to him. Ken says Alex Anzalone will lead the Lions in tackles. Hutchinson will not lead the team in sacks.
Interesting.
Okay.
You know, my bold-ass prediction was that Jack Campbell will have over 150 tackles.
Yep.
Anzalone led the team last year.
With?
125.
Wow. You are getting bold, my friend.
Big season.
Yep.
Especially if he doesn't start week 1.
The man does have 2 legs, Gator. And I'm only occupying one of them.
I don't swing that way.
I don't know if that has anything to do with how you swing.
I'm not tagging off. There's none of that. It's just, let's just call it what it is. He's a good player.
You're not going to leg up him.
No.
Gonzo says, due to an improved pass rush and secondary, the Lions defense has the most turnovers in the league this year.
Creating the most.
Yeah, I think they actually, their turnover.
Most takeaways is the best way to put it.
Yes, probably a better way to put it. Their turnover margin last year was
good.
Was pretty damn good.
It was +3?
They were +7.
7, sorry.
They were 4th best in the league. And in takeaways, for a defense that wasn't great, they had 22 takeaways, which actually wasn't. It was in the middle of the pack. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17th.
Well, that tells you how good with the football Jared Goff was.
Yep.
He wasn't turning it over.
They had the fewest giveaways in the league.
There you go.
With 18. More bold-ass predictions. Jahmyr Gibbs wins Offensive Rookie of the Year, finishes with more yards from scrimmage and touchdowns than Bijan Robinson. Bold-ass Lions predictions. DK Onyx. Brian Branch wins Defensive Rookie of the Year. Steven says Brian Branch wins Defensive Rookie of the Year. Club X says Brian Branch will have 5 interceptions. And Joel says James Mitchell will end the season as the starting tight end with more receptions and yards than Laporta and Wright. I can get on board with that.
I think that's
calculated too. I think that's calculated. 248-539-9797. Martin is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Martin.
Morning, boys. How are you?
We're good, Martin.
All right. The Lions are going to be undefeated until their bye. They're going to go 9-0. And they're going to beat Kansas City by 6 points this Thursday. They're going to shock the world.
Wow.
Kansas City has all the pressure. Detroit doesn't. They're going to come in loose, and they're going to shock the world. And all you're going to hear about are the Lions Friday, Saturday on that 4-level network, that 3-level network. You're going to hear nothing about Lions are back, baby. We are back. We are back. We are back. And we're going to go undefeated until the bye. Lock it. That's the guaranteed.
I love
Ian Martin quote of the week. We are back. We are back. Let's go Lions. I am so psyched, boys. I am psyched. It cannot be Thursday fast enough.
Wow.
It cannot be Thursday fast enough, boys. Say it with me on 3. We are back. 1, 2, 3. We are back.
So here's the thing. Were we ever here?
Yeah.
Can we be back?
Yeah.
We've never, in our lifetime, we've got one
Hey,
playoff
we
win.
were back in the early 90s, all right? But just go with the flow, man. Go with the quote. We
you're right. We are back. We are back, Gator. We are. He's right. We are back. We are back. We are back.
Honolulu Blue is going to roll over them teams, and they're all going to be disappointed eating all the food crap they can eat because they're depressed their team lost. Lions will go undefeated by the break. Lock it in, boys.
We've got it written down, Martin, and I am I'm going to use an exclamation point even based upon the way you've done it.
That's right. One more time. Ready?
Yep.
We are
back. Yes.
Doug,
we're getting Doug back. Yeah, I've heard. Yeah. Got it.
Chaldean Martin says.
Yeah, I should put Chaldean. Yeah. There's two Martins that call the show.
It's Albanian Martin.
Albanian Martin and Chaldean Martin. They sound very similar.
They sound a lot alike until you hear the enthusiasm come through, and then you could tell which one's Chaldean Martin. Chaldean Martin is the overly optimistic Lions fan.
Yes.
And Albanian Martin is much more calculated.
He's
buying in.
He's all in the SOL category. I would like to hear. I mean, look, we're doing season predictions tomorrow. Yeah. I hope we get both Martins tomorrow.
Well, Albanian Martin has bought in, though. He likes it.
He has been more optimistic of late. We haven't heard from him in a while.
I'm curious if Albania. This is true. I noticed this over the weekend, or was it yesterday or the day before? Maybe it was an all weekend thing. It was an all weekend thing. The Albanian Festival was taking place this weekend. I wonder if Albanian Martin was there at the Albanian Festival.
Was this past weekend?
Yeah.
Where was the Albanian Festival?
It was at 12 Mile and Lasser. There was some sort of I don't know. Is the church there, and they have like a whole kind of like fair type thing set up there, like sort of mini carnival, but it was the Albanian Festival.
Okay,
I saw it.
Did you?
Was driving past,
but you did not.
I did not partake. No,
okay,
I did not go in, and it I should have shouted from the room, "Hey, where's Martin at?"
That's right.
I would have had I gone in there.
Yep. Well, I hope it's a good festival.
Yeah, don't confuse it with the Chaldean Festival, which I think was a few weeks ago.
Well, I understand the Chaldean Festival is a lot more. People are a lot more fired up.
Are they?
Yeah, they're more enthusiastic about the festival. The Albanian Festival, they're a little bit more skeptical. Same old festival.
Just scrutinizing a little more.
A little SOF.
Same old festival.
248-539-9797. Chase is in Ann Arbor, and he's next. Hi, Chase.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Chase.
So I believe this is the year the Goff offense goes into overdrive. I believe we're going to be looking at Jared Goff with a 4-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio, clearing 40 touchdowns. So we're talking about 48-12 is probably what we're looking at.
Wow.
And he will be the starter for your Pro Bowl NFC Pro Bowl team.
All right.
Wow.
Hey, and 48.
48.
48. You really think 48?
48.
I think he says. I think he means it.
Can I go with bold ass, or is that
saying it with my chest?
What was the most last year?
Oh, it was Mahomes or Burrow.
It's bold. Has it crossed the line? Is that
I
what
think
we're
I think it crossed the line.
Do you?
Yeah, because what's Goff's highest total in a season?
I don't think it's there. Mahomes last year threw 41. Goff's highest in a season was 32.
So to go up by 16, like Matthew Stafford has the Lions record with 41, and he had Calvin Johnson. I'm just saying, that's a little.
Hey, big year for Leaf. All right, straight ahead.
A little strong.
Dan Campbell has spoken about Isaiah Buggs.
Oh.
And tells us what's going on. We'll get to that at 11:31 here on 97.1 The Ticket. we're recording all these bold-ass predictions, and at the end of every year when we circle back and read them, invariably several come true. It's kind of funny how it works out. All right, so all the beat writers are tweeting this out. So I'm going to read just a sample. Our friend Jennifer Hammond, Campbell on the Bugs situation. Quote.
Post-game co-host.
Yeah, that's right.
She and Stoney.
We base everything off of tape, period. I've spoken to Bugs, and that stays between us. We feel the guys who are best prepared to go out are the ones that will be up. Campbell added, there's a clear pathway for him to get back on the field. So,
well, that sounds like they weren't happy with what they saw.
I will
it
tell
has nothing
you,
to do with the team they're playing.
I want to hear this and hear it sort of in context and what the inflection is, because if he said, we base everything off tape, period, and really emphasizes the period, it's his way of saying it has nothing to do with him missing the preseason voluntary workouts, which is what Isaiah Bugs speculated to the media that he thought it was about.
This is a statement that is made without the word man. Like, hey, man.
I did not read the word man anywhere in there.
They do like to, the reporters do like to include the word man in their
they do, and I like
their quotes, yeah. Yep. No, I'm with you. It's a lot. The interpretation has to come with hearing it.
I want to hear it.
Just reading it is one thing, but hearing it, maybe even seeing his facial expressions is another. But based on what you just read, I think it just says that they expect more from him as a player.
Yep.
And that they're getting more from others.
Yep. 248-539-9797.
How'd you feel about the previous caller used the term Goff-fence? I've never heard that before.
I like it, actually.
I do like it.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't find it offensive. Hope you guys didn't.
No, I did not.
Okay.
I was not offended.
You know what this? Well, first of all, if Campbell's being truthful, and I suspect he is, of course, that hey, other guys just played better. I think TJ mentioned it this morning that when he was watching practice, that it looked like Bugs was kind of behind a few guys on the depth chart in playing time and reps and things like that. They kept a lot of defensive linemen. And Bugs just got a 2-year deal. Was this one of those where, like, hey, if we didn't sign this guy to 2 years, we would have cut him? But we kind of put money. Yeah.
Like the contract saving him?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, hey, we just signed this guy. We can't cut him.
Yeah.
I hope not. I hope it's just guys on the team who are clearly playing better. And it's as simple as that.
And it's also could be matchup related. I mean, Bugs
is
more.
That's not what he said.
No, it doesn't sound like it, but it could be. If the tape is saying he doesn't rush the passer as well as we think Levi's going to or Broderick Martin's going to.
I mean, I guess the interpretation I got is that we look back at the tape and we just didn't see as much from him as we saw from others.
Yeah.
Not that, we're taking out a quarterback that throws the ball 50 times a game. We're going to have to get a rush on him.
That's fair. But when we'll get the soundbite and we'll play it on the air so people can hear for themselves. Scott writes in, the Lions will clinch their first NFC North title with a blocked field goal in the final game against the Vikings as time expires. That's his bold-ass prediction.
Ooh. I mean, it's bold.
Yep.
It would make me, I'd probably be a little nauseous while that was going on. Ready, set, puke.
Let's go to Albanian Martin joins us now on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Albanian Martin?
My boys. Big game, man. One more full day after today. One more full day.
That's right. That's right.
Boys, we're going 1-0. I'll tell you that this week, 1-0.
Okay. I agree.
I can't wait to call you guys Friday, man. 14-3, and those 3 losses come, I don't even know how.
All right, hang on one second. Martin, hang on one second. So I misspoke earlier.
This is the
Albanian Martin is the overly optimistic of the two Martins. Yes. Chaldean Martin is now on board, and now Martin, you and Martin can now be good friends again.
You heard Chaldean Martin's call, correct?
No, I didn't, man. I was at work. One of my cousins called and said, you got a call.
Yeah, he was screaming about how the Lions are back. He is really
What did he predict? He
predicted that they were going to go undefeated until the bye week. They were going to start 9-0.
I like that, man.
Yeah.
I like that.
Hey, did you go to the Albanian Festival over the weekend?
Yeah, I happened to go just to eat some chivapis. Literally. I drove to the west side.
I'm sorry, you did what?
I drove all the way to the west side
to see some.
To see what?
What's a ciabatta?
To get some ciabattes.
What is a ciabatta?
These Italian. It's these like Albanian sausages they make.
Okay.
All right.
With lamb and beef.
All right.
Sounds
it's
good.
Amazing.
I don't think Doug would like it, but it sounds good to me.
Okay.
I'll tell you guys more when you come visit me one day, man. I'll tell you all about it.
Still, at some point, I'd love to have an event, like an NFC title game watching party hosted by the Martins.
Oh, my God. That would be the best. And 97-1.
We'll be there, too, yeah.
Hey, guys.
Yes.
Mahomes, man. Mahomes. Week 1. We got this in the bag, I'll tell you right now. They're not ready to play us. They're not ready.
You don't think?
They're not ready. They're not going to be ready. They're not going to care even if they lost that game.
You know, they've
They're
played
not
in
gonna,
some.
not going to hurt them.
They've played in some big games, Martin.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. That we got to give it to them, man. They played in some big games.
Yeah. Just.
But my boys,
Yes.
big year, my boys. Division, baby.
It has great potential.
For sure. What I don't like is we played the Vikings like twice the last 3 weeks of the year, which is so stupid. I kind of want to smash them sooner, you know?
So why does that matter?
Because I just want to smash them sooner. They're going to
right.
play all these other teams and get lucky somehow, you know?
Well, it's the new thing where they try and backload the schedule with a bunch of division opponents, with the idea that it could be an exciting finish to the season. I don't know. It's just
I was just when we started talking about Kansas City not being ready. The number one thing we're looking at is Chris Jones, right?
Yep.
Do you see this from Diana Rossini from an hour ago?
I have not.
Says we have football this week, and there are 4 contract extensions on the table for players that are generational talents: Joe Burrow, Nick Bosa, Chris Jones, and Justin Jefferson. These are all future Hall of Famers that could respectively sign record deals. So if the thought is that they've offered him a record contract extension,
and it's still not enough,
or will it be enough?
I don't know.
I mean, does a deal? I mean, this is Tuesday. He's a veteran in the league. He could sign today, show up for the walkthrough tomorrow, and go ahead and play meaningful snaps.
Okay, there's a lot there. First is the way that was worded. Is she reporting that he's been do you interpret that as she's reporting that he's been offered a record contract?
Yes.
Okay. So if that's a fact, then a record contract isn't enough for him?
Well, if he hasn't signed, then I'm just going through this again. Bosa, Burrow, Jones, and Jefferson, these are all future Hall of Famers that could respectively sign record deals, meaning for the position, because you got guys at different positions there.
I don't know that now I just brought the tweet up. I'm not sure that I'm interpreting it the same way that he has been offered a record contract. Chris Jones?
Contract extensions on the table.
On the table. We have football this week, and there are 4 contract extensions on the table for players that are generational talents.
Now, there's no controversy with Joe Burrow. He's going to get his money when he decides to sign the contract. Yep. Nick Bosa, there is controversy. Is he holding out or not? Chris Jones, there's controversy. I don't think there's any controversy with Justin Jefferson, to my knowledge. I think that it's something they'd like to get done, and the Vikings are being proactive and trying to get it done early here. But the Chris Jones obviously that's of importance here because that's who they play.
Yeah. So could he still play if he agreed to terms today? Yes.
Yeah. I think if he agreed to terms on Thursday morning, he could still play.
Do you? Okay. I was going to say, is there a drop dead period? I will also say every day he's not practicing is good, even if he does play. Like if you ask the Chiefs coaching staff, would you rather have him in practice or not? They would say, we'd rather have him in practice, obviously, because helps him get prepared for this game. Every day he doesn't practice, the worse he will be.
That's correct.
If he steps on the field on Thursday.
The less impactful.
Less impactful. That's a good way to put it. Better way to put it. Thank you. But yeah, the fact that we're still talking about this on Tuesday, advantage Lions. Now I'm hoping to live in a world where it doesn't matter who the other team suit up. The Lions are so good that they can play with anybody. They might not be there yet, But then the other thing, I said this on the air yesterday, Gator, we've been through so much with so many guys hurt, so many guys that were supposed to be playing that didn't end up playing for a variety of reasons, including 2, not once, but twice, Hall of Famers just walking away from the game, which really, I mean, it happened twice with us before they had to.
Yeah.
And still when they were like at their prime, it's still their peak form. So I'm not going to be mad and sweat it if their guys holding out.
Don't care.
Don't care.
Don't care. The Lions aren't playing with their full team. Jameson Williams is out.
That's true.
So I don't care.
We don't know what we're missing yet, really, with Jameson Williams, but you're right. He is out. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Karsch and Anderson. Get your bold-ass predictions in. 97.1 The Ticket.
Tired of maintaining your tired old deck? Well, rise above the maintenance with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. Trex decking is fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. Want to spill some red wine or worried about that scorching hot sun? You don't have to be worried. Trex decking maintains its premium ageless look no matter what you throw at it, with decking to fit any budget. Find Trex composite decking at Builder's First Source in Clinton and Shelby Townships, and also online at bldrmichigan.com. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Bold ass predictions for the Detroit Lions coming season. I got to ask you, did you see Andre Lipsius hit the home run, his first home run over the weekend?
I saw the highlight. Yeah.
Did you see the Fox broadcast where they showed his family celebrating?
Yes.
That was the best family celebration I've ever seen. And especially, I don't know who the guy was. He had a button-down shirt, but he put his arms in the air.
I think it was his twin brother.
Is that who it was?
I think so.
Well, he had a little bit of
punch?
Yeah, his belly was showing quite a bit. Yeah, a little bit of he had some belly show right there, and but he could not be contained. The shirt couldn't contain him, and his enthusiasm could not be contained. I thought about voting for the Lipsius family for champ of the weekend.
It's a great moment, man. I mean, to make the major leagues is great. Get your first hit is great, but to have your first hit be a home run,
yep,
fantastic.
Yep,
just fantastic. So good for him.
Yep.
Because I know when he was brought up, people were not thrilled. I may have been one of those people.
No fault of his own.
No fault of him. It's just that they're brighter lights that we want to see at this point, and he got his chance and he earned it. He played well enough at AAA and apparently ready to play defensively and offensively. Give him the chance. There he goes, and it's been okay. But as a Tigers fan, I still want to see the other guys play.
Yeah, I hear.
Malloy keeps hitting home runs. He's got 23 now. I think he hit 2 or 3 over the weekend. And Colt Keith is still hitting at like 300. I keep looking at those guys. Now, I also saw that Malloy made a throwing error. And that's what's going to hold both of those guys back is their defensive capabilities. That they won't bring them up until they are complete ball players. That's the Scott Harris way. So I get it, but I still want to see those guys. I'd like to see Wenceel Perez, who's played awfully well. But we'll see what happens in the last 25 games. I imagine there'll be another call-up or two just because injuries happen in baseball. They happen all the time. We just saw Riley Green go out, and then now they brought Tyler Nevin back up, which I was a little surprised with, because thinking, haven't they seen enough of Tyler Nevin? But Tyler Nevin, every time he gets sent back down to Toledo,
he tears it up.
Yep. So they've got to do their due diligence and make sure they're not just throwing him away for nothing.
Let's get back to your open line calls. Kyle's in Macomb, and he's on 97.1. What's up, Kyle?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Kyle.
Hey, respect you guys a lot.
Thank you.
I just want to talk about the Lions and expectation and these Lions fans. It drives me crazy, the hype train. But what I can't get past is Jared Goff. I don't think he's the answer. I think we have to look at the future with Caleb Williams out there at USC, or even like a J.J. McCarthy, see what he does the rest of the season. I just think what's going to hold him back before the bye week with the tough start of the season compared to the later, easier schedule in the later of the season. I just think the first part of the season is big for Jared Goff, and it's going to be big for the fans if they get back behind him and support him. But I could see the fans flipping easily.
Well, there are two things to this with your comment.
I can think of one who has.
Well, the first part is, I guess I'm not sure why you don't believe in Goff. I mean, it's not like he's had the greatest weapons to work with on offense, and they had a fantastic year offensively last year. The last 10 games, he had 1 turnover.
Correct. So that was one of the best seasons ever.
Yeah, and it happens while he's ready to start the prime of his career. And again, not like he had great weapons, and then comes in with this season. It's the same type of thing, except maybe a little bit better now with a running game. And you've got a full complement of an offensive line, which he hasn't had since he's been here either. So you think he's going to regress?
I think he will, and I'm afraid of the fans, the harsh fans here. Drive me nuts, but I'm just afraid that he's going to fall, maybe have a rough couple games, and then the fans are going to get, start bashing him. But I just, I'm hopeful, but I seen it.
It sounds like you have a problem with the fans more than you have a problem with Goff.
It's both. It's both. For sure.
Plus, you also listed 2 quarterbacks, and you completely ignored that they drafted one this year that they're kind of stashing.
Additionally, how are they going to get Caleb Williams?
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing. I'm just saying.
Is this our first tank call?
first half of the season can go bad, right? The schedule's tough. First 4 games is tough.
Okay.
I'm going to go look at this. I think they'll be favored in 3 of those 4 games.
What you think they're going to be favored 3 of those 4 games? You think they're going to be favored in Seattle or with Seattle?
Yes.
At home?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think they'll be favored against the Falcons in Detroit, and I think they'll be favored at Green Bay.
I think you're right.
I'm hopeful. I respect you guys. I just want to say, too, Cade in Iowa, he had a good first game, too. Respect to him.
Thanks, Kyle. Okay, did you see the stat about Iowa, by the way? Their opening drive touchdown pass?
No.
Cade McNamara completed a touchdown pass on Iowa's opening drive of the season.
To Eric Hall?
No.
He threw one to Eric Hall.
Yes. It was the first touchdown pass on an opening drive for Iowa.
Since?
19.
What?
91.
Come on.
Yep.
Come on. Since 91?
On an opening drive since 1991. The other thing is,
who the hell was the quarterback in 1991?
I got to guess.
Because I know you were thinking of it. I'm trying to think of it too. 1991.
I'm going to throw a name out there. Tell me do you have a name?
I don't. I'm trying to come up with a name. I can't.
All right. There's 3.
Okay.
But I'm going to go with Mark Vlasic.
I want to say who's a little bit older, but okay.
Might be. The other names are Dan McGuire.
Mark McGuire's brother?
Yep.
Who was at San Diego State.
Or Chuck Hartlieb.
Hartlieb, I feel like, was late 80s. Like he was after Chuck Long. They go for.
Yeah, well, late 80s. It's 91. Yeah. He could have been both, late 80s and. But I'm going to.
If you get the answer, can you give me the initials? Unless you were right. If you're right, then take all the credit.
All right. They opened against Hawaii. Beat him 53-0. Starting quarterback that year. I don't know that he's the one that threw, but they've a starting quarterback listed.
Okay.
You want me to give you the initials?
Yes.
MR.
Don't know.
Matt Rogers.
Okay, I do remember Matt Rogers vaguely.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
1990. That's quite a stat.
Shout out to Cade too.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
No shout out to Eric Hall?
Apparently not.
He hauled in a 3-yard touchdown pass.
He did.
Want to give a shout out to
Peyton Thorne.
A shout out to Keon Coleman.
I didn't see. What did he do?
I didn't see what did he do. I don't know. He looked like the best receiver in college football. That's all. 3 touchdowns, 100 and something, 9 catches, 130 yards or whatever it was.
Oh, Keon Bolitnikov.
Yeah, that guy.
Is that who you're referencing?
Damn it.
Will's in Garden City, and he's on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Will.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're good.
Will.
Hey. All right, Phil.
There you go. My man.
Hey, but anyway, I'm going 15-2 with the Lions this year.
Whoa!
Wow!
Whoa!
I kind of like pulled back on the Kool-Aid a little bit. I had them at 16-1 yesterday. But,
Maybe you need another 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe another 20. Go back 17-0, right?
Well, I hope it doesn't go that direction. I mean, 15-2. That's some strong Kool-Aid, my man. You using tequila or you got some gin in there? What's in that tequila? What's in that Kool-Aid?
A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got losing to the Broncos and Chargers.
Wow. Losing to the Broncos. Interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, hey, 15-2 that's your call, man. That's early call for Thursday.
Are we giving him the bold ass, or did he cross the line, my man?
I think 15-2 is.
I
think it crossed the line a little bit.
Okay, then, man. Hey, but you know what? You know what? I got them going to the Super Bowl, losing to the Jets.
Go to the Super Bowl and lose to the Jets. Well, if the Jets, I tell you what, if the Jets can find a quarterback. All right, losing to the Jets. Super Bowl lost. Let's give it to them. What the hell? The Super Bowl part of it.
Hey, that's more. I like that as a bold ass pick as opposed to 15-2 seems a bit ridiculous, but the Super Bowl prediction is borderline, and yet get to the playoffs, and this is a team that I think is, can they do it? They can.
Of course.
I like this team. I like this team a lot.
So for the game Thursday, we get Tirico.
Yeah. Oh, you saw him on Saturday, right?
Yes, I did. Just so people know, Mike Tirico is one of the nicest humans you will ever meet.
He's a great guy.
And we also get the Collinsworth
and remembers everybody.
He does.
Amazing.
He does very well. And we get the Collinsworth slide, which I'm very much looking forward to. 248-539-9797. We go to Ned. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ned.
Hey, guys. I don't normally like to do back-to-back calls, but I called yesterday because Champ and Chump. But I just wanted to get my bold-ass prediction in. I think but first, I was driving listening to you guys. Thank you so much for filling all my time. My son lives in Sheboygan, so I do a lot of driving. You guys, it's a good part of the community. I appreciate what you guys are doing.
Thank you very much. We're glad we can help.
But my bold-ass prediction, I got kind of two for you. I want Jahmyr Gibbs is going to go for 1,500 all-purpose and win Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Okay.
Like it.
And then I got my second one is Jack Campbell. I think he wins Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Wow.
Not so many I had a feeling you'd like this one, Doug. Not so much on sacks, but I think he's going to have a ton of tackles. I think he's going to have 70-plus tackles.
Well, I hope he has more than 70 tackles.
Gators got him at 150 to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. He probably needs more than that. But I'll take the Defensive Rookie of the Year part for sure.
Well, and he went Offensive Rookie of the Year with Gibbs, so doing what the Jets did last year when they had both Rookies of the Year.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1. All right, so there you heard part of the soundbite with Dan Campbell. We'll play the whole thing coming up in a minute regarding the Isaiah Buggs situation. And look, I don't think this is a thing really, but it made its way around social media yesterday. And it probably is maybe a little spark. But Isaiah Buggs scrubbed the Lions off his social media accounts and sent out a cryptic tweet about how relationships have changed. And then it was revealed yesterday he told the media he was going to be inactive for the opener. And a story in the Free Press, he actually said he thinks it had something to do with him not being at voluntary workouts, which, I mean, they are voluntary, but, that doesn't mean you can't fall behind if you're not there. And I think players probably tell you that while they're voluntary, you're expected to be there. But here are the quotes from the Free Press. The big defensive tackle said he believes that Isaiah Buggs did not take part in most of the Detroit Lions voluntary workouts this offseason. And the big defensive tackle said he believes that played a role in his demotion for the starting lineup. Quote, I think so. But I had a baby, so I couldn't be here, and my family comes first. So anything my family needs, that's what it's going to be. And I can't help if they can't accept that. But I definitely think me not being around in the spring played a part of it. That's what it is. Later, he said, as of right now, they told me I was not going to play. So that's what we got. And I'm going to be straightforward with it because they were straightforward with me. As of right now, I will not be playing. He missed practice Saturday because he was sick. Then he posted, I'm good, but just know situations change. #96 ball forever. Y'all gonna see. Later, it was pointed out he now refers to himself as athlete in his bio. But he said there was nothing to address. Like I say, things change, relationships change. Asked if his relationship with the Lions has changed. Again, this is all from the Free Press. I'm not going to technically say that. I'm just saying in life period, it's nothing dealing with football. It's nothing dealing with here. I'm just saying. So I don't want anybody to take that context and run with it. But at the same time, relationships do change. That's all I'm going to say. There's nothing else to say about it.
So, yes?
I mean, it sounds like it's with the Lions, but he could have gone nuclear, right? And he didn't. And so to me, this sounds like, okay, probably shouldn't have gone to social media. Let things cool off. But we have the entire Dan Campbell. We have the entire cut now, Kang. All right. So you heard some of it in the update. Came up with Dan Campbell, and we read the quotes, but we thought it was important to play the soundbite and hear the entire context and what words he's emphasizing. And here's Dan Campbell talking about the Buggs situation. He honestly doesn't sound thrilled.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't sound thrilled. I think he doesn't sound thrilled because he doesn't want to have to address it.
Yeah.
Because a player is unhappy right now. Not going to week 1, not going into a game at Arrowhead, taking on the defending Super Bowl champions.
Yeah.
You don't want to deal with any kind of drama. And hopefully it's behind them in terms of the drama department, and they just move on and play their game. They have an excellent chance.
They do. I mean, he also at one point added, and we didn't play that part, but he added that there is a path back to playing time for Isaiah Buggs. Okay, so you might be scratched in this game. Doesn't mean you're scratched forever. So I'm hoping that this was just some frustration, a player that at a position where they have an abundance of players, and somebody had to be scratched. I mean, at this point, we don't know if Broderick Martin's playing. We don't know if Levi Onwuzurike's playing.
You won't know until right before game time.
See who's available.
when you see the inactive list. Yeah. And I'm telling you, man, this is an ongoing thing all season long. There'll be players inactive that will make you raise an eyebrow. Mm-hmm. And it speaks to the depth that's on this team, specifically on the defensive side and specifically on the defensive line, how deep it is. They can't play all 12 guys. It's not going to happen.
In the meantime, I pointed out earlier in the show, the depth chart right now has basically 6 guys who've either started for this defense in the past, started multiple games, all listed as backups, and a 7th guy who was brought in to start and has started in the past, and Emmanuel Mosley, who very well may end up starting. He is listed as a backup. When he does become a starter, it will take somebody else who started, likely Jerry Jacobs, and relegate him to being a backup, although with Jerry Jacobs, I feel like, sure, let's keep counting him out because he keeps overachieving and keeps surprising people, and it's foolish to count him out. But, 7 guys off a defense that they're bad players. They just brought in better. And I don't know how this defense isn't dramatically improved.
Yeah, I think that's it's all speaks to that depth. Those guys have finished the season strong, 20 points a game against over the last 10 games. That quarterback rating against of 79 point something. That's a strong defense towards the end of the season. They still struggled against the run, but against the pass and in total points, they were awfully good. Towards the tops of the league, if not the top in the league. And now you've gone into an off season and you've added 3 free agents to the secondary. You drafted a player in the secondary. You've added more to the defense with a linebacker and a defensive tackle, all in the off season. It's nice to see.
So this is a show we do Lions bold ass predictions. We're a couple days away from the season. We'll get into our full season predictions tomorrow, our game predictions on Thursday, but today is bold ass predictions for the coming season. Let's go over what ours were before we get back to what some of the people have had to say. Gator, I'm predicting that David Montgomery will lead the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
That's bold, my friend. Mm-hmm. That's quite bold. I am betting that Texas. Sorry, that's my college. That's prediction. I was not ready for this.
Oh, sorry. I'll do my next one then.
Why don't you do
I'll do all 3.
Where I said.
The Lions will trade a 2nd-round pick to Vegas for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline. Stoney will go out in his final year in Detroit Sports Radio as a full-time host by hosting 8 hours a day from Philadelphia the week of the NFC title game when his hometown Eagles take on his hometown Lions for the right to go to the Super Bowl.
Jared Goff will start 16 games and be in the top 10 in the MVP voting, and he won't play game 17 because he won't have to.
There you go.
Jack Campbell will lead the Lions team with 150 tackles this season.
Love it.
And Brian Branch will return not only a fumble for a touchdown, but an interception for a touchdown as well.
Get your bold-ass predictions in for the coming season. Sorry, I caught you off guard there. That's on me. 248-539-9797. We will get to some of your bold predictions that are coming in not only via ticket text, phone calls, but tweets as well. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get ready for the NFL season with an incredible offer from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Now is the best time to join FanDuel. The app is easy to use, and you can bet on everything from spreads to player props and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season with an offer you don't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL, must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends September 18th. No refunds, terms, and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV, base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscriptions renew. Cancel anytime. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Scott and Carlton, bold-ass prediction, close your eyes. Brian Branch, Defensive Rookie of the Year. We've had that one like 7 times.
Yeah, it's a popular one. People like it.
Yep. Next one, Matt on the mower. Amon-Ra will have 12 touchdowns, and Hutch will have 14.5 sacks. I'd take that. I think they're both within striking distance.
Mm-hmm.
Hey guys, my wife and I leave for Kansas City in the morning. Can't wait to watch the game. I'm hoping for a win, but would love to see us play well and not humiliate ourselves. This game will tell a lot about the culture shift. Go Lions. That's from Shane in Oxford. It's a conversation for later in the week. But I will take more out of this than just do they win or lose. I want to see, there's a lot of big stage stuff here. You can play well against the Super Bowl champ and lose.
Yeah.
I don't want them to lose. I'm not going to take moral victories. And I'm not going to freak out if they get blown out. I think Dave Burkett kind of implied this in a story he wrote over the weekend. And I got into the thought a little bit more yesterday. This was a football team. Many of these guys and this coaching staff were around last year when they were 1-6. Okay? It's a terrible start. But the 1-6 didn't get in the way. They kept working. They kept showing up. What did they do? They rallied down the stretch. They won 8 of their last 10, finished with a winning record, and damn near made the playoffs. Okay? Right? I mean, so they handled it professionally as you can, and didn't overreact or panic at 1-6. They're not going to overreact or panic if they lose on Thursday. Right? I mean, they've already kind of set that in their DNA.
Correct.
So I like the tone that's already been set. You know?
Yeah, I think that they've done it's not just what they've done this offseason, it's what they've done since they got there.
Yep.
And, this team knows that they're a talented team, and they believe in themselves now. And, that's a huge thing when you believe in yourself and using that positive thinking. And when you add to that it's a talented team, and understand that you're talented and go out and get the most and make the most out of it. And then you can see things really happen. So I think they have an excellent chance of winning on Thursday night. Said all summer long, I think this team is going to win the division. I don't think it's going to be terribly close. I don't think it's going to come down to the last game. I don't think it's one of those things. I think this is an opportunity for this team to really cement themselves as being, putting the rest of the NFL on notice. We're a good team, and we're not going away.
Mm-hmm.
And to the Lions Nation wants so desperately for this team to be good, and if they win playoff game or playoff games, then Katie bar the door with the enthusiasm for this team and how much better they can be with that kind of backing. Because it feels like this team right now, because they are young, how can they go away? This team isn't going away. There'll be a decision to make at the end of the year on the quarterback, and if he plays as well as he has, then it's really not a decision. It's go ahead and give him the extension. The question is how long. But these guys are all entering their prime years.
Seems like it's all right there. It's all right there. 248-539-9797. Matt in St. Clair Shores. Hi, Matt.
Nice. Happy football week, boys.
Game week.
Hey, so listen, I want to guarantee, or my bold ass prediction is the Lions will be no less than the number 2 seed in the NFC this season.
Oh.
I want to parlay that with they're going to have a better record than Kang's Eagles.
Oh.
I say that because the one thing that Jalen Hurts said last year that made him so much better is he had consistency for the first time with a coordinator, the first time since his freshman year of college or sophomore year of college. They lost both coordinators. I think the Eagles take a giant step back, and I wouldn't be surprised if we got that 2, maybe even that 1 seed, because who else could come by except Brock Purdy maybe? And I can't trust the Cowboys and anybody out of the South. So I'm thinking 1 or 2 seed and Ford Field explodes all fall along.
I
like where his head's at.
I do too, and I think you've You got a good one there.
I don't think you've hit the beer early today, Matt. I think you're on this.
What about the better record than the Eagles? The Eagles take a step back. I pick the Eagles right now to win the NFC. Okay, I still would. But they're dealing with something that we're already dreading, losing a coordinator you like. We're already dreading the post Ben Johnson era, right?
Yep.
So I don't, and they're dealing with both coordinators.
This is true. And that'll be a big blow to them. But, some teams can handle it. Some teams can handle it. And the shining example of a team that handles it is New England. Yep. Because Belichick's the best ever. If we're going to use that logic, then let's use that with the Lions against Kansas City. Eric Bieniemy's not there. I know that he wasn't necessarily the guy who was calling the plays, but he had a big influence on what was going on with Kansas City. It's going to be a little bit different now without him. Perhaps it will. I still like the Eagles in the NFC. There's just too much talent there, and I think that they've just reloaded in some areas. They lost players in the offseason, like you mentioned, they lost coordinators, but what they've added to the team through the draft in the last couple of years is kind of impressive. And they do have a young quarterback that's just hitting his prime, and they've got lots of offensive weapons to work with.
248-539-9797. Ken is next. What's up, Ken?
Not much.
Hey.
I got the Lions being the last undefeated team.
Okay, so they're not going undefeated, but you think they'll be the last team to suffer a loss?
Yes, and I believe our defense will be like a top 15, top 18. The offense will be a top 7, 8. And the Chiefs' defense is going to fall off without Chris Jones and the other guy they're missing for 6 weeks.
Okay, you said the defense is going to be top 15. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think that's a realistic goal. I really, really like their offseason. And I keep going back to the 7 starters who are now backups thing, but I really like their offseason defensively. Gator, the other thing that we might get to experience, that I hope we get to experience for a long era here, is this place, our home stadium, on fire.
Yeah.
We all talked about the Chicago game.
Be the hottest ticket in town.
Be
that for years.
The piercing sound. And I've been in a lot of stadiums and a lot of fields and a lot of great atmospheres. The piercing sound at Ford Field for that Bears game, what if that's every week?
That'd be awesome. I remember going to games at the Silverdome in the 80s when it was like that. Mm-hmm. And it's fun because it's absolutely home field advantage when you have that. Listening this morning when TJ Lang was in with Stoney and Jansen, and both TJ and John were talking about playing at Arrowhead and how special it is. And TJ was like, it's incredible how loud that place gets. He said, fortunately, you know the playbook as well as you do, and you can only hear part of what the quarterback says, but because you know the playbook as well, and you've been in the meeting rooms with the guys and you've been practicing all week, you kind of know what the play is, even if you can't hear it necessarily.
Right.
And the Lions been practicing with the speakers blaring, so they're trying to get ready for it. But Ford Field can absolutely be that way for the Lions. We've seen it. The fans have done it. And if they get off to a great start, that's what's going to happen.
Seriously, week 2, Seattle. Can you imagine if the Lions win week 1? Even if they don't, I think it's going to be that way. But if they win week 1 especially.
Well, they've sold out season tickets, right? And the first time ever at Ford Field they've done this. I just saw this on Twitter saying that the cheapest seat now for a Colorado-Nebraska game, because of what's going on with Deion Sanders and crew, topped $400 on StubHub. The cheapest seat for the Colorado-Nebraska game.
Wow.
$400 for a team that won 1 game last year. Now, the Lions, with their sellouts, if they get off to a good start, let's say they 6-2 start, something like that.
Right.
It's going to be similar. It's going to be the hottest ticket in town.
Yep.
Used to be like that with the Red Wings. You couldn't get into the Joe. You had to know somebody, and tickets were expensive. And with the postseason, are you kidding me? You can't. We saw it with the Tigers, the postseason tickets. for the first couple times they got in the postseason in the 2000s. It was crazy. You couldn't get tickets, and they were crazy expensive. We want that. But football is king, so if this team is good, it gets like that.
248-539-9797. I don't love this report out of practice. We'll get to that at 12:31. 97.1.
So I've been in search of a better night's sleep. I actually went out about 6 weeks ago or so and went to True Sleep to see what I could do about it. And Paul over there in Shelby Township helped me out, looked at a bunch of different mattresses, and I ended up settling on the Posh and Lavish. It was perfect for me, right? Being a back sleeper, sometimes a side sleeper, the fit matters. It's not always about just feeling, it feels comfortable. You got to look right on the mattress too, so that you know that you're lined up correctly. Well, I did it, and it's been a few weeks now since I've had the mattress, and it's great. True Sleep has reasonable pricing for high-quality mattresses. Go and see it for yourself, and you can find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep. It's Michigan's largest Nectar dealer. True Sleep is available in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. People getting fired up for Thursday's NFL opener. Feedback coming in. These are bold-ass predictions. Goff, MVP, runner-up. Gibbs, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Campbell, Coach of the Year. Next one, bold-ass predictions. Lions lead the NFL in scoring. That's from Corey and Trent. Little team they play on Thursday might have something to say about that, but yeah. Zach and Davidson, bold-ass prediction. Kirby Joseph leads the NFL in interceptions.
That is bold.
It's not like they play Aaron Rodgers every week, but yeah, it's possible. Bold-ass prediction. Lions defense leads the NFL in sacks and total takeaways. That's from Norm in Jackson County drinking Kool-Aid.
Yeah, that's a lot of Kool-Aid. I don't think they were anywhere near the top in sacks last year. Takeaways, we determined the middle of the pack.
They were middle of the pack in takeaways, but they were the best team in. But
they were +7 differential.
Yeah, they were great with giveaways. They didn't turn it over much. They were number 1 in the NFL with fewest turnovers. Okay, I mentioned before the break there was something that I didn't love, and it's coming out of Lions practice. Update here, Justin Rogers, no sign of Ragnow at practice. Everyone else accounted for during brief window open. Colton Pouncey didn't see Frank Ragnow at practice Tuesday.
That's okay. It's okay, Doc.
Is it?
Yeah, this is how they're going to handle things for the season. You know, he's got that, is it turf toe that he's got, or he's got something with his foot that it's just going to be something to deal with. They're going to manage his practice time so they can maximize his game time. It's okay.
Hope so.
Unless there's another report that comes out that something happened.
I mean, the truth is they can survive. I put in quotes. I mean, they brought in the versatile Graham Glasgow for a reason. And he is a true asset, and depth matters most when guys get hurt. And if that's what it is, then they'll have to deal with it. But all it is he wasn't out there during the time that was open to the media. That's it. I still don't love it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Juan next year on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
How we doing?
All righty. I'm just giving my bold prediction is that the Lions will have a top 10 defense this year. I believe they will have a top 10. I think we're deep enough. Depth chart to see. So, yep. And just to give a note, I gave the bold prediction last week that Colorado was going to upset TCU on you guys' show.
Okay, so I
It
read
was a
that.
ticket text.
Yeah, I read that text yesterday, but you know what? You didn't sign it, Juan.
Come on, Juan.
Oh, Juan.
Oh yeah, I didn't sign it. I just sent the text. I was happy you guys answered my text.
No, I read it. I read it on the air last week, and we read it on the air again yesterday because I'm like, disc.
And I'm a big fan, dude, guy, and I actually put it up. I put it on my Facebook page, and I got several calls the next day say, Juan, got a little something for you when I see you.
Oh, yeah.
It worked out.
People paid attention to what Juan picks. Maybe we'll get the Juan Car House lock of the week.
That's better than mine.
Hey, Juan, well
Right.
done. Yeah,
Thanks, Juan.
I read that on the air yesterday. I'm like, I wish this guy signed his text so we could give him.
You know, it's funny. It's funny how you feel differently after the college football week has passed. Like after the games are done, then you're like, you know, I really kind of should have done this because I felt, but you can't do it. It's like if you had the opportunity. I mean, I suppose you do. You can always bet both sides, but you're never going to win if you bet both sides. But
all you're going to do is lose.
Yeah, it's like you wish you could have that extra bracket mentality for the NCAA basketball season to do with some betting stuff, because that's a game that prior to the game thought logically TCU has to replace a lot. But there was so much doubt that the players that Deion brought over were going to gel as quickly as they did. I mean, who thought that 60 new transfer players, let alone the brief recruiting class he had, the 80-something new players, that they were going to be able to put it together. And by the first game, looked pretty flawless offensively. Like they blocked well, they ran when they had to, and they threw the ball really well with over 500 yards passing.
They look great. 248-539-9797. James is next on 97.1. Hi, James.
Greetings. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
All right, James.
Doing great.
Good. I have a prediction, a bold prediction.
Yep.
Before I get to that, I'd like to ask Scott if you've, as we make the transition to autumn, have you tried the spiced pumpkin and patchouli Bath and Body Works yet?
I have. I will disregard the first word you used there, but I have acquired a couple of pumpkin candles already. Yeah, actually, one pumpkin, one's a fall scent, but the other one's pumpkin. Yes.
Amen, bro.
Thanks, man.
Important to call in from time to time in your defense and let you know that also enjoy the sense of pumpkin candles, Gator.
Yeah.
Onto the bold ass prediction.
Listen, and I had my first pumpkin ale also with Arts Beats and Eats on Saturday night. I got a pumpkin ale.
Oh, boy.
From O'Toole's. Yeah, it was good.
Swell. Did you have some nutmeg in that?
No, I didn't put nutmeg in my beer. Sure, it's already in there.
All right, what do you got for bold ass predictions?
Gentlemen, going back to 2009, when Brandon Marshall of the Denver Broncos hauled in 21 receptions against the Indianapolis Colts.
Oh, we've lost him. He was fighting the signal the entire
All
time.
the time, yeah. So is he going to say that Amon-Ra St. Brown will break that record? Is that what we're led to believe?
I don't know what he was
We
gonna
cobble
say.
it together? Is that what we're thinking?
I don't know. But the whole time I'm like, we got to let him go. No, I can hear him. Then right as he got to the crux of the call, poof, there he went. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. On a serious note, as it pertains to the game,
yes,
I do have a bit of concern. Do you know what the record was when DJ Chark played last year?
No, but I don't think it was too bad because I thought the games he missed, I thought were in the beginning when they were losing games.
It was 7-4.
Okay.
And this year, and I think that having him on the field as their best deep threat last year as the year went on, Jameson Williams was supposed to fill that void. I am worried that early in the year, and I think we might see it on Thursday, Kansas City's going to sit on everything and dare the Lions to beat him deep. Dare the quarterback and dare this group of receivers to beat him deep.
Well, that's fine. I don't care because the way the Lions beat teams last year certainly wasn't by throwing deep.
No, but they were better.
Well, it's better. It's nice to have a threat, sure, but I think that the way they end up beating teams was that they hit the intermediate routes. They used the running backs out of the backfield, and Jahmyr Gibbs. It sounds like Dan Campbell kind of joked about it today. He's going to see the field. He may even punt. He said something like to that effect. Jahmyr Gibbs is going to line up as a receiver a bunch of times, and there's your deep threat because of that speed, and it's likely to be a mismatch because if they line up a linebacker on him, good luck with that. Plus, not that he's a deep threat, but it's just another receiving option. I like Marvin Jones.
I liked Marvin Jones a lot. Isn't he the oldest receiver in the league now?
He is.
Yep. And that's just something to keep in the back of our mind that I have concerns about.
Well, I'm not expecting to have 18 yards per reception, but I'm expecting Marvin Jones to be involved in the offensive game, the offensive game plan, and to be a reliable receiver because that's what he's been throughout his career. He's been reliable.
So the other part of this is what Ben Johnson said about Jahmyr Gibbs. And I wonder what was going on with this. And we'll read the quote for you and get your interpretation. Coming up today at 12:48, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Hall Financial, the lender that saved Michigan residents millions, is reinventing home lending with their exclusive no-fee home loan. Hall Financial is proud to announce Michigan's first no-fee home loan exclusive to Hall Financial clients. Even better with the no-fee loan program. You stay locked in until ever. When you refi, you're still in the no-fee program. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. The no-fee loan applies to both new purchases and refis. Call Hall Financial right now and learn more about the no-fee loan option. 866-CALL-HALL. That's 866-CALL-HALL. Or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com. Kang, I want to talk about something that's come up from the Twitch feed, and I've been meaning to bring it up, but I haven't yet, and I want to get your opinion. And I encourage everybody to log on to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket so you can see the show, or go to YouTube. What do we make of Gator's collar today? Oh, no, don't touch it.
Don't touch it.
Oh,
Wow.
He fixed it.
Boo.
I don't like that you guys didn't give a brother a heads up.
I didn't even notice Gator until now. It was messed up.
It was
It was a
popped.
little
He's
check.
had
It was not intended to be popped.
He had the popped collar for much of the day.
No, it was not my intention.
Sure.
Do I look like a pop collar kind of guy?
You did for the first
You
2.5 hours of the
first
show.
2 hours and
Did it
45
look
minutes.
awkward?
The 188 people streaming on Twitch, and I don't know how many on YouTube said he's a pop collar kind of guy.
That's me.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. They were betting on whether or not it would last the whole show. Sorry, Koi Boy won.
It was going to.
Yeah, it probably would have. All right. Well, there you go. I guess bit ruined.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He immediately didn't even let you finish either.
No, he didn't. He moved on.
That's right.
Did you not notice at all when you left the house?
No, I just threw the shirt on and took off.
Yeah.
Well, I just threw the shirt on, went prep for the show, ate some breakfast, fed the
Put
dog.
his notes in his trapper
Yeah.
keeper
I
and
know.
went to school.
Yeah, it sounds like you were late for the bus, my man.
Wait. Got on his mongoose and rode to school.
My books are tied together in a string.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Collar popped, ready to go.
Yeah.
See if he can score tickets to Van Halen.
If only.
All right, feedback coming in. Brandon in Rochester, New York. Bold ass prediction. James Houston wins Defensive Player of the Year. Wow. I thought that might have been too far, but Penei Sewell will have a rushing touchdown this season. That's from Jeff in San Diego.
I like it. Give the big man the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Feed him.
Bold ass prediction. Amon-Ra St. Brown wins Offensive Player of the Year. That's Ben and McComb.
Wow.
Here we go. Mike in Detroit. Aleem McNeil will be a Pro Bowl player, showing off his new look, and Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles.
Okay.
This is some good bold ass predictions.
Well, if Aleem McNeil is a Pro Bowl player, then that's pretty great.
Okay, and I want to read this one because it's about Jahmyr Gibbs, and I want to talk about Jahmyr Gibbs. Rick's bold ass prediction is Jahmyr Gibbs scores 4 touchdowns versus Chicago on November 19th in Detroit. 2 rushing, 2 receiving. So he is zeroed in specifically on the November 19th game against Chicago.
I like it.
Yep.
Look, if you're going to call your shot that specifically, you get extra points. I mean, kudos to you.
I mean, he's gone right to the November 19th game. Speaking of Jahmyr Gibbs, Game 1, Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator, said, "We might use Gibbs in some ways that people don't quite think we might." What is that about? Why go public with that?
Well, if you're asked the question, how much you're going, I'm sure there's a lead-up question to that is very specific, and he has to reply to it. And so he's replying and saying, well, we're going to use him a lot of ways that maybe people don't expect. Just to force teams to try to prepare more.
Yeah.
For things that may or may not happen. We've talked about it. We think he's going to line up at receiver. I don't think that's any shock. Will he be in the return game? I doubt it. But if he is, look out.
I was just a little surprised that he came out and said it. I'm not mad at him. I find it curious.
Guys, it's already started. This is gamesmanship, my friend. This is game week.
Okay.
Game week.
Ben Johnson knows exactly what he said to the press.
Exactly.
Now you got Kansas City Chiefs defensive players having to answer from reporters out there. What do you do against Jahmyr Gibbs?
The hell do we do?
Oh, they're well aware that he's going to be on the field every time, Doug. And Ben Johnson, as creative as he is, he runs a lot of different motion. The okie doke. Look here, look there. Oh, where's this? Where's that? Will they use Gibbs? Of course they will. But there's many times he's going to be a decoy Thursday night.
You think this is more about a decoy than anything?
Looky here.
This is gamesmanship, my friend. And I like it.
Game week.
Okay.
Right? Why? You asked yourself, why would he say this?
Dude, the hell. Game day. Critical.
You don't think so? It started. This is game week. They were just starting early because they got the first game.
It's game week.
Yes.
It's interesting. It's interesting. Come on, say it. Now, Nick Bolton, Chiefs linebacker, was asked about Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah, man, we got to go off a little bit of the tape you got in college, a little bit of preseason. And when you watch the tapes, obviously you can tell he's dynamic. Speed is definitely his friend. He was able to get the ball up the field, make one cut, and it could be a house call. So we understand the challenge up ahead of us again. I guess I don't have much tape out there, so I really don't know how he's going to be used or how they plan on using him early. So it's getting a lot of touches early to get him involved and just see what he can do with the football. That is their linebacker, Nick Bolton, talking about Jahmyr Gibbs. So it's fascinating. His versatility, we know the reputation. It's been well documented. The shortage at receiver, a possible shortage of receiver, it's been well documented. Maybe they aren't short. We love Khalif Raymond here. Amon-Ra, everybody loves Amon-Ra. But if they need him, can it be used in that facet? Is he the deep threat? Is that when they kick the media out of practice? Is that what they're practicing?
All right, guys. Everybody gone?
Media's gone.
All right, Jahmyr, line up wide. Mm-hmm. Go deep. Sure. The media gets to see none of practice. I mean, hardly anything. So
stretching.
Yeah. I imagine there's lots of all the stuff that they're working on. Is Jahmyr Gibbs part of it? Yes. Got to watch out. Where is he on the field? You better know.
They already asked you in our update, Gators boy Spags about it. Spags has had the defensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs has to answer questions. I know you love that nickname.
Yeah, how does Spags feel about this?
Oh, they're aware. They're very well aware.
They better be. You better know.
This is one of those, like, I think it's like red alert when they see him on the field. I think Chiefs are, they're alerting each other.
Hey, is that Denard in the backfield? That kind of thing.
Well, when they're looking for number 26, they're not looking for Carl Painter. They're looking. I see what I did there.
Wow,
went old school. They're looking for Jahmyr Gibbs. Carl Painter was like, okay, I get 2 6s there. It doesn't matter. But Jahmyr Gibbs, that's a 2-6 they're looking for. Was I right? Was Carl Painter 26?
Wasn't Carl Painter a quarterback at Purdue?
No, that was Curtis Painter.
And Matt Painter was a coach at Purdue.
Dude, you love Purdue.
No, I thought he was right. Carl Painter was 26, 1988, 1989.
I thought you made that name up.
No. It's a running back.
I thought you were Purdue obsessed. Lo and behold, once again, it was me.
Done. There it is.
No, Purdue's not my football better watch out for team this year.
Not yet.
They are not. No, they aren't, and they aren't going to be.
Why?
I don't see it this year.
Got a big game against Kansas this week for Purdue?
Yeah, Kansas and Oregon State are my two watch out for them teams. Watch out for Kansas and watch out for Oregon State. Both made my college football bold-ass predictions. Purdue lost to Fresno, man.
They did lose to Fresno.
Yep.
You okay, Doug?
Doug was devastated.
Perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm. With Gibbs, do you expect
the tears say otherwise.
Yeah, right? Don't look at me.
I'm all right. Not a big deal.
Do you expect Gibbs to line up a Wildcat at all? I'm starting to think, like, what crazy way is
that? Not until you said
just
it.
Now.
Never even thought of it until you just said it. I hate Wildcat. I hate the Wildcat formation.
Why?
Because 95% of the time you're not going to throw the football, so you know what's going to happen. Just watch the guy who's going to get the ball. That's it. I hate the Wildcat formation. How often does it work?
I mean, it works enough that people continue to run it.
Do they?
Football isn't 100% about deception. It's not. Teams know by formation.
Should print that on a shirt.
Well, I mean, it's true. Teams know by formation what you run out of said formation. Maybe not in week one, but by the end of the year, everybody knows what you can run out of it and what you can, audible into from the same formation, what your options are. So it's not all about deception. But yes, they usually run the ball in the Wildcat formation. And if you have two really good backs, it can be effective. And you know how I feel about David Montgomery.
I do know how you feel about David Montgomery.
Yep. Jack Campbell's leg isn't the only leg I've nestled up to. I think we got to stop with this. This is getting a little out of hand.
Well, you said it.
I did, and I'm like, maybe
you just creeped yourself out.
Maybe we just move on. Let's not draw attention to it. Thankfully, nobody listens to this show anyway. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch and the no longer popped collar Gator, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming in.
It just doesn't seem right to pop the collar these days.
Well, I didn't know what kind of statement you were trying to make.
I didn't know it was popped.
But it was popped. I was kind of fired up for it. Champ and Chump are posting on our website. See who the people selected Champ and Chump of the weekend. In fact, let's make sure we get that tweeted out from our Carson Anderson account so people can see who the folks selected as Champ and Chump of the weekend. 248-539-9797. Oh, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ed. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Ed?
Hey, guys. How we doing today?
We're good, all right, Ed.
Good. Look, I got my bold-ass prediction, fellas.
All right, let's hear it, Ed.
All right, look. The Lions will go either 12-5 or 13-4. They'll win their division, and they'll go to the NFC Championship game. And I'm really serious about this because when you sit down and you look at it, if Jameson Williams works out for those guys, their offense is going to be able to score from every skill position. And they have the skill level, should Jameson work out and be able to take the offense, take them from the top. They could be good as the greatest show on turf, dude. And I'm just saying that. That's what they look like.
Here's the thing. Are you predicting that Jameson Williams will be that good?
Oh, yeah. You can't. Look, let me tell you something, man. One thing you can't suppress is talent. Okay? I don't know if he's going to act like a pro, but, man, if they get that guy on the field and they and get him with the program, he's going to be unbelievable.
So the skill set's there. There's a ton riding on Jameson Williams' ability to return to this team this year and live up to his potential. There's a ton riding on that.
And I'll say this, add this to the prediction. Even after 6 games when he comes back, he has enough talent to still be in the running for the Offensive Player of the Year.
He would have to have just an absolute enormous 11 games to get that kind of consideration. But you said he has enough talent. He has enough talent to be very special. Hopefully it will come to fruition on the field. Dude is absolutely, he takes a 4-3 shower. He's got all kinds of ability, but he dropped a couple passes. I have to wonder now about his ability to stay healthy. But there's so much riding on it.
Yeah,
so much riding.
Look, the one season we got to see at Alabama prior to that knee injury, which happened late in the season, he was spectacular. He was just spectacular. You know, the comparisons with Tyreek Hill were out there because of, the size and the speed, and was always behind the defense because he was just that much faster than everybody else, and it was intoxicating. And when they traded up to get him, met with a lot of mixed reviews because of who they passed on. But what they took was a guy that had phenomenal talent, but he was hurt at the time when they got him. And we kept waiting and wanted to see it. We got activated. We saw it wide open in the end zone, right in front of the end zone, caught the pass and walked in. Mm-hmm. And we all thought, here we go. This is it. And then he proceeded to catch none passes after that. And had the one end around where he looked like a stud running down the sideline. You want him with the ball in his hands. I so desperately want to see him with the ball in his hands because once it's there, anything can happen. But it's the problem right now is him getting onto the field, first of all, when it's injury or suspension that's kept him off the field. And second of all is you've got to secure the football in the first place. You can't have the ball in your hand if it's not in your hands.
I think that drop pass in the preseason was actually big. And it didn't mean anything for the game. I think it was big for Jameson Williams. And he talked about how, he wants to make things happen once he has the ball in his hands. But in that particular instance, he, was getting ready to tuck and run. And I think that's why the preseason's important, is to get those moments and learn from them, get them out of the way.
Well, and he did, because a little bit later on in that game, he had the one-handed catch in the end zone on the 2-point conversion. So that's a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, it's 3 steps back when you have the hamstring injury coupled with the suspension.
So much riding on him.
And we're not going to be able to hear anything about it for a while because he won't be.
Yeah, he's going to have no contact with the team, which absolutely sucks. But I'm a big believer in Jameson Williams. I'm not as big a believer as the last caller, but I think he can and will have a big, that's my bold prediction at least, that he's going to have a big second half of the year when he does come back with the Lions. He'll have a game or two, then the bye week, and I think that's when he really hits his stride. He's a true home run threat. He's a guy, when he's on the field, they got to bring over help. They got to bring over the top safety help, because if they don't, and even if they do, he gets the ball in his hands, you mess up. You misstep one way. He's got the angle on you. He's gone. He's to the house. You can't catch him from behind. You got to hope to corral the guy. But, yeah, he's got to catch the ball more consistently. But the good thing, like you mentioned, Doug, about that drop pass is he went on and caught a one-handed, was a 2-point conversion later. So I think he's able to erase that stuff pretty quickly. He was still engaged in the game. People talk about being a bad team or bad attitude. When other players were scoring, he was one of the first guys off the sidelines cheering them on. I think he loves the game of football. It's just going to suck that we're going to have to wait. But I think Jameson Williams is going to be a problem and a big part of this offense in the second half of the year.
Have you seen Vegas totals for him? Like how many catches?
I have not.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of like Tyreek Hill has been compared to him. Tyreek Hill's rookie season.
Mm-hmm.
And this is kind of Jameson's rookie season, even though it's already going to be truncated. In 16 games, Tyreek Hill caught 61 passes for 593 yards and six touchdowns. Jameson's
Sorry, that was 61
passes, 593 yards, 6 touchdowns.
You know what's amazing to me about that?
What?
It's less than 10 yards of reception for Tyreek Hill.
9.7 yards of reception.
And how dramatically that probably changed the next year.
If you take a third of that, okay, take away a third of that, which is roughly what you'll be taking away, roughly from
take away
Jameson,
20 receptions.
So he's down to. Would you take 40 receptions, 400 yards, and 4 touchdowns?
No, I'd be disappointed.
I don't think that I would. I wouldn't be disappointed in 40 catches, and I wouldn't be disappointed in 4 touchdowns. I would be disappointed
in 400
yards.
That's the thing would be disappointing.
Because he's supposed to be more of a deep threat.
Yeah. I would expect him to be much more than the 400 yards.
Yep.
But it's 6 games, so you're playing 11 games if he's healthy to play. So can he catch 4 passes a game? I hope so. I don't think it's asking too much if he's ready to go. And if he's going to catch, 40-something passes.
I guess I just don't expect him to be their lead dog from moment one. I expect that still to be Amon-Ra.
100%. Amon-Ra is going to get the most targets. He's going to have the most receptions because he catches what's thrown to him. But I would expect Jameson Williams to be maybe number 2 at that point.
Which to me is maybe a 4-reception kind of a game kind of guy.
There it is.
248-539-9797. Red is in Detroit, and he's next. Hi, Red.
Hey, how you doing?
We're good.
So, that's good. So, as a listener, I'm trying to figure out, in particular right now, y'all talking about Jameson. What's the line of delineation when y'all creating a narrative about the type of player and his dedication to the game? Like, what is it, how y'all determine with these narratives that y'all create? And Gator kind of like alluded to what I, as a listener, hear y'all create these narratives on when he described his distaste for Deion after the game. So when it comes to like Bugs, for instance, Bugs is upset about not playing and not being in the game because as any player you want to play the game, and I think he want to get paid. With Jameson, the same thing. It's like y'all don't think, or y'all trying to create the narrative like he may not be this, he may not be that.
You said 4 times narrative. What narrative?
I can tell you something. Hold on. I just want to stop you, Red. If I have something that I want to say, I will come out and say it. I won't try and create a narrative. I will come out and say it. Now, I can disagree with somebody posting something on social media. If you've heard the whole show, we actually think Bugs tried to downplay the situation when he met with the media. And with Deion, I don't have to agree with everything Deion says, and I can still like him.
Still love Deion. I just
didn't
really like his post-game press conference approach, but I still love Deion Sanders as the coach. I think he did an amazing job.
I just want you to rest easily, Red, that there is we're not sitting around going, okay, let's imply something. If we have something to say, we'll just say it. Okay?
But, okay, I'm back on. I ain't know y'all had muted me like that. So, and with that being said, like what y'all just said about Deion, you say, oh, I'll just say it. No, y'all don't, though. Y'all kind of like implied, though. It's
what
is it about Deion?
What was implied?
What is it after, what's the problem with Deion after the game and doubling down on the disbelief in his ability to coach, the disbelief in his team? What was it about that rubbed you the wrong way?
I'll tell you why. Go ahead. I'll tell you why. Because a reporter asked him a question that he refused to answer because that reporter didn't believe that Deion could coach. That reporter has a job to do. Who cares?
No, I care. Somebody like me cares, and it's like why he should care because just like how he told her. Why is it not this disbelief in him when he showed out in the HBCU at Jackson State? It's like what does a guy like Deion, what does a guy like Jameson have to do to get y'all to stop?
So the only way that Deion is going to report, this is what I don't like about it, because I work in the media, is the only way that coaches should have to answer questions from us is if we kiss their butt and do nothing but believe in them.
No, and see how you taking it that I'm saying kiss their butt. It's not about kissing their butt. But what it is, it's a totally different type of conversation when you're talking to a Harbaugh, when you're talking to other guys that y'all don't ever give these issues to. And when I call in, y'all never let me get on. But like right now,
actually, most people get
I'm going to show you the hypocrisy in what you're saying. I'm about to show you the hypocrisy.
And you've had over 3.
I'm about to show you.
Okay, hold on. Most people get a minute, Red. You've been on the line for over 3. So don't tell us about how we don't let you on. You've been on now longer than almost every caller today. All right?
Right now. I'm about to show you right now. I'm about to show you right now.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Mel Tucker, y'all was looking for him to lose. But the second that he didn't lose, as opposed to him losing and everything that y'all was second guessing him on, y'all made a bigger story about the fact that he didn't take that player out who got a possible
Red, you know what you're doing right now? Here's what you're doing, Red. None of us have said any of that stuff.
We haven't even mentioned Mel Tucker today.
I mentioned him yesterday that he addressed a player, what the doctors cleared. That's it. Red, you're giving other people what other people have said, you're attributing to us. Okay?
Look,
and that happens way too much, and we understand it, that not everybody knows the difference between hosts, but you are taking a whole bunch of stuff that other people have said and attributing it to us. We haven't even mentioned Alante Brown today. Yesterday, it was the only time it got mentioned was when Ticket Text came in and when Mel Tucker talked about it. That's it. So you can, if you're using the media wide, y'all, if we are accountable for everything everybody in the media says, I can't defend everything everybody in the media says.
No, I'll defend what I say. What I said about Deion, I'll stand by it. I love Deion Sanders. I love Coach Prime. I think he's doing a hell of a job. What he's done in one game at Colorado is amazing, considering all the people he has brought into the program that are brand new to it. I loved what I saw during the game, the 60 minutes during the game, his demeanor on the sidelines. If his team got overexcited, he was not. He was laser focused. I thought it was awesome, and it kind of calmed the team down. I think his son is amazing, and his reflection of Deion as a coach. I thought what Shedeur did was incredible. After the game, the post-game press conference, I didn't love it. I didn't love it because it was almost like it was more than just an I told you so. It was trying to demean some people up there, and I didn't appreciate it. But I don't. It's going to be lost by the next week. I don't care.
What I don't like is you have to believe in me and support me, or say that I'm going to win, or I'm not answering your questions.
Well, I mean, the thing he asked him was, "Do you believe now?" And you couldn't hear what the reporter said. If he ever said
the reporter was Ed Werder, I believe, and if you can't write anything critical or have an opinion of dissent about Deion Sanders, that doesn't mean he shouldn't answer your questions. But anyway, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, if you're looking for the Top Gun of whiskeys, I've been talking about Flying Ace Spirits bourbon for a long time now. It is delicious. And the best part about it, it's only $30 a bottle. So no matter how you drink it, it's not going to bust your budget. No one's going to look at you with some side eye. They're all going to say, hey, what's that, man? What do you got there? Oh, it's Flying Ace. Have you had it yet? No, I haven't. Well, try it. Drink it however you want. You want to do shots? You want to, toast some big occasion, or you want to just bring it to a tailgate party? You want to pass around a bottle? You want to have it on the rocks? You want to have it neat? You want to drink it with a mixer like ginger ale or a cola? Have it any way you want. It is versatile. It's also a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. And like I said, it is a versatile spirit. It's the perfect everyday drinker that's as smooth as it is unpretentious. Flying Ace doesn't have any gimmicks. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. You can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. That way you get to stay up to date on their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97. Want to ticket open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls as we go to Gerald in Detroit. You're next. What's up, Gerald?
Not much. How's it going?
All right, Gerald.
Okay, I think I turned my radio off. Last time I had some echo. You don't hear echo, do you?
No, you're all good.
Okay, good. Thanks a lot. So I just wanted to be brief. Now, I wanted to talk about the Williamson thing, and I want to touch on the comment that the previous caller just made, if I can. But with the Lions and the receivers, my guy that I'm looking at to help out in the interim, and I just want to get your feedback on it, is the rookie, the guy that they took in the 7th round. I watched his play, and I know it was only one play, that he made in that game. He made a couple other catches, but when he caught that ball and he took off on that 70-yard run, it looked like I saw him break away from guys on that play, and I just wondered how much speed. What's this guy's 40 time? And I saw a little what I think might be a hidden talent that's going to help the Lions along the way.
Could be. It'd be pretty remarkable if they get a useful piece out of the 7th-round wide receiver. He was known as a deep threat and a speed guy. It looked like he had to battle to make the team, but he did. And now we may find out as early as 2 days from now what he's bringing to the table, because that box is not checked for this team, the deep threat wide receiver. And, it wasn't checked for much of last year, and they lost a bunch of games, but it wasn't because the offense wasn't putting up big totals. The offense was pretty good all along. But, he could be a find for them.
Yeah, he put up some the numbers of the combine. He measured in at 6'2" and 195 pounds at the combine, ran a 4.47 and had a 33.5-inch vertical leap, and a 10-foot 3-inch broad jump. I mean, those are good numbers.
It was cool to see him do it in Carolina too, because he played at North Carolina.
Exactly. He got hurt a little bit last year too, and so now he's healthy. And being 6'2", 200 pounds, and being able to run a 4.4, those are all good things.
Good, yeah, that's some good numbers. Not great speed, but still adequate, and in in the scheme of things that the Lions need, that might be helping them. That might help them out. But real quick, I wanted to touch on the Deion Sanders thing. I didn't see the whole press conference. I caught the tail end of it, and when I did, I went on social media. I'm not going to say what site I went on, but my comment was this: it's like, okay, Deion, good game, but stick to football, stick to coaching football. Because I look at it like this, and and I know a lot of callers are gonna disagree with me. Some will. When you start making comments about if I'm this, that, and the other, and his specific comment, you got a problem with me as a black man, and I'm paraphrasing what he said. But the flip side of that is this: if a white coach says that, you're gonna have a lot of people have a problem with that, and I can say it for y'all because I know you got jobs you got to kind of look after. That's not the arena for that. Make the comments about the game, make the comments about your team coming back, make the comments about how they fought. But when you start putting the other comments into it, and especially in your first game, I just think that that's something that he might want to stay away from.
Well, it's his form,
all coaches got to stay away from that.
It's his form. He can use it how he wants to use it, and I'm not going to fault him for that. It's like when players want to speak out on something. If they're going to use the time when people bring cameras and microphones to their face, that's their time. If they feel like that's going to have the biggest impact to say what you're going to say, go ahead. With me, it wasn't that common. It was the other stuff, the give and take with Ed Werder, and then the other reporter trying to ask a question about the backup quarterbacks and how they're developing the number 2 behind his son. And just the approach he took. I didn't like the approach. That's all. I love him as a head coach, and I think he's going to be very successful at Colorado. I mean, what he did with the 60-something transfer portal players, the recruiting class he brought in, you've got 80 new players to the mix. 80. Nobody played with each other. These are all new guys. And to be able to come out in the first game of the year and look like you guys have been playing together for years, I thought it was very, very impressive. And hats off to him for getting that team ready. Hats off to the players for buying into it. And it's going to be a fun season to watch the rest of the way. I can't wait to see him this week against Nebraska.
Al's in Pontiac on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Al?
Hey, what's going on? I was just calling to can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
As I watched the Colorado game this past weekend, it gave me similarities of the Detroit Lions.
Interesting.
And I say that because, you got the new coach Deion, fairly new coach for the Lions. You got this rookie running back that went crazy. We got a rookie running back. We expect to go crazy. Some decent wide receivers, decent defensive backs at least. It just gave me the feel and a hope. Like, okay, I think this gave me a little view.
It was a preview. You think it was a preview?
Yeah.
Love it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. That'd be great. That'd be great.
That's all I got for you.
248-539-9797.
Dylan Edwards is special.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so 2 days from the Lions and the Chiefs. Can't wait. Used to watch this Thursday night game and be jealous of the teams that got to play it, and bam, here we are. We're a team that gets a play in it. We're a team that's expected to be competitive this year here in Detroit, and feels like we got a lot to look forward to. We shall see. But, a win on Friday, this town will be just off the hook. I mean, it'll be lit. It'll be lit, Gator. I'll go so far as to say it'll be lit.
Huh?
It'll be lit. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Venturi in Southfield. What's up, Venturi?
What's going on, guys?
How we doing?
I'm doing great. Hope you guys doing great. I had to call in. I was coming from Myers, man. I'm listening to Red. Lying on my brothers, man. I got love for you guys. And y'all ain't scared to say nothing on your mind. And what he don't realize is this. I love Deion. I don't watch Deion play in college and in pros. Okay? But the lady didn't believe that he would win that game. I didn't believe it. You got 60 new players. Damn. How can I say, yeah, Deion's going to win? But what I saw his team do was incredible. You know what I'm saying? Who the hell going to believe that you're going to beat TCU, who was in the national championship last year? I didn't believe it.
They were a 20-point dog.
Yes, and when I saw how they played, that was incredible. So, 60 new players, who the hell going to believe that? That's like the Lions come with 60 new players. Who going to believe they're going to win anything?
Look, my only concern is, and it's frustrating, and it's happened twice this week already, is confusion that I'm going to go ahead and look in the mirror and say we didn't do a good enough job of getting our points across because people are confusing us with other hosts. And we need to be more clear about who is saying what.
Let me say this. Sometimes you need to fucking listen.
Oh. My.
He's pretty spot on. That's to the point. You think that's the next jingle we should use? Is that a liner? Sometimes.
That's a T-shirt.
Yeah.
That's a T-shirt.
It's a bumper sticker.
I did not expect that.
97 won the ticket.
Right.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometime. ...
You just.
Wow.
Just need to listen, man.
You just need to listen.
Yeah.
Sometimes
you
just. All right. All right, sir. Not going to disagree.
I think people hear a lot and they don't really listen. Right? Is that how it works?
You know what
Yeah,
you should
hear
do
what they
sometimes?
wanna hear.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to listen.
Yeah. Sound advice.
Some people on the stream heard that.
Another reason to be on YouTube.
Twitch,
Or
Odyssey.
Twitch. Yeah.
Let's get to some Lions bold-ass predictions that have come in. Jacob Monroe, my bold-ass prediction is that the Sun God leads the league in receptions this year.
Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Yep. Bold prediction, David Montgomery breaks the NFL touchdown record. Okay. I love David Montgomery, and I am pushing David Montgomery to have a huge season. What is the NFL single season touchdown?
I don't know. Can he do better than 17?
Right.
I think that the single season record's like 23 or something like that. Didn't Emmitt Smith have like 22 or 23 one year?
Well, I know the passing record. Google search showed me that.
That's in the 50s.
Yep, 55. Single season rushing. I gotta put the word rushing. You know what? Why do our computers get reset to the stupid Bing?
Here we go.
Google, there's search engine. Google. We had it on Google. Now everything is Bing. It's 28 by LaDainian Tomlinson.
28?
Yes.
Wow.
Yep.
LT at 28. That rushing or rushing receiving?
Rushing. NFL holds a single season rushing touchdown record with 28 in 2006.
Damn. Remember that fantasy year, Kang?
Fantasy God.
Mm-hmm. 28.
Man.
Dude, Sean Alexander had a bunch. I remember he had some great Monday night, Sunday night games, like 4 touchdown
Seattle
games. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Priest Holmes, another fantasy guy.
Priest Holmes had 27 rushing touchdowns in 2003.
Those were the days.
Emmett had 25 in 1995.
Damn.
So
Jamal had 17 last year.
Yep. Which was a lot.
Phenomenal total. But
Yeah, well, Montgomery's going to have 30 this year.
Apparently.
At least 29.
Lions bold ass prediction: Brian Branch will win Defensive Rookie of the Year. I don't know if we've ever done bold ass predictions. We've had like the same bold ass prediction.
It's a big one.
Close to 10 times.
People are all in on Brian Branch.
All in.
And he's not even guaranteed he's going to start.
I think he's starting.
I think he probably will, but I'm just saying that it's not a guarantee.
Let me ask you guys, of all the new secondary guys, or
Yeah.
even not old ones, anyone in the secondary, who are you most excited to see?
Cameron Sutton.
You going Sutton? See,
Yeah.
there's so many to
CJ
pick from.
Gardner-Johnson.
You going CJ?
Although,
I mean, don't forget about Kirby Joseph.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way this defense isn't going to be dramatically improved, right?
They have to be.
There's no way.
Based on the season totals from last year, yes. They must be.
On top of that, I've always been a fan of this coordinator. And
Aaron Glenn.
Yeah, it didn't always pay dividends. I thought last year, it's like, oh boy. Because look, one of the things that I've fallen for in the past just is a coach that's incredibly good at talking the game and can sell you on their vision. You can confuse his ability to communicate with being a good coach. It's a big part of being a good coach. And just because you communicate well, though, to the media and sound good at a podium doesn't make you a good coach. And I have fallen for that in the past. I've fallen for the, hey, come over here, let me tell you what really happened guy, too. And you're like, oh, this guy really knows what he's talking about. And then, but just because you're a bad communicator to the media doesn't mean you're a bad coach. So
each of the first 2 years for Dan Campbell, they've had a coaching situation, right? They had the offensive coordinator that they took away the duties from in the first year and eventually moved on after the season. And then last year, the problem with Aubrey Pleasant.
Yep.
That they let him go after, 6 games or 7 games. And Aaron Glenn took on the secondary. So I got this. And boy, did he have this.
Yes, he did.
And everything turned around at that point. So not afraid to make the tough decisions.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Last chance to get your bold predictions in for the coming season. We gave ours at the beginning of the show and have been taking yours throughout the program and just lost the ones I was about to read.
Well, if we've learned anything, just listen. Please
sure you listen.
I mean, really listen.
Really listen.
Really
Really
listen.
Listen hard.
Yeah.
That was so effective.
That was actually, we had to censor that.
That
Yes.
was Samuel L. Jackson good. Really
that's on a wallet, right?
I think it is. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ivory in Detroit. Hi, Ivory.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, he almost made me swerve. I cussing on radio. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
But yeah, so real quick, because I know up against it. My topic is really on the Deion thing. Like, let me first say that I believe in Deion. I like what he's doing with these young men. We know who he is since his playing days. He's some people just are who they are. Arrogance and confidence mixed together.
He's brash.
All of those things. So we know who he is already from a player to a coach now, right? And he coached at HBCU. I didn't think they were going to win the game, but I didn't think it would be that far apart. In a sense that TCU is not the same team. I don't think they're going to be any good this year. So not to take anything away from them, the quarterback looked good. The Hunter looked great. And they did a very good job. I was like, wow, they won a game. Great, because I hope he wins lots of games. I'm not looking for him to fail. I'm not looking for him to not succeed. All of those things, right? But with all that being said, I'm not trying to tell him how to act, but I just feel, for lack of a better term, a wrong way about how he came across and how they're coming across in their post-game press conferences from first him and then his son. Like, you can be confident, but the thing is, guys, it's one game. And you gave, as much as they scored almost 50 points, they had almost 600 yards of offense. But, guys, you all also gave up almost 600 yards of offense you gave up almost 50 points to a bad TCU team in the first game. Yeah, it was on the road, but my thing is they're looking for him to fail. People are looking for him to fail, and this is the first game. What's going to happen at Oregon in a couple weeks? At home against USC? You know, you're going to lose a game. I'm not hoping they do, and I'm not looking for him to. But I'm just saying, you know, you get to a point where, okay, be at an even level, because what's going to happen when you lose? They're going to be on you like a carcass in the wilderness. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. I mean, there's going to be people that don't like it, and he doesn't particularly care. He shouldn't care. I guess he does care because he wouldn't answer Ed Werder's questions, but he shouldn't care.
Well, that's the kind of contradicting thing, though, that Deion was doing, and I don't have a problem with Deion for the most part. I think to find some of the stuff he's doing lately kind of obnoxious, but that doesn't mean he's not a great football coach. He clearly knows how to motivate his players. But he says he doesn't care, but then he acts like he really cares. I mean, if you're not going to answer a reporter's question because he doesn't believe in your team,
what if this is just a one-off? Like see what happens this week after the Nebraska game, is the caller mentioned. See what happens after, you start facing competition that people think are in contention for national championships, like USC and Oregon. What's it like there? How does the team look there? And, how do you adjust? Look, I'm not going to be sitting with bated breath. I'm not looking for him to fail at all. I'm looking for him to succeed. I love what he's done. I think it's a great story.
Carson Anderson, you better effing listen. 248-539-9797. Hey, I know we just made it through the weekend, but that doesn't mean the party has to end. Keep the fun going with Happy Hour at Twin Peaks. Really isn't a bar in state that can touch their happy hour Monday through Thursday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. They offer up some of the best deals in towns on some of your favorite food and drinks. $3 wells, $4 tall domestics, and $3 shots. All pair great with scratch-made favorites like mozzarella cheese bites, fried queso, and crispy mini tacos. You can get a shot of beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. I mean, what would you rather do? Sit in bumper-to-bumper traffic while they're fixing the roads, or hang out with the most beautiful Twin Peaks girls in the state while taking advantage of the awesome food and drink prices? That's $20, a shot of beer, an app, and some tacos. If you're a fan of Twin Peaks, you already know about this because you signed up for the E-Club, right? Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. Great place to watch games as well. To find the location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well on this Tuesday. Bold-ass predictions for the Lions coming in today. Depth chart came out over the weekend. Gator, I overreact to every depth chart, admittedly. Take them all as gospel.
You love the depth charts.
I do. Artist renderings and depth charts. And you know what it is? They're both filled with so much promise. They're both a blueprint of what's to come.
Yeah.
There's a lot of similar properties between the artist rendering and the depth chart. They both speak to a better future. They both are peering into the future, aren't they? Showing us what's to come, what we have to look forward to.
Sure, I'll go along with it.
So I'm not surprised that I'm attracted to both. Makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Very similar. 248-539-9797. Let's go to DJ in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, DJ.
What up, though, guys? Y'all all right?
We're good. Thank you.
I got a couple different things for y'all, man. I'm going to get to the first one. I'm wishing for the best. I'm thinking I'm giving my Lions 10 wins. And the secondary, all that stuff, y'all know how when I call in, what I'm on D-line and O-line. Mm-hmm. So if that O-line stays consistent, that's going to get us the same win total as last year, which was 8 or 9 or whatever. But if that D-line is even slightly better, with keeping all them linemen, and we're good, now I got us at the 10 or 11 ballpark. Everybody's staying healthy. That's just me. That's number one. Number two, I want to touch back because I wasn't even going to talk about it, but the whole Deion thing, Sanders, guys, you know what kind of bothers me about the whole situation? Everybody always wants to bring up Deion's braggness or so-called arrogance, whether as a player or coach with these kids. But nobody never gets to the surface of what he really stands for and what he tells these kids. He tells them, you're coming here to earn, keyword, earn a position. You're going to be disciplined. You're going to be structured. I think all of that kind of gets looked over, even with his playing career, because you talk to his teammates, Michael Irvin and all those guys, they say he was the most prepared, hardest working dude in camp every year. His kids are a reflection of that, and that bothers me that that's getting overlooked. Them kids had 6 penalties, man. So you know what that means? They're very disciplined. You get what I'm saying? So
no, I thought he had them extraordinarily well prepared. They came out. They looked great. I was really impressed with Shedeur Sanders, his son, at quarterback. I thought he made excellent decisions. He was quick in making those decisions. Wasn't taking too much early on, and then when the time was right to go deep and strike, he did, and it was surgical. It was great offensively.
You know what's going to happen this weekend? They're going to be in a dogfight with Nebraska.
You think so?
Late in the game, and Nebraska's going to find a way
to lose.
Yep,
because Nebraska does what Nebraska does, which is
they're going to find a way.
Quarterback turns the ball over late in the game where they have a chance to win.
Somebody said they went from being a 7-point underdog in that game to being a 3-point favorite. Like the preseason line had them as a 7-point underdog, and now they're a 3-point favorite over Nebraska. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Casey in Armada. What's up, Casey?
Hey, how's it going?
We're good, thank you.
I got some hard hitting questions. I need some expert sport analysis for. I think you guys might be able to help me out.
Okay.
I'm curious. You know, I have an argument with some of the guys at work all the time over if we were talking about some of the players going up against each other from the Lions in arm wrestling competitions, who would win in these certain situations. And I got a couple scenarios I want to throw at you, see if you guys could help me out a little bit.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Everyone's been talking about the future defensive rookie of the year, Brian Branch, apparently. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if he would win against the future offensive rookie of the year, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Arm wrestling. Branch versus
arm
Gibbs.
wrestling.
I give it to Gibbs. Branch looks to be more wiry.
Yeah.
Gibbs looks like he's really well put together.
Yeah, I'd probably go Gibbs.
I think that's a fair answer. I feel like he's got to tuck that ball, so that's reasonable.
Okay.
Second one, Hutchinson versus Sewell.
I got Panay all day.
I think I'd lean towards Panay as well.
I mean, there's a leverage thing with Hutch because he's taller.
Yeah.
But it's really about the length of the elbow to the hand and how much leverage would he really have with that. And I look at Panay Sewell and I think he's a mauler. That's what he's there to do.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's some of the expert.
It was those were the only two.
I mean, you wanted the expert opinion. I gave it to you.
I got to tell you, I'm glad you called our show. This is a debate that you and your friends are having?
Some of the guys at work, yeah, we kind of just discussed randomly who we think would win in these arm wrestling competitions. And I do have one more for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right, trifecta.
Alex Anzalone versus MCDC Dan Campbell.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. You got old dad strength.
Really?
You going Anzalone, huh?
Yep.
I don't think Dan Campbell allows himself to lose that. I don't think he allows himself to lose it.
Well, this is a question.
I understand he's going against Thor, but I'll take the coach.
Peak physical condition, prime of his career. Dan Campbell's not in the prime of his career. I go with Anzalone.
Well, I really appreciate you guys answering those questions for us.
Well, I'm glad we could help. I hope we did help. Wow. Not where I expected we'd go today.
Hey, man.
Who would you match Goff up against?
Bridgewater? Another quarterback?
Might be, yep.
But he seemed to go on offense, defense. So if I was going on a defensive side.
All the defensive guys are just jacked. And it's not a big part of playing quarterback.
I'll go Jerry Jacobs.
I guess the killer question is this how they're going to decide the kicker position?
Or will they leg wrestle for it?
Rico's looking at us like we're crazy. What's up, man? How are you?
I walked in on leg wrestles.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. We are crazy.
Yeah. How are you today?
I am good, and I can't believe I'm still having to defend my name, honor, and integrity.
As it pertains to what?
Jim Costa.
What?
And what I did or did not do to Jim Costa on Friday night.
Sure.
As Jimmy was like, well, I saw what you did to Costa. Like, I did not do this.
So for people who don't know, during the Michigan State Central Michigan game, late in that game, Fox Sports 1 zeroed in on Costa and his wife as they were looking for sad Chip fan.
They found him.
And they found Jim Costa, who was sitting next to Rico. And there is quite a bit of discussion about whether or not Rico arranged for the TV network to have that shot make the air.
My honor, yes, I have to defend my honor again today.
I think it's just when you're panning the crowd and you're panning the Central Michigan section specifically, and you saw a pouty face like that, how could you turn it down?
Right. Now, it was a fortunate accident, a happy accident in my part because
you're right there.
No, well, his seats were bad, so I'm like, hey, Jim, let me get you some better seats.
Because I'll get you wherever you need to be. Where do you need to be?
Rico.
Yeah.
So I moved him and his wife to better seats. And then
I got the ushers to.
Yeah.
And then he made the television. It looked like I set him up because I moved his seat from where he originally was sitting.
Yeah, I see why people think that. I still believe it.
Who looked more miserable? They looked like they were just like so devastated. I think his wife looked more devastated than he did.
His wife was ready to go.
She was ready to. The belief is she was.
halftime.
Yeah, she didn't want to stick around.
Yeah.
And Jim made her.
If only there was a way we can find out.
I have sources that says she was ready to go at halftime. I have a good source.
Yeah, you were sitting with
At
her. Did she tell
halftime.
you?
She was ready to go.
If you didn't see,
Are you the source, Rico?
Jim did slam the beer out of the shoe. We tweeted out the video.
Oh, I didn't see it. I'll have to look it up. Good for Jim.
I don't know why he felt the need to die on that hill.
He was strong on Friday. He was real strong on Friday, and I just sat there during the crosstalk. I'm like, okay, and he said, "I'll even shoot the boot." I'm like,
we go.
All right.
I do that.
And they said, "How about you? Why don't you shoot the boot?" I'm like,
easiest bet in the world.
Done. I'll shoot the boot if we lose.
Yeah, let's put the tombstone up. Yeah, he died on that hill.
He did. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, the fellas are all back because it was just me and a bunch of So they're all back, and they still don't believe me. So I have to convince them.
All right.
Along with Jimmy, and then just, hey, basically your takeaways from everything, including last night, as I tried to tell people at Clemson, that program
done.
Over.
Straight ahead, buckle up, stay safe, everyone. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Boy, I'll tell you, this almost begs for me to talk about the flight that got diverted from Atlanta, but we'll save that. We're going to open in a classier manner. First of all, how is everybody on a Tuesday? Second of all, we have to get to the bottom of something because we have your grandiose, I'm demanding them, by the way, Rico, demanding people deliver bold takes and overreactions from week 1 of college football at 3 o'clock. Because let me tell you what I take out of week 1 for Michigan and Michigan State. But there was one thing we all took away from Friday night. There's one thing that America got to enjoy. And unfortunately, you had to hurt a friend in the process. And you had to violate a trust. You had to break a covenant, if you will. It was what you did to Jim Costa, where now Jim Costa is the new sad fan meme. Jim Costa's the new Urban Meyer golf cart sad pizza. As Jim Costa, as Michigan State finally began pulling their head out of their ass, and all of a sudden they pan to the crowd, and you see just a whisker of the old silver fox Rico beard to the right of your screen. But main stage, Jim Costa and his lady looking like they wanted to be anywhere other than where they were. Gee, I wonder how that happened. I wonder how, of all the people in that stadium wearing those idiotic Fire Up Chips t-shirts that look like they were from Stephen Barry's, that they just happened to land on our main man, the cookie man, Mr. Jim Costa. Gee, weird that moments before this, one Rico Lamar Beard called Jim Costa and said, "Hey there, little buddy. No, the game's not turning out so great. Would you like some upgraded seats?" And his ass barely hit, and because Spartan Stadium doesn't have seats, we have benches, ass to aluminum TV star. How do you live with yourself with what you did to that poor man?
It was an unfortunate series of events. I had nothing to do with this. I said, Jim, I went up there, and he was sitting in these cramped little corners. I didn't realize the role that he was in existed. It was like they made it just for him. Like,
David. Now he just called Costa poor. I mean, my God.
No, I mean, it's where the visitors sit. So I've never sat in the visiting section.
Rico has never
not great.
Gone to the ghetto of the stadium.
Apparently. David, I got you good seats, right? You and your family.
You did.
I wanted you to be comfortable.
I wasn't in the Jetto.
Rico. My goodness.
There is no ghetto here. No.
I've never seen this
So
section
then I'm
of
like,
the stadium.
okay, hey, would you like, let's see if I can move up. So I asked some people. I'm like, yeah, the people who are sitting here, they're already gone. So yeah, you can sit here if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Hey, Jim, bring your wife. Let's sit right here. The irony is I had nothing to do with him being on camera, but we were actually talking. I'm like, I need to go get you a piece of pizza so I can take a photo of you eating some sad pizza. I didn't know it. Then all of a sudden his phone blows up, and I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, apparently I just was on TV. So Mike, I had nothing to do with it. I just wanted to make sure that he was having a good time.
Kenny, this feels rehearsed.
Because feels like he said this so many times now. He hasn't.
You want to know why? Because I had to do it for the morning show because Costa and Jansen went on there. So hey, guys, I had nothing to do with this. I had to do it with Doug yesterday because I had to do the show yesterday. And then I did it for the audience. Like, guys, contrary to what you've heard, I had nothing to do with it.
You had to do it in the mirror this morning to practice?
Right. You did it at your nightly prayer group.
Do you realize what would have to happen in order for that one shot?
Man, the same thing that happened with you and your dentist.
You know what?
About 2 minutes of effort. All you had to do is make one call. You're the guy. I've directed films.
2 minutes of effort. Come on, man. I ain't 16 no more.
I'm just making a point. It wasn't a literal representation of your libido. I'm saying You know so many camera people. That was a D-list broadcast where, I'm sorry, Tim Brando may or may not have been 4 bourbons deep. You make one call to the truck. Hey, Tommy, remember our days at the frat? And the next thing you know, boom, cookies, sad pizza.
No, I don't know any of the crew.
Now, no.
The crew is up. Man, Mike, the crew is like in the Munn parking lot. I have no idea who's in that truck. You're not allowed in the truck.
Yeah, I didn't say you had to walk there. It's called a cell phone.
I don't know who's working the game. I don't know the camera. I didn't know any of this stuff. All I know is that Henry had just caught a touchdown, and right after the touchdown, in the 6 minutes of silence, that Brando just didn't want to talk and just nothing. But anyway, they cut
awfully
to Costa.
defensive. He sounds awfully defensive. That's all I'm hearing here.
I want to ask the people. First of all, if you have not indulged in the sad Costa meme that is now a thing, you're going to get a chance to shortly because Kenny Cott is making an announcement today. Kenny Cott has merchandise on the way. We have Jim Costa sad pizza meme merchandise arriving. And it's going to be like The Hangover. We're ordering the executive package, coffee mugs, T-shirts. We are all going to have shirts adorned with sad Costa. It's here. It's a thing.
That's funny.
I'm getting a framed picture of it for the pod studio. This is real.
That's funny. Now, see, and Jim and I actually took a real picture together.
Nobody cares. We want sad Jim.
I didn't set up Jim. I didn't do it, Jim. I didn't. Was not me.
You know what, Rico? Going into the show, going into the day, I wanted to believe you. Everything you're saying right now, I'm leaning towards.
So naive.
I'm leaning towards, I don't know, man.
I can't believe you people think I have that much pull to get somebody
because
on camera.
You spend your life telling us how much pull you have.
No.
So
Stop. You spend your life telling everybody how much pull I have.
Erroneous.
I don't. That's you.
Erroneous.
You spend that. Well, he's a mover and shaker. He's got a little man person.
Hold on. Time out. Should we play the Getting to Know Rico episodes? Oh, I was on this president's tour bus. I directed an MC Hammer video.
At no point did I say, I know the guy who's directing the game. That ain't me.
I want to know. Because I know what everyone around me felt as far as that moment. Rico did him dirty. Because notice they kept Rico just off camera.
I was about to say, wouldn't I be in the shot?
No. Plausible deniability. If you were in the shot, it's way too convenient. And plus, the best part is they put just enough of you in the camera frame where we knew it was you. But it was like Rico dressed up as Adam and Eve with a maple leaf over his crotch. You just saw just enough for Rico to know.
Witness protection.
Right. You were sitting there in the Bobby Valentine outfit, mustache, sunglasses. David, I want to know from the people because I think Jim Costa got set up. And guess what? By the way, your defensive nature about this and your pursuit of innocence, I say, why bother? Because that setup was perfect for that rat with how he talked all week.
That is true.
So now we get to have the fun.
Deep down, I really want to take credit for this.
And that's my point. Just come to the dark side. Stop being so holier than thou.
I wouldn't do somebody like
that. Yes, you would. You're King Petty.
I don't have that.
Yes.
I don't have that many zeros behind my paycheck to pull that off.
You do.
I don't.
Because
I'm a nobody.
No, favors are free. And a lot of people owe you a lot of things. Remember the one time you tried to buy Rieger's debt and people were ready to line up for you on your behalf? You have that. I consider what you did to Costa street justice. That
You act like I could
require
just
any money.
You act like I could just pick up the phone and make this happen.
I wouldn't be shocked.
And David, you believe this.
I wouldn't be
I'm
shocked.
starting
that
to.
I could just pick up the phone and make stuff happen.
I'm leaning in that direction.
You called Spencer Tillman. That's my belief. I think you called Spencer Tillman and Tillman.
Solomon.
Huh?
What is he'll call him Solomon?
I don't care. They needed somebody in that booth so Brando would stop bombing MSU.
Oh my. No, seriously, I don't know. When Henry made the spectacular one-handed catch, I thought it was just me. And
hold on. I have to stop you momentarily. David has just spoken to me in the talkback. in a very deliberate tone. And normally he just tells me, but instead he has a big Lions teaser. That's all I've been told. Evan then shuffling in, looking like Jalen Berger. We are going to go to David. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop talking right now.
Okay.
I'm going to have you sell people a toaster or whatever you got to do. And then we're coming back because David is taking this show over with, can I call it Major Lions News?
Yes.
I think we all do currently.
Not
waiting
to drop
for this news.
but okay.
Let's party. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Unlike what you just heard on the air here, Planet Fitness will not judge anyone, and we mean anyone. You can feel comfortable using their workout facility. It's a squeaky clean gym with tons of equipment. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit, and all membership include fitness training if you need it. You just simply go up there and ask. It's free. You get all of this for just $1 down, $10 a month. No commitment. That's right. Now through September 13th, $1 down, $10 a month. No commitment at Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. It's very simple, folks. You simply go online or you can go to any Planet Fitness and sign up for a membership. $1 down, $10 a month. And if you don't like it, you have no commitment. But trust me, you're going to love it. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the two running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go, but – if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was waived, and they're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't expect that. Yeah, let's get him over here.
Yeah, so I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator.
All right. You spend a third of your life asleep. Now that you know you sleep so much, why aren't you sleeping on a more comfortable mattress? The brand new iComfort Eco, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper, for pressure relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan, have been for over 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Okay, I'm not going to hit the sounder, but David whispered in my ear, Michael, I have Lions news. So with that, David, the floor is yours.
This, according to every NFL writer, Chiefs coach Andy Reid told reporters that star tight end Travis Kelce hyperextended his knee at practice today, and his status is now uncertain. But according to Tom Pelissero, it is up in the air whether he plays Thursday or not as of right now.
He won't play. The Lions are winning Thursday night. Put it on the board. No Chris Jones, no Travis Kelce, no chance.
You have to win now.
This is turned into this is a win.
He will play.
He will not play after hyperextending his knee.
He will play. He's Travis Kelce. He will be out there. Nope. It's the first week. Do you really need half the Chiefs not to play in order to feel confident to win if you're a Lions fan?
No, but I'm allowed to be happy. Not that a man is injured, but I just don't need him. Well, I don't need him to play that night.
He's playing.
He's not playing. Okay.
It's opening day.
That's why he won't play.
He loves attention like nobody's business.
Hello, reality calling. He'll have a 10-day break. Instead of rushing him in 72 hours to play, he'll take 2 full weeks, get healthy, and they'll be ready to defend their title.
That sounds great.
Not playing.
That's Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce loves attention. He loves to come out. He'll probably run out the tunnel right before the game starts just so all the cameras can see him
not playing.
Doing this.
He's not playing, and Chris Jones isn't playing. Lions going to win Thursday night.
Okay.
It's happening. You know, what's going to be amazing is if they do win, how miserable you'll be Friday. That's what I'm excited about.
Why would I be miserable?
Because you really deep down just do not want this team to win. No. I feel it in my bones. You're like spiteful when I get excited on behalf of these poor people.
No, it's like you want me. Okay, here's the thing. If they win, they win. Great. I said, if you win, Lions fan, rejoice, have fun. Why would I want you to lose? I'm just saying the fact that it's like, wait, the day ended in Y, that means the Lions are going to win. No, it has nothing to do with that.
No, but
this is Kelce. Kelce's an attention person.
But when you're already down, I mean, any weapon they have, Kadarius Toney may not play. Sky Moore would be their number one receiver.
Right.
Travis Kelce is everything they have. He's out.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's out, David. This is a man who loves the attention.
He's going to get a new knee?
No,
between now and Thursday?
He didn't snap his knee, and two, it's not a Joe Theismann type of injury.
No, but hyperextension causes massive inflammation. It makes no sense to run him back out there Thursday.
You're correct in everything that you say, except for Travis Kelce, he'll be there. Now, if it was a normal person, you're right. The best thing to do is sit and wait. Kelce ain't a normal person. This man loves attention.
I'm amped up. You know, sorry he got hurt.
Yeah, but why would I be upset?
Because this team hurt you in a way, as you like to say to me, and I don't think you've ever been able to get over it. I think they hurt young Rico.
No, they didn't.
A man that was filled with life and compassion.
No, I feel bad because Lions fans just every year get disappointed. I would love for you to be happy for once. I would.
I'm telling you. Then just
has nothing to do with me.
Look, if Kelce plays, I still think they're going to win.
Okay,
because
that's
Chris
fine.
Jones not playing changes their entire defense.
What does that have to do? If they win, what does that have to do with me being miserable?
Because I feel like
if the Lions lose, are you miserable the next day?
I'm going to be annoyed, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, this is what I do for a living. And all the years of losing, it takes a toll on people. Yeah, it takes a toll when you're doing 25 hours of content a week on a team that basically for their entire history has shown their ass. So, yeah, I kind of want to try the other entree. There's a special of the night.
Right, and that's
it's
why
called
I said,
winning.
And that's why I said, if they win, you call up the next day, you talk Super Bowl.
Yes.
And
yes.
Normally, you get laughed at. Not that Friday. You're at the first of the line.
I think Kelce at best is very questionable. And I look at it as a Super Bowl team. This game means more to the Lions. I need Kelce full go for the rest of this season. If you rush him off a hyperextended knee, I'm sorry, that's malpractice. he needs rest. I want him to just take it easy,
Okay.
go record that podcast of his.
Here's how I see it. He's going to come back. He's going to attempt to play, knowing I got 10 days to rest if things go south. But he'll be there.
David, what's your spin on this? Rico and I are just diametrically opposed.
No, my spin on this is they don't need him week 1. They need him week 2, beyond. That's when they need him.
No, I think
they're
it's
trying to
more
win
of
a Super Bowl again.
Okay, I think this is more of a you don't want him in week 1. They need him every week. You just don't want him week 1.
Would you rather him play week 1 and then he injures it again, or he, re-aggravates the injury? Now that, that hurts Kansas City week to week when now you're not having Kelce or he's limited. Just don't play him in the opener.
That's right.
And then you're fine the rest of the season.
I guess maybe I think if you're the Lions, you're a fan, you got to be better than this. I want the full Kansas City Chiefs team out there.
That's such a John opinion.
It is not a John opinion, Mike, because if you beat them, then there's no excuse of why you beat them. You beat them with everybody there. So that's insulting. No. That's insulting to say that's a John opinion.
It is.
That is not a John opinion.
Yes, it is.
How is that a John opinion?
Because John said the same thing this morning. That's why.
Because I said you want the full team there.
No, I don't. I don't care.
Well, then you know what?
By
I
any
do,
means
because
necessary.
that means more. Because that means you defeated the Super Bowl champion
So
team.
do the Lions
not
have injuries?
half a team.
Hey, Lions are playing without J-Mo.
They played without J-Mo last year.
My point is, every team every week has shortcomings.
Right.
The dream sequence where both teams are full tilt never happens.
I understand, but if you beat them without one of their stars, yeah, you win, and you're not going to apologize for it.
Hell no.
But it feels better to say, we knocked off this team, and you had everybody there.
I don't think it will make a difference in how any of it feels. This is the one game on their schedule I think a lot of fans look at and go, they can't win it.
Okay.
So my point is, let's steal it. Let's steal it. Let's throw a rock through the window.
And like I said, and maybe I give Lions too much credit. I'm saying just go take it. Don't steal it. Walk out the front door with it, with the receipt in hand.
I mean, yeah, that would be fun.
Yeah.
But I just want the Lions 1-0 off Kansas City on a long week to prep for Seattle. That's all I care. I guess for me, Rico, great example. Take it to Michigan State, another team that has gravely disappointed us a majority of the last 5-6 years.
Right.
If you told me Mike Penix rolled his ankle getting off the bus, you just hate to see it. I don't care. I just want to win.
Right.
I'm desperate.
You want to win. You're desperate. But the fact that you're like, case in point, when they played De'Aaron King and no one gave them credit to, you're never going to beat Miami, and Miami's going to be too hot. De'Aaron King's up for a Heisman. They beat them with that quarterback. That made that win that much sweeter. That you did it despite everybody saying you had no chance to doing this. Yeah, you don't apologize if somebody goes down. But when you beat somebody at full tilt, that's when it's like, yeah, we did something here.
David, ticket text coming in on a myriad of issues. I look, it's free country. I don't care. Show me 3 more Chiefs got hurt. Say they all got the poops. I don't care. I just want to win. I don't give a damn. I'll play all their backups. Doesn't matter. What do you got?
All right, fellas, time to book it if you already have it. Lions money line. No Chris Jones, not a full Travis Kelce. Book it, Drew at work.
Let's take it. Take your points, please. Take your points.
Why?
Because they're like vitamins.
If the Lions win on Thursday, I'm sending the saddest pizza you've ever seen to the station for Rico.
No.
That is from Jason.
He explained he won't be sad.
Don't do that.
You know what? Hey, Kenny will love it. Send the pizza.
That's factually true.
Kenny will love it.
Kenny loves
you send the pizza, Kenny. My gift to you. It'll be happy pizza for you.
The line has...
Were those happy tears or sad tears?
The Lions move, or the line has moved from -6.5 to -5.5 with the Kelce news.
Devil's number. Lions win. Come on. Think about Thursday night. And the Lions, no one will remember who played. Going into Arrowhead. What is the last moment this fan base was given? What is it, realistically? Do you want to say it's in Green Bay when you were already eliminated? Is that it? Like, what you have to go back to Dan Miller screaming "Merry effing Christmas" when Cliff Averill scored against the Chargers.
I was about to say probably the Charger game.
Right, that's the moment. I am at a point where I don't care if they play a local.
So you're desperate.
Choir. Yes, 100%. 100%.
I guess I think a little bit more of this.
Nope.
But according to your definition, Rico, you will never give them credit for winning this game because Chris Jones probably won't be there. So that's an asterisk no matter what.
No, but
just
I mean,
hate to see it.
But you got Ragnar with a turf toe, so that kind of,
Woo! Warrior Frank.
Right. David, it's not that. It's just, wouldn't you rather beat them with everybody there?
A win's a win.
Yeah.
Okay.
A win's a win. I get what you're saying, but a win's a win.
Michigan starting a local school child at quarterback. Don't care.
I mean, it's like if first play of the game, Kenny Pickett goes down and we roll, San Francisco rolls the Steelers.
Don't care.
Doesn't feel the same.
A win's
Sure
a
it
win.
does.
I would say congratulations, Rico. You beat us week 1.
Money spends the same. 248-539-97. Niners minus 2.5. I kind of like it opening week. I don't think the Steelers are quite ready for that. Come on. Let's get involved. Packers getting a point against the Bears. Who's with me? 248-539-9797.
Packers?
I think so. We're on to Cincinnati.
Oh, he's coming along.
Let's go. All right, Moran Buick GMC. Time to get off the sidelines, get in the game. It's Moran Buick GMC. Schedules are packed this fall. You're getting kids to the sporting events. The 2024 Enclave for Moran, just the answer. Beautiful. Seating up to 7. I mean, David, it's perfect for your ever-growing family. If you got a bunch of projects around the house or hunting trips up north, they got you covered. The 23 GMC Sierra Crew Cab 1500. And if something's off with the current car, you know the deal. MoranExpress.com. Bottom line, you bring your vehicle in, you get the certified service appointment, you're on your way on your schedule, no one else's. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
What's your take on Jim Harbaugh going into this season with the suspension and his latest jabs at the NCAA in the system?
Yeah, well, he's not happy, obviously, but he's not going to – I mean, he'll rail or he'll fight back as only Jim Harbaugh can with kind of in code and with, I thought it was relatively clever of him, although he believes the players, the revenue sharing thing, he's espoused things like that before. For him to talk about it Monday before the Open, I think that clearly was directed either a okie doke, don't look here, look over here, or further like, the NCAA has all these other things that I think they need to work on, and without saying it, they're focused on this. I mean, they'll deal with it. They're lucky that they do have 3 relatively weak opponents and a veteran team. And I mean, it would be interesting if this were to happen next year in Texas as week number 2, how it would happen. But I think, and he does a pretty darn good job of hiding it, I think he's pissed. Now, deep down, I think he's also probably a little pissed at himself for letting it get this far. I know the principles, and his principle is he's not going to admit he was lying when he thinks he wasn't lying. But there had to have been an easier avenue to get through this without turning into, Russia versus the U.S.
People, I'm very pleased to bring you edition 1, and we do it every week in football. It is the Weekend Report. When did you run into Will Smith?
You never met Will Smith.
All right. Rico, the weekend that was in football.
When did you run into Will Smith?
Come on, let me at least get started here. Rico, this is the battle of what's worse. The man's job security or his haircut. I give you Billy Napier. Florida football is in tatters. We opened the season. They were a clown car. I don't know what's worse. The $6 haircut from the guy on the corner of the street, or Billy Napier's not going to make it to Thanksgiving. Pick.
I think his coaching, Mike. The haircut, well, so long as his wife likes it, fine. But you lost to a team playing their second and third string quarterback.
Got your ass kicked.
Yeah, it was on the road, but the game went the opposite. I thought Florida was just going to roll through Utah and come back with that road W. No, it was embarrassing. You couldn't stop the Utah scheme, even if you tried. And then now you got people saying, well, how much is it to buy him out? And what's Herb doing?
Number 2, Coach Prime, everybody. You can't avoid it. And I think I've figured out what Deion Sanders is. He's the ice cream of sports.
The little engine that could.
No, and delightful in small amounts. But if you leave it to the buffet-style portions, you're going to throw up everywhere. The Coach Prime stuff has got to calm down. And what I mean is, I don't need 800 commercials. Coach Prime. Can we say the man's name? Deion Sanders? Coach Prime. Coach Prime. What is he, a transformer? Like, enough.
You have to say Coach Prime, Mike, because you got to seem cool.
Well,
you got to seem like you know who Deion is because you're so good, close to him, you can call him Coach Prime.
Well, here's the other problem. We're crossing lines left and right. I mean, basically the network, Fox, is recruiting for Deion Sanders at Colorado. Boy, you got to go play for this man. Boy, how could you not go play for Coach Prime? Weird, you also had a Colorado grad and a Colorado former player on the telecast with Deion's bathwater on tap. Can we just call the game?
No, I mean, this is nothing.
Christ.
How is this any different from we're on the Michigan plan, the Michigan train.
Not, and I don't have to like it.
Mike,
it's my weekend report.
The thing. When he won, he put the world on notice. He is going to be the top story until they lose.
Right. Congrats. You body bag 78-year-old Ed Werder in a press conference.
I mean, did you see Shedeur for the 510 yards and Travis Hunter with, 110 plays? He earned it. A lot of people wrote him off. I know it's sickening, but to the victor goes the spoils. He won. I didn't think it was going to happen. They were 20-point underdogs. They just flat out went into Texas and TCU and won that game.
Ryan Day. What? I watched way too much of Ohio State, Indiana. I have no idea what the plan was or if there was one. He was supposed to play both quarterbacks, didn't. Your backup is dressed up like Sammy Ball wearing number 33. I have no idea what Ohio State's doing. If that's what OSU is, that's a 3-loss football team.
Yeah, you may want to introduce your quarterback to his top 2 receivers, who I think caught a collective either 2 or 3 total passes. That's not how you're going to win at Ohio State. That's not how you're going to make Marvin Harrison Jr. happy. When you got the best person on the field, you got to get him the ball. You struggle against Indiana. But let's see what happens. Because
I'll tell you what's
C.J. Stroud's first game was not good. His second game, he picked it up and realized, oh, my God, I got to throw to these guys with the single-digit numbers.
I think what needs to be investigated is whatever substance, shoe polish or otherwise, that he puts in his beard. I think it's getting to his brain. I think it's like a kid who's huffing out of a plastic bag. I don't know what Ryan Day's doing. I have no holy clue.
I think they simplified the offense a little bit too much for Kyle McCord, and yeah, it was less than Tecmo.
Breaking news. And you know what, David? This is kerosene to a fire, but I'm going to do it. We're gonna. Rico's ego's totally out of control today, anyways. Let's add another log to that fire. Announcement: Rico was right. Clemson's dead. Holy mother of God! What did I watch last night? Duke looked like the more athletic team. Duke had the better players, and Clemson, Dabo. I know you don't want to do NIL. I know you don't want to do the portal. I don't think you want to do coaching anymore. Rico Beard has won the day. Clemson is dead.
Dabo
dead.
Dabo's going to die on the hill.
Dead.
No, you know what, Mike? Here's the funny thing. You and Dabo have a lot in common. Dabo wants college football to go back to the way it was. And
right.
He's going to hold his breath and stomp his feet until everybody stops taking transfers and stops paying players, because I want it the way it used to be when everybody wanted to come and play for me. It's not that way. When you really look at it, they outdid everything for Duke except the score. They got to the 10-yard line twice and fumbled. Hey, maybe had you went out and got a real running back in the transfer portal, you would have won the game.
Well, their backs are really good.
Except for you fumbled twice.
Well, I mean, good players do fumble, but look, he's dead. He's done. Program's done.
He refuses to adapt, and if you love to say either you adapt or you die, yeah, I saw this. Like, dude, this recipe that you had, it's gone. Yeah, Clemson. I can't say that I didn't chuckle when I saw
you chuckled.
Duke fans running out on the field.
You're the first guy to send a text.
Maybe.
Wake up, Mac Brown. Did you catch this? North Carolina, South Carolina. I'm not talking about the dancing after the game. I'm talking before halftime with a pocket full of timeouts and 1:18 on the clock, and you force a punt. Tick, 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 tick. I'm going, wellness check, Dabo. 55 seconds left. 50 seconds left. 45. Oh, my God. They're not calling a timeout. Oh, my God. What was Mac watching Netflix? Rico, why is it so difficult for coaches to just run the situation? You call a timeout. You got a minute with the best quarterback in America and Drake May to add points. They chose to not do that. How?
I really wish I could answer that question, because it is the most frustrating thing. That's one where you're like, wait, how are we paying you this amount of money and you don't know how to use your timeouts? You don't know how to maximize a game. It is so frustrating because, yeah, you could say, well, it's easy for you playing Madden and whatever. Like, well, yeah, it kind of is. We can all do math. You got 3 timeouts. As somebody so eloquently said at one point, they're not like rollover minutes. You can't take them with you. Use the timeouts. Try to say, at least attempt a few plays. If you don't, then you take a knee and you're going into halftime. But I think you do your team a disservice if you just say, you know what, it's a minute left, and I don't think you guys are good enough to even score. Whatever. Take your time. I'll see you in the locker room. I hate when I see coaches do that.
Our weekend report brings us to the Brian Ferentz update desk. That'd be the son of Kirk Ferentz. Per ESPN, Iowa offensive coordinator Brian Ferentz needs to average 25 points per game over 13 games. Rico, that's 325 points for the year. Well, one problem. If he doesn't do that, he gets fired. Oh, they scored 24 in the season opener against Utah State, who, per S&P Plus, shout out Jim Costa, Utah State projects to be by far and away the worst defense that they will face all year long. Well,
no.
Now Brian Ferentz needs to score 25.1 the rest of the way to secure a victory in his drive to 325.
Okay, and here's the sad reality. I know nobody watched Big Ten football. I did. Iowa, Cade McNamara came out, and I think the first play threw a touchdown. And you're like, okay. And then, he hooks up with his former tight end here at Michigan. Okay, another touchdown. They scored 14 points early, 10 points for the rest of the game. They went back to old Iowa. He's going to get fired. They're not. I didn't know that was the worst defense that they were going to go up against.
According to S&P Plus.
Yep. He's not going to make it, Mike. It's like, I thought it had changed because it's like, okay, they're opening up the playbook, and I was always going to have a great defense. This is going to be problematic because at least Ferentz won't have to fire his son. He'll simply say, son, you didn't honor the contract. I did everything that I could for you.
Rico, we need to do a wellness check.
I really like this.
I know. I try to put it all together.
Hey, when did you meet Will Smith?
When did you meet Will? I mean, Dave, you can play that drop anytime you want. Wellness check on Butch Jones. Everyone remembers old Butch. Mm-hmm. Tennessee, Cincinnati, CMU. To say he's on the last rung of his professional existence would be an understatement. Butch Jones coaching Arkansas State. Did you see the video?
No.
Down 70. We witnessed a head coach on the sidelines break down in tears. And a player consoled him. Look, it's one thing if you want to cry in victory like Dick Vermeil or at a retirement speech, but you can't be doing the wubby bubbies on the sideline down 70. Mm-hmm. Might be time to step aside.
Did he think he was actually coaching? Did he think he was actually coaching at Arkansas and didn't realize?
You'll have to watch the video.
When you're at Arkansas State, the 70-point loss kind of comes with the check that you're about to get after the game. You're coaching at Arkansas. Okay, mistakes were made.
A lot of pride in Jonesboro, Arkansas. And I leave you with this. This is the year. Question mark. Texas A&M gets it right? The old neck brace was back in town because Bobby Petrino took the play calling from Jimbo, and they were slinging it all over the yard. Their receivers look awesome. Is that Muhsin Muhammad's kid?
Yeah.
Good to see we kept a legacy at home. The point is, they have weapons. And Bobby Petrino, albeit a notorious scumbag, is an offensive genius. Rico, is it plausible, as they head to Miami this weekend, the winner of that game gets it right this year? Uh-oh.
I want to say yes.
Uh-oh.
I don't believe in Texas teams.
Okay.
I realize that
All
now.
right.
I don't believe in Texas or Texas A&M. No, because in the end, Texas A&M is still in the SEC. If they were still in the Big 12, maybe. But it does look good that they were getting out of their way. That's a fan base I feel bad for. I mean, they support the 12th.
It's oil money. Listen.
Oh, man, the 12th man, when the fans are swaying back and forth, that's. I've never been there. That's on my stadium bucket list.
Well, go. We're out of time. I had more news to deliver.
You know what?
I have to deliver Mel Tucker a hat. Stop sweating, man.
When did you meet Will Smith?
When did you meet Will Smith? That is the Weekend Report. Football is here. You know what it means. Time to upgrade your TV, and Paulson's is the team to make it happen. A Sony 98-inch LED TV, lifelike. It'll make you feel like you're in the front row watching whatever MSU's offense is. Are you using a projector like I do? Sony offering $1,000 off of, I'm not reading all the serial numbers of that, a laser 4K projector.
Oh, 4K?
Yeah, by Sony. That'll blow your mind. Almost like when Jay Johnson makes sense with a 3rd and short play call.
What about 4th and 1?
Okay, then. Paulson's has added speakers and headphones from all your favorite brands, and they're having a launch party for you Reps from all manufacturers will be on site with food, drinks. Visit the events page on Paulson's website for more details. It's paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. All right, David, we'll go on the board. Lions news of the day. Kelce hyperextended his knee at practice yesterday. Andy Reid says his status is up in the air. I know Rico says the guy will play. If I'm running the Chiefs, there's no way he plays. You get a 10-day break after opening the season on Thursday. We'll see you week 2. Bottom line, Chris Jones won't play. There's just a 0% chance the guy leaves the couch and shows up without any training camp, any practice, ends his holdout, and plays Thursday night. Lions got to go win this game. Now, I'm not going to be angry if they don't. I'm just saying my expect to win mantra from last week remains. I am going into Thursday night expecting to win a game. And if Kelce doesn't play, you just hate to see it. You want to go on the board, and then we'll do the takeaways from week 1?
Yeah.
Minus the ridiculous weekend report. David, go ahead. All right, it was a really good week of picks. 7-3 on the pod. I gave you a couple of those winners here on the show, so we'll see if we can match that. That's going to be hard to do. Rico, I just want to put one out there. It's an NFL line I really like, and I wanted your thoughts on this because I feel like the wrong team is favored. Green Bay Packers getting a point from the Bears. Have we just slept on?
Where's the game?
It's in Chicago. I mean, haven't we just slept on the Packers to a point of like disrespect? It's top to bottom. They still have the best roster in the division. Mm-hmm. What they don't have is the great advantage they had at quarterback for all these years.
Right.
But the Chicago Bears are in the early stages of a rebuild.
Yeah, I think if people are buying into the, look, what Fields is doing and DJ and all this connection that they have, but yeah, it's easy to sleep on the Packers because Aaron Rodgers is gone. I'm with you. I would take Green Bay.
I like the Pack in that game.
Yeah.
Something early in the week. Again, you want me to just hand you the Lions with the points? I could do that too. But something non-Lions I want to put out there. Rico, go ahead.
Well, actually, I had something Lions-Chiefs related, but now that Kelsey's out there, recalibrating the anytime touchdown. So I give you the Rico extends the olive branch to David parlay. David doesn't like me, but that's okay. I still love him.
No, that's not true.
Christian McCaffrey and Najee Harris to each score a touchdown plus 375.
Each to score a touchdown. You know what? I'll take the olive branch. I like that.
See?
I like that.
We both.
Yeah, I like that.
David, do you have a selection for your rivalry game with Rico, and what are the terms?
We haven't come up with our terms yet, I don't think.
I can do that for you.
We won't be shooting the boot.
No.
No, that's disgusting. We're gentlemen. We don't do so.
That looked awful. That video that Jim did.
Yeah.
No, we'll figure something out. We got a couple days.
Okay. Kenny Cott, where are you at? I mean, so much football.
No pants on, middle fingers to the sky. Lions getting 6 points Thursday night. That's locked in. I already put the bet down. Because I think that number is going to move, too. I think it's going to go down to 5 or 5.5 or 4 at some point.
Yeah, and I mean, once it goes there, you're pretty much in the dead zone. But I think they go down there. I think they have a good accounting of themselves. I think they play well. Yeah, I think they can win that game. And if Kelsey doesn't play, it's all the more. I'm with Kenny on that. Yeah, I sure as hell wouldn't be betting the Chiefs cover numbers. Yeah. Chiefs given a touchdown or more, not good covering the spread. They're not. You might think they are. They're not. David, do you have anything, or are you going with Rico's pick?
Yeah, I have a couple here. He's not going to like my first one because I did just take the olive branch, but I do have the Steelers at plus 2.5 for that game over the 49ers.
You're still a fan.
And then I have this one here. He is their number one target. He is going to get a touchdown. Anytime touchdown score, plus 135 for Calvin Ridley. With the Jacksonville, they're facing the Colts, who have nothing on defense.
By the way, also, Mike, value, because this number is decreasing.
What's that?
Based off what you saw with Clemson, if you want to take that Florida State National Championship bet, I got in. It was 1,300 last night. It's now plus 1,200.
Well, if you're a listener of Cash the Ticket, that was one of my favorite preseason
it
bets.
Was.
I got plus 2,500. I'm sitting on it.
I'll give you full credit.
Rico, they beat Clemson. What do you think? Plus 350? Plus 400 tops?
Yeah. Your value's now gone.
God, they LSU could not block them. Could not block them.
And even though they're missing that one defensive player, I forgot his name, but that didn't.
No.
500 yards.
Yeah. No. That's FSU might be real. All right.
And there's no dominant team in the SEC.
ACC.
SEC. I'm saying for the national title.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, I mean, Kenny's upset with you, but I'll let you handle that.
Well,
all right.
When they finish playing PSL teams.
We need, Kenny, you can't be mad. It's truthful. We need all of the grand overreactions from week 1 for Michigan and Michigan State and the world of college football. I mean, did anyone watch OSU? We'll do it next. 97.1. All right, get ready for the NFL. Great offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, YouTube, and YouTube TV. So here's the deal. Best time to join us right now. You go to FanDuel.com/ticket. It's 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. No way. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the two running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday, and saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go, but – if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was waived, and they're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't expect that. Yeah, let's get him over here.
Yeah, so I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator. All right, 3 o'clock. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Odyssey.com rewind if you missed anything. It's my favorite time of year. Week 1 in the books for our colleges. You play a bunch of these deadbeat poverty programs, and everybody wants to have these grandiose takeaways. Now, it's no secret. Outside of players getting hurt, there are no takeaways. I don't take anything away from Michigan against East Carolina. East Carolina is horrific. This is not a good ECU team. It's a team that lost everything, and they were good last year. Okay? I don't take much away.
I don't take the good. I don't take the bad. Did you get out healthy? It's the same thing with Michigan State. I don't take a whole lot out of it. Now, with that said, that doesn't mean you don't. So this is the fun, is I want to know what you took out of your team's performance this weekend. All overreactions are welcome.
Oh.
All bold takes are welcome. I'll give you an example. The thing that was most jarring to me, Ohio State looks awful. Ryan Day looks like he is disconnected with his players, his staff, his scheme, the whole bit. Is that a hot take? You're damn right it is. Is it overreaction? Probably. But Rico, I told you before the season, Michigan is returning their quarterback and Ohio State's breaking in a new one or two, and you see the difference.
Yeah.
I don't care if you're playing construction dummies. You see the difference.
No, looks like for the first time in about 20 years, Ohio State can't replace a top quarterback with another top quarterback.
Now, it's overreaction.
It is.
But that's the name of the segment now. Now, what did you take away from Michigan and Michigan State? Because you actually value these preseason matchups. Tell me.
I don't value them. You could only look bad. Because if you win, you're supposed to win. For Michigan, it was a little concern that you weren't able to pad the stats of Corum and Edwards. I thought each would have over 100 yards. Instead, it was JJ that led the team. Now, I know, we've often said, hey, you got to let JJ go out there and throw the ball around. That's the only way that you were winning the game. You were struggling. And I know you'd be like, well, they really weren't trying. Actually, you were. And you weren't able to run the ball. And Corum had that one big run. But other than that, he really didn't do much. I think Edwards finished with like 37 yards. For Michigan State, man, good old Jay Johnson. You just can't make things happy. You can't make Spartan fans happy. 4th and 1 twice. You'll never convince me that turning a ball and handing it off 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage is a smart play, especially when watching what the Eagles and Jalen Hurts has shown you. Go under center, have everybody push him forward, pick up first down. But I will say this, Mike, Michigan State may have a kicker. They may have a kicker. A 47-yard kick, and the fans clapped. Partly sarcastically, but it was like, is this what it feels like to have a real kicker? Yes. But other than that, yeah, those were the things that I took away. The other, nationally,
FSU is the best team in America.
Where is it?
There's your takeaway.
Yeah. Florida State, because I look, Alabama, breaking in a new QB. We'll find out what he can do against Texas. I don't know what Georgia is.
No, that's my whole point about
Georgia's
the top
like
25.
Michigan.
You know what? Georgia, they're defending national title. Who cares? It's last year. Yeah. They don't play anybody. Florida State went out and beat a top 10 team and beat the brakes off. Okay, FSU's the best team in America.
And that's what I would say. If you went out there and you played a top team in week 1, I can now judge your team a little bit better. Or if you played a Power 5 team in week 1.
Last year, Georgia took on Oregon and destroyed them. There was no doubt they were the best team in America.
Right.
So if you wanted an overreaction from week 1, I'll give it to you. FSU is the best team in the country. Locally, look, I didn't walk away impressed by either of our teams. Clearly, Michigan's the better team, but neither performance was like, wow, this is dreamy. I mean, it was largely flat.
Dude, yeah, Michigan gets, another 6-7 weeks to iron things out and make sure that they are ready for the playoffs. State, you got a week to get ready for Michael Penix. And watching him, Mike, his passes are just so effortless.
Do you want the other? Here, I'll give you another hot take. It's right in your wheelhouse. Not USC, not Georgia, not Tennessee, not any of these other schools. The best offense in America is Washington.
Yeah.
Watching them decapitate Boise, the way they did it, they could have scored 80.
Their passing game is just it's video game.
It's like Cooper Kupp is everywhere.
Yeah.
How is this guy open?
Right.
Everyone's open all the time. And Penix throws bullets.
It's like, right, and he just flicks the wrist, 45 yards, and the receiver's wide open by 10 yards.
Right. Now, again, they played Boise. They were 14-point favorites. They demolished them. At least Boise has a semblance of being a functioning team. Michigan and Michigan State, I'd love to hear your guys' takeaways. I'd love to hear your overreactions.
And I got a feeling that James Franklin may have had some money on the game. Because with 7 seconds to go,
I know.
Instead of taking a knee, let's run the quarterback sneak. Let's get that touchdown. Let's cover.
I could have taken a knee. Didn't need to do any of that. The other game that happened in was Ball State, Kentucky. Ball State was up down 23, getting 25.5. The game's over. Kentucky leaves all their starters in. Clock is running. And they're passing the ball. Mm-hmm. And on the last play of the game, they pop a 30-yard run for a touchdown. And you're like, what exactly was your plan here? Mm-hmm. Horrible beat if you were on that one. 248-539-9797. I'd love to know where people are at with it. If you watched Michigan, give me that takeaway. Michigan State, it's the same deal. I am not going to play this game. You want me to tell you what MSU is or isn't? We'll see you 2 weeks from now against UW. For Michigan, I don't even know when their first real game is. That's not me being dismissive. There's nothing I can take out of you playing a game as 36-point favorites. You can't, outside of injury, you cannot take anything from that.
No. Michigan's first real game would be Michigan State if Michigan State follows the script and wins some games along the way. If not, your first real game's at Penn State in November, beginning of November. So, yeah, good luck.
And let me say this, too, because I know Michigan fans are the most insecure people in the world. Like, no one is saying you're not good. But anything you're going to bring up to me, I'll say we already knew. Well, JJ looks talented. Duh. It's never been an issue of talent. It's been an issue of actual production. Actual in the big games, not fumbling it or turning it over.
Yeah, like Florida State, it could be an overreaction, but you went out against LSU. LSU, I believe, was favored.
They were.
You handled them. There was never that you were down at halftime 17-14, and you murdered them on national TV.
And maybe I'm a weirdo, No, I'm not triggered because Keon Coleman caught touchdowns. He's a good player.
Yeah.
Like,
he's in the right system.
Well, yeah, it's Mike Norvell.
Yeah, they're going to go 4 and 5 receivers. He's going to flourish. If that's going to trigger you as a Spartan fan, I suggest you don't watch college football this year.
Well, no.
He would not have done this at Michigan State.
No, because Jay Johnson is not that dude. He's just not. Ask yourself, here's my takeaway. Jay Johnson is paid like a top 20 offensive coordinator. I don't think he's in the top 50. Because I don't think Jay Johnson would get a Power 5 job if he lost this one. Hate to tell you that.
Hey, all I know, Western get a new coach this year, David?
Yes.
I don't think they interviewed him. So that should let you know in state.
What?
Like Western football got a new football
You're right,
coach.
and Jay Johnson was not on the interview list.
Jay Johnson wasn't on the interview list. So that
okay.
Not that he should be, but yeah, this is one where in state, you're the offensive coordinator for one of the schools. Let's pick up the phone and see, maybe you just want that head coaching gig and you don't mind coming to a group of 5 school.
No, I mean that my big takeaway there, like, did Noah Kim play better as the game went on? Yes. Well, okay, great. I'll see you against Washington. I want to know what the takeaways are. Like, if I offer you one national and one local, there you go. I mean, Michigan State, I don't know. I can't. Central doesn't even have a functioning passing game. I can't give the defense all these roses.
The one more national, and I think it comes with an apology.
What?
Colorado's going to be better than I thought.
Define better.
Colorado will make a bowl game.
Disagree.
I did not think that Colorado would, Mike. I look at that schedule. They have 6 wins that they can get.
Now, you think they have 6. The element of surprise just went out the window. Second of all, I told you TCU was going to fall on their face this year. And third, if you think Travis Hunter is playing 129 snaps every week.
He was ready to play more.
Yeah, right. He says that now. Let's see in week 6.
I mean, Mike, it's possible they could. Now, it's a little bit of fool's gold, but going into their game at Oregon, they could be 3-0. That's half. You only need 6, and you still get to play Stanford, Arizona State.
I love how now, because of one win on opening week, they're just going to beat everyone they're supposed to.
No. I'm looking at winnable games. That's why I said they'll make a bowl. I'm not saying it's going to be a great bowl. I didn't think they were going to win 3 games. I'm willing to say.
The over-under, by the way, went from 3.5 to 5.5.
I would take the over. That's 6.
Still take the under. Okay. Still take the under. I think now that we've seen it on tape, now you know how they're going to execute their offense.
Yeah, their defense is not great.
By not great, you mean terrible? 248-539-9797. Sorry.
Semantics.
David, what was your overreaction takeaway week 1?
Yeah, my local overreaction is Michigan's not making the college football playoff. Penn State's going to win the Big Ten. If we can't get sacks on ECU, and if we can't run the ball on ECU, then I'm sorry. We cannot beat Penn State. Not saying Ohio State, because Ohio State didn't look great this weekend.
They looked horrible.
But Michigan can't beat Penn State like that. My national overreaction, Penix is going to be the Heisman Trophy winner this year. He looked outstanding against Boise State. I know people say, oh, it's Boise State. Boise State's projected to win their conference.
And second of all, look, if I put Boise State in the Big Ten, all right, they're better than Northwestern. They're better than Purdue. They're better than Illinois.
Hey, man, quit looking at my power rankings.
They're better than Rutgers. They're better than Maryland. They're better than Michigan State. Boise with that Dalen Green kid who's 6'6", 240 at quarterback. Look, man, Boise would be better than 5 or 6 Big Ten teams. That's no great shakes. I'm just making a point. Stop acting like that Washington played Georgia's schedule. I don't even know who Georgia played. Was it Tennessee A&M?
Right. Oregon's playing Portland State. No, we're not talking about Portland State here.
And Penix, by the way, if you want the reference material, it's something special. 29 of 40 for 450 and 5 touchdowns.
And he could have had more.
Easily.
Mike, as you said, it was the Cooper Cup. How was every receiver
all the time?
And it wasn't like a 5-yard pass and receiver. No. 40 yards on a rope, receiver, 10 yards behind the defense.
It's all the time. Everyone's open all the time in that team. It's unreal.
Yeah.
I mean, Adunze or whatever his name is, you know he's awesome. It's everyone else.
I'm sitting there like, man, I like Michael Penix, and I'm like, he's going to get that Heisman Trophy moment in Spartan Stadium. It's going to be like when you saw the C.J. Stroud highlights and you just kept seeing all the touchdowns that he threw because he threw for 7 in the first quarter. Talk about PTSD, David. Man, I had to turn that game off. Like, I like Washington. I like Penix, but they should be playing you guys.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your calls next. When you're injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, motorcycle, or a slip and fall, David Femininio is the guy you need to call. We've told you. You get injured in Michigan, you get David, and you get paid. David will personally make sure you get every dime you deserve, and David does not take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, tell him to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com.
I guess, was I a little surprised that they kept the two running backs? I'm a little surprised that that's all they kept, but they've got room to maneuver here with the roster, the way they've constructed it. I think the Lions are going to be quite active when it comes to adding players to this team. I think they are going to – I would hope that they would talk to Robbie Gould. We talked a lot about it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And saw another article last night that used the word picky. Robbie Gould is being very picky about where he wants to go. But if the picky means close to Chicago, Detroit is close to Chicago. So it's possible they could woo him to come here. But I think that they are also looking certainly at wide receiver to see if they can improve that group. But it's every position group. I mean, there could be some offensive lineman that was waived, and they're like, oh, my goodness, I didn't expect that. Yeah, let's get him over here.
Yeah, so I'm going to be intrigued to see if they sign a running back today. And there's a couple names out there, familiar names, that I'd kick the tires on, Gator.
All right, let's get to it. David, the ticket text. We're taking your grand overreactions from week one. No slander. I can't take much out of either of the local teams. Nationally, you had to play someone for me to actually give a damn. I think Washington might have the best offense in the land. I'm convinced Penix is absolutely an NFL quarterback. Now, you got to protect him. Yeah. But I'm convinced people are sleeping on that kid. But he pure passer, it's him, then Drake May, and then a distant third to Caleb Williams. I didn't say excitement. I said pure passer.
Yeah.
And Florida State's best team in America. David, go ahead.
Northwestern may be the worst team.
Holy hell. God should be offended that game was on a Sunday. Northwestern and Rutgers combined don't make a good football team.
No. That's why I was on Sunday, because most people weren't thinking college football and Sunday. That was bad.
Not until the night game. That's all I cared about. Bold reaction to week one, Michigan fan here, and I can already see MSU wide receiver Tyrell Henry is going to be a problem, Nate, in Royal Oak.
He's got his first catch was a one-handed touchdown. Yeah, that's not the one to me. Glover, he surprised me. I didn't realize how tall he was too. So
you got to show me against UW. I mean, I'm not mad. I want the overreactions. Watching that game, all I came away with is I hate Jay Johnson, and nothing's different. This is the same stuff. It's a lot like watching Clemson last night, that even though they hired Garrett Riley, Dabo won't let him run that offense. Right. Like, I watched MSU's offense. That's the same thing. Did they do anything to get Noah Kim comfortable? Nope. What's the hardest throw we could ask this kid to make? Let's do that. Yeah. Everything deep, everything to the sidelines.
Cross the field. Yeah.
Dude.
And I actually thought it was going to be a little different. David, I was all set to send you a text the first play of the game, and I'm like, no way is Carter about to take this to the house, and he got tackled. Like, okay, maybe there's hope. They drive down 4th and 1. Stop. Let's do it again. 4th and 1. Stop again.
I'll tell you, guys,
just punt the ball.
Here's an idea. When you get a first down, don't rush to the line of scrimmage to then lose 2 yards. What is this weird tempo thing he does?
Tempo into, a run. that they're like, thank you. Now it's second and long. Appreciate that.
I'm honestly approaching a hatred. David, go ahead.
Approaching?
Pac-12 QB is off the charts good. That's not a big takeaway, but Caleb Williams does not have a chokehold on that conference, they say.
No, he doesn't.
Caleb Williams won the Heisman last year because it was musical chairs because everybody kept losing it. And he was the last one standing.
You could see the 3 Heisman finalists, unless the media gets involved and kind of, fixes it like they did with Aiden. It could be 3 Pac-12 quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. Penix, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams. Bo Nix. Road Bo Nix. We'll see him down in Lubbock. And again, you want to make an argument, well, Blake Corum or JJ. Guys, the numbers will speak. Mm-hmm. Now, again, a couple of years ago when Aiden got there, hate to break it to you, he wasn't even the best defensive end. Will Anderson had double the season he had. Go look at the numbers.
Well, here's the thing. That's why I said that game against East Carolina was Corum's game. Pad your stats.
It's JJ's time now.
Go put up 170 yards. It's gaudy numbers, but that's what people remember. You didn't get 100. JJ had a really good game. But when you put that next to what Michael Penix and other quarterbacks did, it was Big Ten good.
Where do I buy a free Harbaugh shirt? Jackasses. Honest to God. Go to J97.1. Hi, Jay.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? How y'all doing today?
What's on your mind,
Jay?
Good. So I want to talk about 2 things. I want to talk about Travis Kelce being injured, and I want to talk about the overreaction for Michigan. So one of my biggest concerns for Michigan was that defense. I mean, when East Carolina needed to get 1 yard on like a 4th and 1 or a 3rd and 1, they just QB sneaked the ball right up the middle, which kind of, was the dagger for Michigan last year in the TCU game. They need to be able to get pressure on that quarterback, and they need to make sure that their interior D linemen can stop that, quarterback sneak if they go up the middle. It was kind of concerning for me, but I mean, overall, I think Michigan did a really good job on offense, being able to balance out both the run and the passing game. You've seen J.J. McCarthy open it up a little bit. I think he even completed, 16, straight passes. So I like that, because I don't really like the running 50 times a game, 25 to Corum and 25 to Donovan Edwards, kind of predictable. But also the Travis Kelce injury, I mean, I hate to see it. I like Travis Kelce. He's one of my favorite players in the NFL right now. But I don't want to hear anybody talk about, if the Lions win on Thursday, it was because they were missing Chris Jones and Travis Kelce. That's a part of the game. Because last year, if I remember, when the Lions were down a few players when they played New England and got shut out, nobody gave them an excuse.
Right, nobody cares.
Them to go there
At the end of the year, they're going to know your record. They're not going to know who played and who didn't in week 1 as you open the season.
And, Jay, maybe I misrepresented. It's not that you're going to make excuses. I just think it's more satisfying when you beat the team and they got everybody there. You'll take the victory. You always take the victory. But, man, knowing that you took out them with their best players on their night when they got the rings in their crib, that's satisfying.
Go to Keith, 97.1. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Mike Rico. How's it going?
Good, dude.
Hey, so my first takeaway is good news for MSU. I think we might be able to stay within 50 of Ohio State this year, but we'll see.
Uplifting. Thank you.
Yeah. But then in terms of Michigan State is what I wanted to talk about. There's 3 questions I had. I mean, I don't think we can really evaluate the defense, which was one of them, at least not against Central Michigan. But the other 2, it doesn't look good to me. I mean, I felt like the run game was not there. I thought there was defense in the backfield on almost every handoff. And the only way for Jay Johnson to have any success was to have some sort of run game this year. And then the other problem is just stupid penalties. So, I mean, I've defended Mel Tucker up until this point, but I'm just not sure I can anymore. I mean, we see the same problems 3 years in a row now.
Well, there's a couple.
Minus K9.
I was about to say, Keith, they actually had a pretty good run game.
Yeah, minus K9 in 2021. I know we did.
I mean, I'm talking about against Central Michigan. Like they had a running back to go over.
I know we did, Rico. It was just when I was watching the game, I just felt like the defense was in the backfield a lot, and a lot of those big runs were like broken tackles in the backfield.
Well, right, and that's big listen. Here's the deal. Ultimately, I try to be patient. I know it takes a few years to build an O-line, but Chris Kaplovich is a highly paid 7-figure assistant. If that's the best O-line he can throw out in year 4 at the school, then I can't help you. You know, J.D. Duplain is like in year 10 of his career. Yeah. I've seen Matadors make more physical contact than some of his block. I mean, he straight Olayed on one of the 4th and 1s.
Well, I think that the thing that helped him out is when, and I can't believe we're breaking down O-line, but when Samac missed the beginning, he was a center.
It's overreaction day.
You're
we get to do
correct.
whatever we want.
When he came into the game in the second half, the O-line got better.
Up next, who's David Fincher? I needed to look up who this human being was who was playing center for State.
Eastland? No. Yeah. No.
Rico, I don't care. Okay. I didn't know he was with the team.
Yeah, he's with the team.
Who the hell is... I was like, is this guy a novelist? Mm-mm. Who is David Fincher?
Great movies.
Who is this guy?
The Life of David Gale.
Okay. You lost me. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev? Kevin? Kevin's gone. He's asleep. It's okay. 248-539-9797. Sit tight on the calls. We'll get more of the overreactions. David, a little NFL coming up. Is that what we want to do? Rico, what do we got?
Big 10 power ranking.
Oh, Christ. No. Really?
Just for you, buddy.
Fine.
I love you, too.
Fine. I'm going to participate with enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Hey, free Mike Valeni.
Right. Where? Free Juwan. Let's free all our coaches who do stupid stuff and free them from our own school, I guess.
Free Bobby Petrino.
There's not an adult, there's not an adult in the room. There's just not. All you got to do is go, JJ, do me a stop. Take that piece of tape off your shirt, will you please?
Seriously? No, they loved it. Hey, you know what? How about we line up in a train and everybody hold up 4 fingers?
Well, when did he pass away? They were honoring him like he was dead.
I expected a Rudy moment where JJ was going to take the game ball and the entire team would walk to Sharon Moore's house.
Yes.
And hand it to him. For you, coach.
This one's for Rudy, coach.
For you, coach.
Jesus. Guy was there all week. You had to go 10 minutes without him. Do you know there were over 282,000 auto accidents last year, many of them ending with someone dying or being critically injured? Distracted driving is a huge problem, and it's why you need affordable life insurance for you and your family. National Benefit Plans. Shop from over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. They guarantee you the best possible rate, and in the event of that accident or devastating diagnosis, your family's covered. Longer you wait, the possibility of not getting coverage increases, so don't wait. That's a better idea. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200. That's 877-734-2200, or you go on the web to nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
MSU is going to be challenged by Washington, and you're going to get a real test of how much better your secondary is when you face Michael Penix. You get it in your house. It's not going to be easy, though. That's a real test. And if MSU, I mean, obviously win the game, it's a big deal, but if they show an improved secondary and like an identity on defense, now you start to craft this narrative like, hey, maybe there could be a heck of a showdown when they play in East Lansing.
That'll be a big test. It'll be a huge test to find out what this defense is. Is Brantley being back? Is he, how effective can he be at that corner position? We saw him play, and he was good. I wouldn't sit there and say against, your vaunted passing attack, he was great. But you start thinking about, and to the last caller's point, there's nobody looking past Michigan State. Talking about Michigan fans, what's the one mar in the last 2 seasons on the regular season record for Michigan? It's in East Lansing.
Yep.
As I look at them here, look, I may like them to win this division because I think you're getting
value.
Hold on,
You're
let
going
me
to
do
turn
it.
them on, the little bottom
Come
button.
on, here you go, Tito. What do you got for me?
You got to press the button.
Piece of what the hell?
Come on.
What the hell? That's not what I wanted.
Here, give me that. I'll save you from yourself.
Silence everyone. I will handle this.
Silence everyone. I will handle this.
Value. That's what you get with the Bills. And that thing is Satan's spawn. Holy Hold on. What do you get? Hey, Jimmy, what do you get with the Bills?
Just keep going.
Hold on, I got to do it again. So when you flip the switch.
Yeah, you want me to give you a tutorial?
Value. We're good. You're getting a lot of value with the Bills at plus 120.
All right, it is a hostage situation, people, meaning it's the dreaded Big Ten power rank that I am forced to participate in, but I will do a damn fine job with it. Let's go with the ridiculous open. Anyone but Northwestern at the bottom is slander.
Hostage situation. Come on.
Let's go. I'm here.
At 14.
Northwestern. Rico, listen,
You know what? We can go ahead and just Sharpie them in at 14 for the rest of the year.
Look, and here, you want to know how they're bad? They come home this week to play UTEP. Texas El Paso. They're underdogs. UTEP laying 2. That's how bad Northwestern showed themselves to be in week 1. And boy, if you come home and lose to UTEP in week 2, I don't know if you win again.
Mike, I don't think there'll be a time this season where Northwestern will have the lead in a game. They're that bad. No.
Slander.
They are that bad.
All right, let's go to 13.
13.
And I'd like to nominate a team.
Sure.
That lost to a group of 5 team who's rebuilding at home and gave up 40 when the guy you hired is a defensive coach. I'd like to nominate sweatpants and a sledgehammer, Purdue.
No. I don't have Purdue in there.
Who?
The team that needs the exorcist, Mike. Nebraska. Because just when you think that they have it right, they don't.
David, could God help Nebraska? Question.
I'm going to say no.
I think they're beyond it.
All right, Mike, at 12.
I quit. Purdue. Yes, I'm back. I love this game. No, I mean, how do you let Fresno State come to town and score 40? They lost everything last year, including Jake Haener to the NFL draft. That's a dreadful performance.
It is, yeah. It's not good for your opening performance. I thought maybe they would win the game, but no, they got a ways to go. You're changing up everything. You brought in a defensive-minded coach for the first time since ever.
I didn't understand it, but away we go. Next.
This is the bottom of the chili pot.
Rutgers.
At 11. No.
Come on.
They still lost 23-3 at home. They made Ohio State look bad.
Oh, Indiana. All right.
But it's Indiana.
They don't have a quarterback to speak of.
No, they
not
don't.
one.
No.
And somehow Tom Allen's still employed. All right, next.
At 10.
Rutgers. Rico, I keep waiting for Greg Schiano to show something. Every year I feel like it's the same thing. Rutgers doesn't have a quarterback. They don't have skilled people. The defense will play well, but watching Rutgers play is visual anesthesia.
It's painful. It's very painful. I thought this quarterback was going to be the guy. This is their highly recruited quarterback. He's not the guy. At number 9.
Well, just say it.
Oh, Minnesota.
I have no qualms.
Okay. I thought you wanted to keep playing the game. Michael has officially given up.
No.
At number 8, they found a way. Here's your hint. They found a way to win at the last second, defeating
Illinois.
Yeah.
They had no business beating Toledo. We had Toledo cash ticket plus 9.5. They blew it, but they still covered. That's all we care about. I think Illinois got a super interesting game this Friday night at Kansas. And if you're into uniforms and the helmet, KU maybe with the set of the year. Have you seen these?
No.
You need to look.
Okay.
And it's got the old Danny and the Miracles script, the Kansas writing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they're nasty. All blacks.
Okay.
Friday night.
All right.
TJ loves them.
At number 7, speaking of defeating MAC schools.
Wisconsin?
No.
Well, they beat Michigan State. Okay. I'm okay with it. I mean, every team you just listed, I would expect to beat. So I can't be mad at it. Yeah, 7.
Okay.
Who'd Maryland play? DeVry?
At number 6, crosstown rival Townsend, the University of Maryland.
Okay.
They won 38-6.
Who's Maryland got the next couple of weeks I need to care about? That's the question.
I think they got Virginia Tech, Virginia next week.
Virginia's
No.
Horrible.
They have Charlotte.
Also horrible.
Followed by Virginia.
And then at Michigan State.
And then at Michigan State.
So, wow. You're shaky when MSU's your test.
Yeah. At number 5.
You realize if Tuck loses that game, my head will explode.
Yeah.
Carry on. Number 5.
At number 5?
I'm going to say a different team than I think you're going to say. I'd put Iowa here. Yes, we are synced up.
Yes.
That was as disappointing as it gets. It was a pathetic offensive performance against a god-awful defense.
Yeah.
Nothing changes.
Yeah, just somebody sent me a stat. This is the first time Iowa scored a touchdown on the opening drive since, you want to take a guess?
2020?
1991.
What?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
Yeah.
They went 30 years without scoring on the opening drive of the season?
Yeah, that was his dad.
That's wild.
Courtesy of Carson Anderson this morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
At number 4, we're just going to go with Wisconsin.
Rough first half, played great in the second half, but I'm still confused by the identity change. Because they sure look like a running football team to me.
Yeah, the passing wasn't working. Let's just turn around, hand the ball off, and all of a sudden, because you have the personnel to run the ball.
Also, like, is it year 13 for Chez Malusi? He's back again?
Hey, man, that COVID year.
I mean, guy's 34, married with 2 kids. He's still playing at Wisconsin. I'm like, what the hell is this guy still doing in school?
Better than Houston's quarterback. No, not Houston's quarterback.
Oh, UTSA?
La Tech.
Well, La Tech is Hank Bachmeier. He's terrible. No, UTSA's Frank Harris.
He's like 28 years old.
He is a 7 or 8 year player. Sorry.
Walking this kid to kindergarten.
Yeah. Dad'll be to pick you up after practice.
At 3,
I'm going to say Ohio State. I hated
Ohio
the performance. They didn't get McCord comfortable. They didn't try to. It was, we're going to run a Tecmo Bowl playbook. Guys, you have Notre Dame in 2 weeks. Yeah. And Devin Brown, who was supposed to play, got 1 snap. I just didn't see it from OSU.
No, I wonder if Brown is going to play like the entire second game.
Maybe.
And maybe they go that route.
They got Youngstown State.
I thought maybe State would do that with Tucker, but I'm like, you know what? Just leave Kim in the game. At 2.
Listen, I'll say Penn State.
No. Here's why. No. Here's why. You play a Power 5 school and you win.
Okay.
That means something. And Penn State got the job done. Michigan at 2. Penn State, number 1.
Okay, fair, because you gave people the reason.
It's a snapshot of right now. I reward you if you play good teams. Penn State.
Does Michigan get a bonus playing UNLV this week?
Yeah. Is Anderson Hunt playing? Larry Johnson?
Stacey Augmon, wide receiver.
The Tark.
I just got the schedule, please. All right, not bad. Feel like we were like-minded. That is the hostage situation, Big Ten Power Rank. All right, NFL around the corner. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers bet $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, customers bet $5, get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Now is the best time to join FanDuel. The app is easy. You can bet on everything from spreads to player props, anytime touchdowns, you name it. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
The Pac-12 went undefeated this weekend. With this product and the TV draws that are the defending Heisman Trophy winner, who looked great, with perhaps the most interesting coach and program in the country in Boulder, Colorado, a dynamic player in Washington and Michael Penix, Oregon State, my pick to win the conference, Dante Moore, the Detroit product, who is one of the more impressive freshman performers over the weekend. Utah, who on national TV totally dissected an SEC foe. He's got this product, and he couldn't strike a TV deal. It is so irresponsible and so unbelievable that happened with this product. I think it's going to be a fascinating watch this year. And quite frankly, it's sad. All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yeah, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting.
he won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Davante Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Davante on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction, Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
Talking your takeaways from week one, locally, nationally. Plus, we got some Lions news that we'll get to later on in the show. David, couple ticket texts before we get back to the phone lines.
Yeah, an overreaction here. OSU is trash, someone says. Another one here, Colorado will be in the playoffs. Well, we said overreactions, right?
We did say overreactions. I think that both of those are. Ohio State, I need to see, because I went back and looked at C.J. Stroud's numbers. His first game, I think he was slightly over 50%. Yeah, McCourt just didn't look great. It was almost like they wanted to make him so comfortable. They just stripped away the entire playbook and said, run these 4 plays. And we're going to hold up 4 fingers. 1 of 4 fingers, and you just run those plays, no audibling. Colorado's going to come down to earth in week 4 and week 5. They got to go at Oregon. Then they got USC at home. I think that's when it falls apart. Now, I still can't believe. Would it all go away if they lost to Nebraska?
Yes, it would.
With all this good faith and everybody loving them, you just lost to Nebraska. It's over.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I was thinking that in my head after watching everything from the post-game reaction, what Deion was doing with some of the media members, the celebration on Twitter from Travis Hunter and Sanders and all. And I'm thinking in my head, please don't lose to Nebraska next week.
David, and the whole – look, you know what? When you win, you can do whatever you want to do. But it was like, can we get a little bit of humility? Can you know what? TCU played a good game. Give credit to TCU. We came out here. They battled us. It was just me, my team, us, me. Okay. Hope you keep winning. Same people that build you up, Deion.
Oh, they'll be ready to tear you apart. Oh, my Lord. Someone says, my overreaction is I miss Keon Coleman so much. That's fair.
It is
not an overreaction, I don't think.
It's not an overreaction. I'm going to say this again. I said this yesterday. I understand where Michigan State fans are upset because, David, if you quit your job, you want to think that your job is going to struggle finding your replacement. And when they find somebody instantly, you're a little hurt. You're like, man, when you break up with somebody, you don't want to see them look like they actually dated up and found somebody better than you. The transfer portal giveth, it taketh away. No Michigan State fan was crying for Wake Forest when Kenneth Walker was getting Heisman talk. You didn't feel bad for them. He found a situation. It worked out better. Keon Coleman went to Florida State. Florida State runs a wide open offense. He has other top wide receivers there. They run 4 and 5 wide receiver sets. He's going to get one-on-one coverage. They're going to use all 6'4" of him to go out in single coverage and make catches. It's going to make you angry. He had 3 touchdowns. I don't think if he was at Michigan State, he wouldn't have had that type of game against Western Michigan. And even if he did, you would have been like, yeah, but it's just Western Michigan. It's going to happen. That's all I got to say. I understand why you miss him. But you better get over this, State fans, because you weren't crying for Wake Forest.
Here's an overreaction, a local one from Tom. My only takeaway in overreaction is it's still probably too soon that JJ looks more patient and composed in the pocket. From Tom. I don't know if that's an overreaction, though.
No, I don't. JJ went out there. He took what ECU gave him. It was a lot of short passes. He completed them. It was methodical. They moved it down the field. If I remember looking at the play-by-play type of stuff, I really think he only completed 2 deep passes. Most of them were just, 4 yards here, 5 yards here, that type of thing. Your running game wasn't working. ECU, I'm a little concerned because I thought the Michigan offensive and defensive line would be a lot better. Like I said, I expected Blake Corum to put up Heisman-type numbers and be like the only running back that entered the equation for the Heisman. I know it's a quarterback's award now. I kind of thought that he was going to have like about 4 or 5 touchdowns in this game.
Someone says Oregon State is winning the Pac-12. I've come down with a case of Beaver fever. Matt in Wall Lake.
Matt, I couldn't tell you who's going to win the Pac-12. Here's the sad reality. Larry Scott couldn't get a deal back when he was the commissioner for the Pac-12. And if the rumors are true, it all boiled down to the fact of he got upset because Texas wanted to keep the Longhorn Network. Remember, Texas was going to go to the Pac-12 along with Oklahoma, the Pac-12 was going to be probably the second best conference. He didn't want to do this, and it all fell apart, and now you're down to 2 teams. The swan song for the Pac-12, you look at all the quarterbacks, all the games, all the eyeballs will be on this conference, and the sad reality is, in the end, I'm glad you got the Beaver fever because it's just going to be Oregon State and Washington State. I don't know if they expand. I don't know what they're going to do with it, but they're all gone, and it's criminal. Some people should go to jail for allowing this conference to fall apart the way that it did with about 5 quarterbacks. Think about it. You got Deion in Colorado, gone. You got the returning Heisman Trophy winner, gone. You got Michael Penix in Washington, gone. You got Bo Nix, Oregon, gone. Oregon State, like Dante Moore from Detroit King went out there. David lit it up. I was like, man, gone. Like, there's so much happening. You let it all go away.
And then I'll read this one because I enjoy this one because it's kind of knocking Colorado down. As good as Colorado looked, they also gave up almost 600 yards of offense and 50 points to TCU offense that had several players drafted this past spring.
Well, I mean, if you want to let facts get in the way, but, do your dance.
No, let them celebrate. And then this one, my takeaway, Tuck sweating. Someone get that man a towel.
Okay. It was funny because Mike and I was talking about this in the commercial break. I don't know if this is like Nike dictates what the coaches wear. It was hot Friday night. He had on, the hoodie. But even worse was Deion. It was 120 degrees at TCU, Deion's got on a full white sweatshirt with the little black pocket on the front. Buffalo's, God, they don't have any polo?
Yeah, they said it was over 100 on the sideline there.
Right. I mean, we sitting up here talking about Travis Hunter. I'm like, what about poor Deion? Hey, this cat just got out the hospital. You trying to send him back? Yeah. I don't know if you even noticed that little Aflac commercial when they handle like, what do you mean I got a bill from the hospital? I'm like, okay, that's clever.
I did. I noticed that one, yeah.
That's clever. All right. 248-539-9797. Your overreactions. Week 1, locally, nationally. We'll get to your calls next. 97.1.
MSU is going to be challenged by Washington, and you're going to get a real test of how much better your secondary is when you face Michael Penix. You get it in your house. It's not going to be easy, though. That's a real test. And if MSU, I mean, obviously win the game, it's a big deal, but if they show an improved secondary and like an identity on defense, now you start to craft this narrative like, hey, maybe there could be a heck of a showdown when they play in East Lansing.
That'll be a big test. It'll be a huge test to find out what this defense is. Is Brantley being back? Is he, how effective can he be at that corner position? We saw him play, and he was good. I wouldn't sit there and say against, your vaunted passing attack, he was great. But you start thinking about, and to the last caller's point, there's nobody looking past Michigan State. Talking about Michigan fans, what's the one mar in the last 2 seasons on the regular season record for Michigan? It's in East Lansing.
Yep.
As I look at them here, look, I may like them to win this division because I think you're getting value.
Hold on. You got to turn them on, the little bottom
Come
button.
on. Here you go, Tito. What do you got for me?
You got to press the button.
Piece of what the hell?
Come on.
What the hell?
That's not what I wanted.
Here, give me that. I'll save you from yourself.
Silence everyone. I will handle this.
I'll save you from yourself. Silence everyone. I will handle this.
Value. That's what you get with the Bills. And that thing is Satan's spawn. Holy Hold on. What do you get? Hey, Jimmy, what do you get with the Bills?
Just keep going.
Hold on, I got to do it again. So when you flip the switch.
Yeah, you want me to give you a tutorial?
Value. We're good. You're getting a lot of value with the Bills at plus 120.
Talking week 1 overreactions. Locally, nationally. What do you got? For me, I thought Michigan's offensive line would be better. I thought that they would run the ball a little bit more. You won the game. Nobody got hurt. For Michigan State, I think you found a running back. More importantly, I think you found a kicker. You still don't know what to do on 4th and 1. That's problematic. You know what? I give up. That's one where if it's 4th and 1, I'm just going, I'm going to go to the bathroom and hope for good things to happen. Nationally, I think Colorado's going to make a bowl game. I didn't think they would win 3 games. I think they can win at least 6. I think they'll make a bowl game. I want to add another caveat to this discussion as well. The week 1, I told you so. The week 1, I got receipts. And I don't know. I'm going to leave it to David to be the arbitrator on this. Is it a week 1, I got receipts, I told you so, if it was something that I said last year was going to happen?
Yeah, for sure it is.
And now you guys are seeing what I saw last year. Why, Kenny?
We do not pay running back.
Because I'm ahead of my time.
You're ahead of your time. He got the wrong cue.
Right. Clemson. Go ahead and stick a fork in them. Done. Clemson won't be in their ACC title game. Dabo decided he didn't want to do the NIL. Dabo decided he was better than the transfer portal. Dabo is now paying the cost. You went to Duke. You got worked. You were the only game in town, and he just looked lost. You fumbled the ball. You did so much. So there, if you got one of the I told you so moment, 248-539-9797. Kenny, you said you had one, and I'm going to the phone line.
I had one in Colorado. Everybody was saying how bad they were going to be. I'm not saying they're going to be great by any means, but I just thought there was too much criticism going towards Colorado. Deion Sanders basically built their coordinators with pretty smart veteran guys. He doesn't really need to do that much for that team to be not bad. I'm, again, not saying they're going to make the playoffs, but I thought everybody was kind of dogging Colorado a little too much.
Could Shedeur Sanders put up 500 yards against Georgia?
No, absolutely not.
You sure?
No, yeah. It'll be real interesting to see when they play like another team with a pulse.
You played Tennessee this past weekend.
Martin.
Right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phone lines. Dan, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, Mike, I'll just tell you, a long-time listener, love the show.
Thanks, man.
I just wanted to say that, like, I thought Michigan State really grew up as the game progressed. And when I watched it, guys like Tyrell Henry, who I followed the team, but I had no idea who he was. And I was like, that guy caught that ball, So I was really surprised by maybe I bought into the Jim Costa, line there, but they actually did better than what I thought they would do, and maybe I had zero expectations. Maybe that's the reality.
No, I got you. Hey, Dan, fun fact.
Yep.
The Henry catch caused the Costa sad reaction on national TV. He couldn't believe that it was a touchdown.
Yeah, I believe that.
No, and you know what? Here's the thing that I do like, Dan, and I appreciate the phone call. They did progress. They got better. This is one of those games that nothing really good could come out of it, only bad things. And at the end of the first half, this looked like it was going to be a nightmare season for Michigan State. Noah Kim looked like a quarterback who said, guys, we're about to go into halftime. We're losing. If we're losing at halftime, I'm going to get yanked out the game. So let's throw the playbook out the window. Let's just go out here. I'm going to throw you the ball deep, make some catches. Let's score. And maybe I'll be back out in the second half. Now, Mel Tucker said he never considered pulling him out the game. David, I don't know if it came across on the TV screen. There were boos after the third possession.
I did not hear it.
Oh, no. There were boos
coming
from the student section, coming through the stadium. And I'm standing there with people like, he's going to have to make a quarterback change. You can't. This kid is just not ready. Now, I guess this is what a $10 million coach does. He's smart enough to see, give him some time. The second half, hitting 9 different receivers is what I like because it was the antithesis of what happened last year of locking in on 1 or 2 guys. When you're throwing the ball around, you can't double team anybody. Now you're finding the open guy. That was the pattern of success for Connor Cook. The best days in Michigan State football. Maybe they could do that again. They got a lot to do. But then when they pulled away, I was like, okay, I feel better. 31-7. Let's roll. You got Richmond is a get-right game. We'll talk more about that later in the week. But my thing for that, 21 points in the first quarter. You should score on your first 3 possessions. That's an FCS school. They lost at home to Morgan. I think, was it Morgan?
Morgan State.
Morgan State. You should score on your first 3 possessions. Do that. And then at that point, Kim, you're done for the day. And I'm going to put the backup in for the rest of and see what. Not that it's a quarterback competition. I'm just going to give him some experience. 248-539-9797.
Real quick, though,
Yeah.
I will say I was surprised because I was watching the game with family. I was surprised. I expected at halftime a quarterback change.
I did too.
So I guess I need to give Tuck credit for knowing or kind of going with the right move because I thought for sure we're going to see a new quarterback here.
David, if he didn't score, I think it was going to happen. I really did. Because I'm sitting there with Evan, and I'm like, Evan, they got to put in Caden Hauser. Like Noah Kim, put up the tombstone. Rest in peace, Noah. You didn't make it. And then he scored, and I was like, well.
That saved it, yeah.
Let's see how you start, and then all of a sudden it clicked. The game slowed down. The throws were there. Less drops. They got something going. 248-539-9797. Austin, you're on 97.1.
Oh, man. Don't you hate when they interrupt your commercials with a football game? I mean, I think the new clock rule and all the commercial breaks are just brutal. And this might not be a hot take, and I've always kind of been annoyed by all the ads and all the commercials during the football broadcast, but I think this last weekend was a new low. I was mercifully watching OSU versus Indiana, and it seemed like every possession, it was possession, commercial break. They'd come back, they'd show the punt, and then they go right back to commercials. Every timeout, every injury, every review, commercials. And I think it just went a long way in making the whole viewer experience last weekend kind of unwatchable. Obviously, we'll still watch because we're all college football fans. But it's just, last weekend more than ever, it was just absolutely rough.
You know what the funny thing, Austin, is it was supposed to speed the game up. I do think that the TV networks were evil geniuses. They had us all fooled that, games are going to go faster. You're right. With all the commercials. Here's the funny note. I don't know the exact time difference. Michigan and Colorado TCU started at the exact same time.
Yep.
I think Colorado TCU ended an hour after Michigan's game was done. I thought this was, but it was all, like you said, all the commercials that you had to watch.
Yep, and they do it under the guise of making the game go by quicker. But in reality, it's just a way that they can squeeze in more commercials because the time windows for the college football games are still the same. It goes noon to 3:30, 3:30 to 7, and 7 to the late kick. So the time windows for the games are all the exact same. It's just the games the actual game time is a lot quicker, so they can just squeeze in more ads, and it's beyond frustrating.
No, I'm with you. I appreciate the phone call. That new clock rule is I don't know who they're fooling because it was like, okay, well, we're speeding the game up now. That means we can get 10 more commercials in the game, and I guess they didn't think that we would even notice it. Takeaways from this weekend. Overreactions. Locally, nationally, or if this is your chance for the I told you so, I got the receipt moment, give us a call. 248-539-9797 because I can promise you this. I know every Michigan fan. You were hate watching Michigan State. Oh, you were firing up chips. You were. But it was nothing compared to what was going on in Bloomington, Indiana. If you're a Michigan fan, be honest. Be honest with me. Be honest with yourself. How happy were you watching that Ohio State-Indiana game? 248-539-9797. Because you were probably thinking, booking your trip to Indianapolis. If that's the best that they got, oh, wow. We're going back to Indy. Third straight time. No, David. Save it. Give it to me on the other side. 248-539-9797. 97.1. You heard me talk about Specs Howard, Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Let me tell you, if you want a career in radio, as a matter of fact, I had a class earlier today and we were going over what it takes to make it in radio. Why? Because I'm not going to waste your time. We jumped right into this. This could be you next semester. Or TV. You want to go into graphics design? Specs at LTU can be the place for you. It's very simple. You're going to be taught by people who work in the business. We're not going to waste your time. I need you to do something, folks. I need you to be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, and Graphics Communications program offered through Specs at LTU. And while you're there, make the magic by enrolling in the Specs at LTU certificate program today. Remember, be curious. Head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs. Do it today.
The Pac-12 went undefeated this weekend. With this product and the TV draws that are the defending Heisman Trophy winner, who looked great, with perhaps the most interesting coach and program in the country in Boulder, Colorado, a dynamic player in Washington and Michael Penix, Oregon State, my pick to win the conference, Dante Moore, the Detroit product, who is one of the more impressive freshman performers over the weekend. Utah, who on national TV totally dissected an SEC foe. He's got this product, and he couldn't strike a TV deal. It is so irresponsible and so unbelievable that happened with this product. I think it's going to be a fascinating watch this year. And quite frankly, it's sad. All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yeah, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Mm-hmm. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Davante Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Davante on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but That's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold ass prediction, Brian Branch will take a fumble.
So, serious question, Michigan fans. What was your thoughts watching Ohio State take on Indiana? Because I had to think there was a lot of chuckling and just a lot of, is this the best that they have? Are we watching the end of Ryan? A lot like how I felt last night watching Clemson get beat by Duke, where I tried to tell you this team wasn't that good. 248-539-9797. I really want to know, Michigan fans, you watch this game. You do. Everybody watches their rivals. Everybody nitpicks their rivals. You know, you were having fun first half of the game against Central Michigan and Michigan State, and then all of a sudden it wasn't as fun anymore because State pulled away. But Ohio State was a struggle. Kyle McCord, Ohio State has not missed on a quarterback. I mean, ever since Craig Krenzel, they've had a quarterback that can lead them to a championship. I mean, heck, even other guys and Stanley and all the other guys, Ohio State just cranks out quarterbacks, at least in college. They may not be great in the pros, but in college, they win. It looks like they roll snake eyes with McCord. Like, you got 2 first-round NFL wide receivers, and you only threw them. They only had, 4 combined catches? Are you nuts? Are you serious? You're a Michigan fan. You had to be happy seeing that. Go ahead, David.
You just hate to see it. That's all I'll say about. No, that's not all I'll say about that. That's my I told you so. I told you that Ohio State was dead. They looked like a skeleton of themselves after Michigan has beaten them in back-to-back years. And I'm wondering if Ryan Day was ever that good, or if he just had a guy. Like the pictures I saw yesterday on Twitter regarding Dabo, looking like Butch Jones as the Tennessee coach, because once you lose your great quarterbacks, all of a sudden you become an average coach.
But that's just it. Ohio State always has another quarterback. They won a national title with their third-string QB. I will never worry about their quarterback situation. I'm going to give McCord another game or two. But, that's Indiana. Indiana's not good.
And it was laughable because I'm thinking and I'm going back in my mind, in my head, and I'm like, wow, Vegas thought they could win the Big Ten, huh?
Right. I mean, if you were playing Iowa, okay, Iowa has good defenses. Okay, I can see that. You struggle. That's Indiana. Really? Huh.
It was so enjoyable. It really was.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to the phone lines. Drake, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico. Dre, by the way.
I'm sorry, Dre. What's going on?
No, you're good, man. Did Mike got the poopsies or something? He disappeared on us.
Nah, he's good, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, so for one, I called on the overreactions, and I'm going to give those to you, both positive and negative. But I did want to hit on the whole, being a Michigan fan, looking at Ohio State. To be honest with you, I didn't really watch much of that game between Ohio State and Indiana. I'm more intrigued on what they do against a team like Notre Dame, a team that, from a physicality standpoint, I equate to very similar to Michigan. I'm more interested in this Saturday than last Saturday. Actually, I'll be completely honest. I hated watching MSU. That's all I did on Friday night.
You hate watching them?
Because, as a Michigan fan, huh?
I said you hate watching them? I got you.
Absolutely. Plus, I'm a Chip anyway, so I'm a Michigan fan, but I'm a Chippewa grad, so I had 2 rooting interests. But, as a Michigan fan, I've always, even though I have a high degree of respect for State, I've always viewed, State as, the annoying, rock in my foot. I'm walking towards Ohio State every year, but when State's good, it's like that little, rock that gets in your shoe where I can't sprint, and they just don't go away. And so, I need to make sure that I don't have to worry about that rock this year. And thus far, things look kind of shaky now. It's early. Everybody has a chance to get better. We don't see you guys to week 7, week 8. So both teams can be completely different. So and I know what Mel Tucker's 2-1 for a reason. So I have a high degree of respect for you guys.
Dre, I'm gonna let you get to your Michigan stuff. How happy were you when it was 7-3 Central?
I was extremely ecstatic, man. I mean, like, I know some people who went to the game, you know, like, I the last time I played you guys, I think I was actually a student at Central, and you came to 2012. You had Andrew Maxwell as your quarterback. You guys came ranked number 9 with Le'Veon, and it was a cool experience. And but no, man, it's when you're a MAC school, you always get that chip on your shoulder compared to the Big Ten schools. So you want to, you know, it's fun to give them a little bit of a heart attack. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But anyway, to the overreaction thing, my calculated overreaction in the positive is that I thought JJ will be the driving force for this Michigan offense, not Blake Corum this year. Even though the opponent wasn't the best opponent, I focus more on the small details of what I saw from JJ. And when you watch JJ last year, the passing game was always looked very wonky. You know, even no matter who the opponent was, like hell, even on the Ohio State game, like that wide open pass to Cornelius Johnson, he underthrew that ball. Like he would underthrow or overthrow guys last year, even when they were open. And so he never really seemed like he was composed, no matter the level of opponent. So, you know, what I liked about Saturday was like it wasn't Corum or Edwards that was getting the big first downs or, to me, making most of the plays down the field. It was JJ being posed, hitting Colson Loveland, hitting Cornelius Johnson, hitting Roman Wilson a couple of times, 3 times in the end zone. So I think my overreaction early will be JJ's going to be the guy that's going to drive this offense.
I appreciate the phone call.
Go ahead. Yeah, the negative, real quick, is you stole my thunder. It's Clemson. You know, I think for Klubnik, you know, look completely lost. I think Clemson will struggle to get to 8 wins this year.
No, I agree with you. Clemson won't be in the ACC championship game. You're probably looking at Florida State and either North Carolina or Miami, but it won't be Clemson. Dabo looked as the only thing missing was him just saying, you know what, this isn't fair. This is not fair. Okay? We don't use the portal. We don't go out and pay for players. You come to play you come to Clemson for the love of the game. I mean, he was just befuddled. And it couldn't happen to a nicer person. 248-539-9797. Ben, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, how's it going?
What's going on, man?
Not much. Yeah, I was just calling about I'm a Michigan fan, so I was calling to chime in on the Ohio State game. Kind of what Dre just said, but I turned it on, watched it a little bit. I didn't watch it a ton. Like, it was just, like, boring. Like, I definitely smiled a little bit. I was like, okay.
3, let's just get this thing over with because this team is bad.
Honestly, not really. Just because it was the week 1, I was just like, you know, like I said, I had a little smirk. I was pleased to see that they weren't just slinging it. And they weren't looking like Ohio State for sure. But like I said, there's like 10, 11 weeks, whatever it is. There's a lot to wait for. And I don't know. It's Ohio State. So I've enjoyed the last couple of years, but they want to beat us. That's their number one goal. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. said they were asking about a national championship, Big Ten championship, and he was like, the team up north's the first thing we got to worry about.
Yeah, you're right, but you got to worry about he's got to worry about getting balls thrown to him now.
Right. And that's what he's supposed to say, isn't it? That's the typical rivalry answer when they ask you that.
It is.
They haven't beaten us, so the goal is first to beat us.
David, it's like, how do you have 2 NFL wide receivers? And it was like they forgot to tell McCord, all else fails, throw the ball to either one of those guys. They'll make plays. Not them. I was just, because I had to look, like, because I walked away from the game and came back, and I thought maybe they got injured. Maybe they were hurt. Nah. They cut to the shot of the 2 of them sitting on the sideline like,
yeah, and
I miss CJ.
That's amazing to me because, and I'm not saying you forced the ball, but the McCord.
No, you forced the ball.
But the McCord, Marvin Harrison Jr. thing is like Peyton Thorne and Jaden Reed. They went to high school together. So you would think that's an easy connection. You know, just throw it to him. I know what he can do. Mm-hmm. And he didn't do it.
No, Those two guys looked like they were headed straight to Ryan Day's office as soon as this game was over. Like, if he ain't throwing us the ball, put the backup in. Yeah. More week one reaction coming up next. 97.1.
MSU is going to be challenged by Washington, and you're going to get a real test of how much better your secondary is when you face Michael Penix. You get it in your house. It's not going to be easy, though. That's a real test. And if MSU, I mean, obviously win the game, it's a big deal, but if they show an improved secondary and like an identity on defense, now you start to craft this narrative like, hey, maybe there could be a heck of a showdown when they play in East Lansing.
That'll be a big test. It'll be a huge test to find out what this defense is. Is Brantley being back? Is he, how effective can he be at that corner position? We saw him play, and he was good. I wouldn't sit there and say against, your vaunted passing attack, he was great. But you start thinking about, and to the last caller's point, there's nobody looking past Michigan State. Talking about Michigan fans, what's the one mar in the last two seasons on the regular season record for Michigan? It's in East Lansing.
Yep. As I look at them here, I may like them to win this division because I think you're getting value.
Hold on. You're going to turn them on, the little bottom
Come
button.
on. Here you go, Tito. What do you got for me?
You got to press the button.
Piece of what the hell?
Come on.
What the hell?
That's not what I wanted.
Here, give me that. I'll save you from yourself.
Silence everyone. I will handle this.
I'll save you from yourself. Silence everyone. I will handle this.
Value. That's what you get with the Bills. And that thing is Satan's spawn. Holy Hold on. What do you get? Hey, Jimmy, what do you get with the Bills?
Just keep going.
Hold on, I got to do it again. So when you flip the switch.
Yeah, you want me to give you a tutorial?
Value. We're good. You're getting a lot of value with the Bills at plus 120.
People, I'm very pleased to bring you edition 1, and we do it every week in football. It is the Weekend Report. When did you run into Will Smith?
You never met Will Smith.
All right. Rico, the weekend that was in football.
When did you run into Will Smith?
Come on, let me at least get started here. Rico, this is the battle of what's worse. The man's job security or his haircut. I give you Billy Napier. Florida football is in tatters. We opened the season. They were a clown car. I don't know what's worse. The $6 haircut from the guy on the corner of the street, or Billy Napier's not going to make it to Thanksgiving. Pick.
I think his coaching, Mike. The haircut, well, so long as his wife likes it, fine. But you lost to a team playing their second and third string quarterback.
Got your ass kicked.
Yeah, it was on the road, but the game went the opposite. I thought Florida was just going to roll through Utah and come back with that road W. No, it was embarrassing. You couldn't stop the Utah scheme, even if you tried. And then now you got people saying, well, how much is it to buy him out? And what's Herb doing?
Number 2, Coach Prime, everybody. You can't avoid it. And I think I've figured out what Deion Sanders is. He's the ice cream of sports.
The little engine that could.
No, and delightful in small amounts. But if you leave it to the buffet-style portions, you're going to throw up everywhere. The Coach Prime stuff has got to calm down. And what I mean is, I don't need 800 commercials. Coach Prime. Can we say the man's name? Deion Sanders? Coach Prime. Coach Prime. What is he, a transformer? Like, enough.
You have to say Coach Prime, Mike, because you got to seem cool. Well, you got to seem like you know who Deion is because you're so good, close to him, you can call him Coach Prime.
Well, here's the other problem. We're crossing lines left and right. I mean, basically the network, Fox, is recruiting for Deion Sanders at Colorado. Boy, you got to go play for this man. Boy, how could you not go play for Coach Prime? Weird, you also had a Colorado grad and a Colorado former player on the telecast with Deion's bathwater on tap. Can we just call the game?
No, I mean, this is nothing.
Christ.
How is this any different from we're on the Michigan plan, the Michigan train.
Not, and I don't have to like it.
Mike,
it's my weekend
here's
report.
The thing. When he won, he put the world on notice. He is going to be the top story until they lose.
Right. Congrats. You body bag 78-year-old Ed Werder in a press conference.
I mean, did you see Shedeur for the 510 yards and Travis Hunter with, 110 plays? He earned it. A lot of people wrote him off. I know it's sickening, but to the victor goes the spoils. He won. I didn't think it was going to happen. They were 20-point underdogs? They just flat out went into Texas and TCU and won that game.
Ryan Day. What? I watched way too much of Ohio State, Indiana. I have no idea what the plan was or if there was one. He was supposed to play both quarterbacks, didn't. Your backup is dressed up like Sammy Ball wearing number 33. I have no idea what Ohio State's doing. If that's what OSU is, that's a 3-loss football team.
Yeah, you may want to introduce your quarterback to his top 2 receivers, who I think caught a collective either 2 or 3 total passes. That's not how you're going to win at Ohio State. That's not how you're going to make Marvin Harrison Jr. happy. When you got the best person on the field, you got to get him the ball. You struggle against Indiana. But let's see what happens.
I'll tell you what's
C.J. Stroud's first game was not good. His second game, he picked it up and realized, oh, my God, I got to throw to these guys with the single-digit numbers.
I think what needs to be investigated is whatever substance, shoe polish or otherwise, that he puts in his beard. I think it's getting to his brain. I think it's like a kid who's huffing out of a plastic bag. I don't know what Ryan Day's doing. I have no holy clue.
I think they simplified the offense a little bit too much for Kyle McCord, and yeah, it was less than Tecmo.
Breaking news. And you know what, David? This is kerosene to a fire, but I'm going to do it. We're gonna Rico's ego's totally out of control today anyways. Let's add another log to that fire. Announcement. Rico was right. Clemson's dead. Holy mother of God, what did I watch last night? Duke looked like the more athletic team. Duke had the better players. And Clemson, Dabo, I know you don't want to do NIL. I know you don't want to do the portal. I don't think you want to do coaching anymore. Rico Beard has won the day. Clemson is dead.
Dabo
dead.
Dabo's going to die on the hill.
Dead.
No, you know what, Mike? Here's the funny thing. You and Dabo have a lot in common. Dabo wants college football to go back to the way it was. Right. And he's going to hold his breath and stomp his feet until everybody stops taking transfers and stops paying players, because I want it the way it used to be when everybody wanted to come and play for me. It's not that way. When you really look at it, they outdid everything for Duke except the score. They got to the 10-yard line twice and fumbled. Hey, maybe had you went out and got a real running back in the transfer portal, you would have won the game.
Well, their backs are really good.
Except for you fumbled twice.
Well, I mean, good players do fumble, but look, he's dead. He's done. Program's done.
He refuses to adapt, and if you love to say either you adapt or you die, yeah, I saw this. Like, dude, this recipe that you had, it's gone. Yeah, Clemson. I can't say that I didn't chuckle when I saw the
you chuckled.
Duke fans running out on the field.
You're the first guy to send a text.
Maybe.
Wake up, Mac Brown. Did you catch this? North Carolina, South Carolina. I'm not talking about the dancing after the game. I'm talking before halftime with a pocket full of timeouts and 1:18 on the clock, and you force a punt. Tick, 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 tick. I'm going, wellness check, Dabo, 55 seconds left. 50 seconds left. 45. Oh, my God. They're not calling a timeout. Oh, my God. What was Mac watching Netflix? Rico, why is it so difficult for coaches to just run the situation? You call a timeout. You got a minute with the best quarterback in America and Drake May to add points. They chose to not do that. How?
I really wish I could answer that question, because it is the most frustrating thing. That's one where you're like, wait, how are we paying you this amount of money and you don't know how to use your timeouts? You don't know how to maximize a game. It is so frustrating because, yeah, you could say, well, it's easy for you playing Madden and whatever. Like, well, yeah, it kind of is. We can all do math. You got 3 timeouts. As somebody so eloquently said at one point, they're not like rollover minutes. You can't take them with you. Use the timeouts. Try to at least attempt a few plays. If you don't, then you take a knee and you're going into halftime. But I think you do your team a disservice if you just say, you know what, it's a minute left, and I don't think you guys are good enough to even score. Whatever. Take your time. I'll see you in the locker room. I hate when I see coaches do that.
Our weekend report brings us to the Brian Ferentz update desk. That'd be the son of Kirk Ferentz. Per ESPN, Iowa offensive coordinator Brian Ferentz needs to average 25 points per game over 13 games. Rico, that's 325 points for the year. Well, one problem. If he doesn't do that, he gets fired. Oh, he scored 24 in the season opener against Utah State, who, per S&P Plus, shout out Jim Costa, Utah State projects to be by far and away the worst defense that they will face all year long. Well,
no.
Now Brian Ferentz needs to score 25.1 the rest of the way to secure a victory in his drive to 325.
Okay, and here's the sad reality. I know nobody watched Big Ten football. I did. Iowa, Cade McNamara came out, and I think the first play threw a touchdown. And you're like, okay. And then, he hooks up with his former tight end here at Michigan. Okay, another touchdown. They scored 14 points early. 10 points for the rest of the game. They went back to old Iowa. He's going to get fired. They're not. I didn't know that was the worst defense that they were going to go up against.
According to S&P Plus.
Yep. He's not going to make it, Mike. It's like, I thought it had changed because it's like, okay, they're opening up the playbook, and I was always going to have a great defense. This is going to be problematic because at least Ferentz won't have to fire his son. He'll simply say, son, you didn't honor the contract. I did everything that I could for you.
Rico, we need to do a wellness check.
I really like this.
I know. I try to put it all together.
Hey, when did you meet Will Smith?
When did you meet Will? I mean, Debbie, you can play that drop anytime you want. Wellness check on Butch Jones. Everyone remembers old Butch. Mm-hmm. Tennessee, Cincinnati, CMU. To say he's on the last rung of his professional existence would be an understatement. Butch Jones coaching Arkansas State. Did you see the video?
No.
Down 70. We witnessed a head coach on the sidelines break down in tears. And a player consoled him. Look, it's one thing if you want to cry in victory like Dick Vermeil or at a retirement speech, but you can't be doing the wubby bubbies on the sideline down 70. Mm-hmm. Might be time to step aside.
Did he think he was actually coaching? Did he think he was actually coaching at Arkansas and didn't realize?
You'll have to watch the video.
When you're at Arkansas State, the 70-point loss kind of comes with the check that you're about to get after the game. You're coaching at Arkansas. Okay, mistakes were made.
A lot of pride in Jonesboro, Arkansas. And I leave you with this. This is the year. Question mark. Texas A&M gets it right? The old neck brace was back in town because Bobby Petrino took the play calling from Jimbo, and they were slinging it all over the yard. Their receivers look awesome. Is that Mohsin Muhammad's kid?
Yeah.
Good to see we kept a legacy at home. The point is they have weapons. And Bobby Petrino, albeit a notorious scumbag, is an offensive genius. Rico, is it plausible, as they head to Miami this weekend, the winner of that game gets it right this year? Uh-oh.
I want to say yes.
Uh-oh.
I don't believe in Texas teams.
Okay.
I realize that
All
now.
right.
I don't believe in Texas or Texas A&M. No, because in the end, Texas A&M is still in the SEC. If they were still in the Big 12, maybe. But it does look good that they were getting out of their way. That's a fan base I feel bad for. I mean, they support the 12th.
It's oil money. Listen.
Oh, man, the 12th man, when the fans are swaying back and forth, that's I've never been there. That's on my stadium bucket list.
Well, go. We're out of time. I had more news to deliver.
You know what?
And I have to deliver Mel Tucker a hat. Stop sweating, man.
When did you meet Will Smith?
When did you meet Will Smith? That is the Weekend Report. People, I'm very pleased to bring you edition 1. And we do it every week in football. It is the Weekend Report. When did you run into Will Smith?
You never met Will Smith.
All right. Rico, the weekend that was in football.
When did you run into Will Smith?
Come on, let me at least get started here. Rico, this is the battle of what's worse. The man's job security or his haircut. I give you Billy Napier. Florida football is in tatters. We opened the season. They were a clown car. I don't know what's worse. The $6 haircut from the guy on the corner of the street, or Billy Napier's not going to make it to Thanksgiving. Pick.
I think his coaching, Mike. The haircut, well,
MSU is going to be challenged by Washington, and you're going to get a real test of how much better your secondary is when you face Michael Penix. You get it in your house. It's not going to be easy, though. That's a real test. And if MSU, I mean, obviously win the game, it's a big deal, but if they show an improved secondary and like an identity on defense, now you start to craft this narrative like, hey, maybe there could be a heck of a showdown when they play in East Lansing.
That'll be a big test. It'll be a huge test to find out what this defense is. Is Brantley being back? Is he, how effective can he be at that corner position? We saw him play, and he was good. I wouldn't sit there and say against, your vaunted passing attack, he was great. But you start thinking about, and to the last caller's point, there's nobody looking past Michigan State. Talking about Michigan fans, what's the one mar in the last 2 seasons on the regular season record for Michigan? It's in East Lansing.
Yep.
As I look at them here, look, I may like them to win this division because I think you're getting value.
Hold on. You're going to turn them on, the little bottom
Come
button.
on. Here you go, Tito. What do you got for me?
You got to press the button.
Piece of what the hell?
Come on.
What the hell?
That's not what I wanted.
Here, give me that. I'll save you from yourself.
Silence everyone. I will handle this.
I'll save you from yourself. Silence everyone. I will handle this.
Value.
You heard that?
That's what you
Lions,
get with the Bills.
Kansas City Chiefs
And that
starting
thing is
this
Spawn.
Thursday
Holy-
night, and news has come out of Kansas City.
Hold on.
Travis Kelce, the all-pro tight end for the Kansas City Chiefs, reports are he hyperextended his knee. Don't know if he's going to be playing or not. Looks as if the doctors are seriously looking at it. You're saying some reports saying best case scenario, he's doubtful. Others are saying this could end up being just a nothing burger. We don't know. Kansas City is not letting on anything except for Andy Reid saying that it happened in practice. Plain and simple. If this goes down this way, does this mean that anything less than a Lions victory on Thursday is unacceptable? He's not there. No Travis Kelce. That's the person that everybody is, I was worried because, that's Mahomes' buddy. That's his guy. That's his go-to guy. If he's not playing, does this mean, and no Chris Jones, you have no excuse of not walking into Kansas City and coming back with a victory. If it doesn't happen, I don't know. Now, somebody who disagrees with that may be Patrick Mahomes. Want to hear some week 1 stats for Patrick Mahomes?
Sure do.
David, in week 1 for the last 5 seasons, Mahomes, 1,542 yards passing.
That sounds good.
18 touchdowns.
That's even better.
No picks.
Wow, that's outstanding.
Man knows nothing but how to win on week 1 and does it with style and flair. He may not have Kelce, his target.
That matters.
David, if there's no Kelce and there's no Chris Jones, based off of everything I've heard all this offseason, you can't lose this game if you're Detroit Lions. You can't. You've been telling me everything has changed and everything is new. You got to win this thing. You must win. No exceptions. Lions fans, hearing this news that Kelce may not be playing, Jones may not be there. Is this all or nothing? 248-539-9797.
How much do you think now this affects Chris Jones? Meaning, does the team say, well, hold on now.
Dude, if
let's get this done.
No. Look, Chris Jones had his chance a long time ago. We've reached that point of no return for him showing up for this game. If the game was Sunday, you still got a shot. Game's in 2 days. If you're not there by now, even if you play, all you're going to do is injure yourself. Because I don't know what type of shape you're in. You're Kansas. I mean, he would probably come out there only on third down plays, which means he may get, 12 to 17 plays a game. If I'm Andy Reid, I can't put him out there.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because there's a dilemma also with San Francisco regarding your guy.
Well, I was going to say, David, guess what?
Well,
you get the same thing.
Well, but I was going to say my coach, Mike Tomlin, spoke, and I know this is in Pittsburgh, but it can relate to what Kansas City may have to deal with. And Tomlin said that we dealt with the same thing with T.J. Watt. And T.J. Watt showed up last minute, signed a contract, and he was ready. He was football ready to play. So if anybody else would be like that, I would say it would be either Nick Bosa or Chris Jones.
Yeah, because it looks like George Kittle and Bosa may not be playing against the Steelers, which is probably why the line is sitting there at 2.5. But if you're a Lions fan, you got to be smiling. You got to be feeling good about yourself. Now, for me, I'd rather beat a team at full strength. But I now think that this puts more pressure on the Lions to win this game. You can't lose. If they're missing Chris Jones on the D-line and they're missing Travis Kelce, you can't lose this game. All the pressure is on Detroit. Losing, not an option. You're a Lions fan. Are you feeling more pressure that the Lions have to win this game? 248-539-9797 because, I'm not seeing how you could walk away without that victory. They're missing their best players. And let me state this for the record. You win the game, you win the game. There's no excuses. Nobody cares, okay? It's the NFL. But if you lose this game without them, what does that say about this team? 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls. We'll get to your ticket texts next. 97.1.
MSU is going to be challenged by Washington, and you're going to get a real test of how much better your secondary is when you face Michael Penix. You get it in your house. It's not going to be easy, though. That's a real test. And if MSU, obviously win the game, it's a big deal, but if they show an improved secondary and like an identity on defense, now you start to craft this narrative like, hey, maybe there could be a heck of a showdown when they play in East Lansing.
That'll be a big test. It'll be a huge test to find out what this defense is. Is Brantley being back? Is he, how effective can he be at that corner position? We saw him play, and he was good. I wouldn't sit there and say against, your vaunted passing attack, he was great. But you start thinking about, and to the last caller's point, there's nobody looking past Michigan State. Talking about Michigan fans, what's the one mar in the last two seasons on the regular season record for Michigan? It's in East Lansing.
Yep.
As I look at them here, look, I may like them to win this division because I think you're getting value.
Hold on.
Let me
turn them on, the little bottom
Come
button.
on. Here you go, Tito. What do you got for me?
You got to press the button.
Piece of what the hell?
Come on.
What the hell?
That's not what I wanted.
Here, give me that. I'll save you from yourself.
Silence everyone. I will handle this.
Silence everyone. I will handle this.
Value. That's what you get with the Bills. And that thing is Satan's spawn. Holy Hold on. What do you get? Hey, Jimmy, what do you get with the Bills?
Just keep going.
5 o'clock hour here on a Tuesday. Very simple. Lions fans going into Kansas City this Thursday. Chiefs may be without, they'll probably be without Chris Jones. May not have Travis Kelce. He hyperextended his knee today in practice. Does this mean anything other than a victory is just unacceptable? Now, I've heard so much about this Lions team, David, and how this is going to be a different team and how they're winning the division. This looks like one of those free square type of situations where you walk into Kansas City now and you hand Patrick Mahomes his first week 1 loss. Because he's averaging about 251 yards and about 3.5 touchdowns a game. No interceptions. He lights it up on week 1, but he may be without his best target. Is this all or nothing? Is a loss totally unacceptable if you're a Detroit Lions fan? Because I've heard everything about this team, and this is a different team. You lose to this team. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Because at that point, I don't know if you've turned that corner yet. It's football. Everybody gets hurt, but you take advantage of bad situations and you get a chance to knock out the champs at their crib. We got to see. 248-539-9797. Plus, I also got a little bit of maybe an update, David. Go ahead.
Oh, an update on Kelce? Mm-hmm. Okay, well, let me give you this here. This is from Dr. Jay Chow, who's a pro football doc on Twitter. A lot of people follow him. He's been known to give his opinions on injuries on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it now. But he says the worst case scenario is the 3 letters starting with A. I think everyone knows that's ACL. Mm-hmm. Best case is the bone bruise. Either way, opening game is doubtful at best. And according to a report, they are Ian Rappaport says sources are telling him that it's a knee injury and that they'll wait for the swelling to go down and then go from there. So that sounds to me like he's definitely not playing.
Yeah, except for that's Travis Kelce. He loves attention.
Does he ever? Okay. I don't think he can do this, though.
He can. He will. Because if he does this makes him a gamer. We see it all the time in sports where the superstar going to sit out. Oh, hell no, I'm not. Doc, give me the shot. Give me that juice in the bottle. I'm going out there. I will play in this game. 248-539-9797. Let's go to the phone lines. Will, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, how you doing, Rico? I see what you're saying about Chris and actually Kelce. I get that, but no pressure as a Lions fan. Now, if Pat Mahomes was out, then I'll say, okay, we got to get this here. Still no pressure. I mean, Patty Mahomes, he won the Super Bowl pretty much on one leg last year, so I know Kelce being out is big. Chris Jones, we pretty much already knew he wasn't playing. Now, if we're talking about Pat Mahomes being out, then I would say, hey, we got to cash in. I mean, all the cards are on our court. Whether we win or lose, we're still fine because people in Kansas City in the National Football League still expect Kansas City to win at home with Pat Mahomes. And it'll be something different.
I appreciate that call, Will. So you're saying basically so long as Mahomes is playing, nothing's changed. I don't know. I mean, this is his best target. He's not there. Your third down specialist won't be playing into this game. You're a Lions fan. I mean, I've heard, they're the media darling. There's no excuses. David, I almost feel like you have to win this game. Or what does that say about your team?
it says that it's a week 1 and you can recover from week 1.
Okay, no. This is not a normal week 1 type of game. This is a statement game. Every Lions fan was sitting there saying, "Oh, we get the champions." I know people going to the game.
I do too.
Okay? We're not treating this like, oh, okay, well, we're going to start the year off against the Indianapolis Colts. No. This is Kansas. This is prime time. This is everybody is watching. This ain't a 1 o'clock on a Sunday where you're mixed in with the hodgepodge of everybody else. This is it. Everybody's watching you. Everybody, we've done the college football overreaction. You want to talk about overreaction? It's going to happen that Friday. Either we find out that the Lions are Super Bowl contenders or they're pretenders.
Yeah, to be fair, you're right. I'm joking around, but you're right. The fans have had this game circled since May when they named and released that schedule. So, yes, it's important for the Lions to win this game. And we've been talking for months now to show that you've arrived. Even if it's just not winning the game, it is being in the game. But now after this news, you're probably right. They got to win it now.
I think the pressure
outright win it.
The pressure is now on Detroit to win the game. It's not on Kansas City to, hold court on ring night. You don't get the excuse that people are hurt. Don't get me wrong. But now this is your time to go out there, take advantage of this, and you got to come back with the W. You got to have everybody saying how you went up and out and upset the defending Super Bowl champion. They may be without their second best offensive player. On the flip side, if Mahomes goes out there and still carves up the Lions and plays his normal game on week 1, hand that man the MVP because he's just doing it with nobodies now. I mean, yeah, you look at like who's playing? Who's out there? Nobody. I mean, 248-539-9797. A couple ticket texts, David. We get back to the phone lines.
Someone says the Lions must win is crazy talk, Rico. They need to be competitive, and that's the only thing.
No. Competitive is when I thought it was an even battle. If Kelce and Chris Jones aren't playing, it's not an even battle anymore. Competitive means if you can't have it both ways. You can't keep telling me how this team is different, how this team has changed, and then, just make it competitive. Just don't, as long as you lose by less than 10 points, no. Full strength, I give you that. They're not full strength. Miss me with the whole J-Mo not being here because J-Mo didn't play last year. So you can't miss what you never had. This is, you got to go in there. You got to take this game. Prime time, this is it. There's no missing the second best offensive player and probably the best defensive player. The advantage is you. The only advantage that Kansas City has, the game is being played there. Other than that, you got to go out there. You got to take this game. So I don't want to hear just keep it close. Not now. This is a little bit of game-changing news. 248-539-9797. One more ticket text. Back to the phone lines.
Y'all acting like Jones and Kelce make the team. Mahomes can make a grocery bagger go 7 receptions, 2 touchdowns, and 110 yards.
Fair. That's fair. I said Mahomes does this, and this is one of those where he's still the MVP. But it's going to be a lot difficult. And if you're this Lions team and you're telling me about all the changes and how you're going to be different, well, the NFL gods have stacked the deck for you. Go take advantage of it. 248-539-9797. Paul, you're on 97.1.
How's it going, Rico?
Hey, Paul.
Long-time listener.
Thanks, man. Thanks for calling.
I just want to say this is a major overreaction. Let's be honest. I think we're just trying to stir the pot a little bit, which I get. But even without Kelce, Chris Jones, we're going to Arrowhead on Thursday night. It's going to be a tough game. We just need a good game, a good fight. I'm not saying we're going to lose, but we just need a good game. Now, if we come back home against Seattle and with a sellout crowd, it's going to be loud. and we lay an egg on that one, then there's some panic here. But like, come on, let's be real here. I know the game's going to be changed now without Chris Jones and Kelsey, but I'm not. This isn't a must-win, and if we lose, the season's over type thing.
No, Chris. I'm sorry, Paul. I'm not saying that the season is over, but I am saying that based off all the off-season hype that I heard, this is going to be a big-time step back because this game kind of swung into your. This is now a game that the Lions can go and take on the road.
I'm not. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm about to say just showing up and playing a good game, and both teams played hard, and here's your orange slices. Nah, you don't get to do that now.
I just don't want the overreaction from all the fans and especially the radio personalities as well. Oh, we went into Arrowhead and we even without Kelsey and Chris Jones, we didn't get the win. It's like, no, like it's Patty Mahomes, and I'm not saying I think we still got a good chance. I just don't want to hear all the overreactions if we don't pull this out, because I think we're still looking good no matter what. That being said, it's got to be a good game. And like you said, I want us to win, and I'll be critical as well. But I just don't think we're going to overreact here and say if we don't win, our seat, like it's not looking good. Like,
no, I get what you're saying, Paul, and I appreciate the phone call, guys. I'm not saying if you lose this game, your season is over. Here's what I am saying: you got an opportunity on national TV, prime time opening week to make a statement. If these guys are not playing, it's easier for you to make that statement. And all I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, David and Mr. Lions fan in there, well, so long as we play hard, that's really all that matters. Let's just have fun.
No, this isn't Little League football. This isn't PAL.
This is what I'm hearing from the ticket text. This is what I'm hearing from the phone calls. Where's all the bravado? Where's all the confidence that I've heard all summer long as people called me the Lions hater because I was like, guys, that's going to be a tough place to play. And now the NFL gods have set this up for you. And all I'm hearing is, well, just got to play hard. Yeah, it's a good game.
Well, as long as we just show up and
248-539-9797. Maybe.
Did everybody get their chips after the game?
I'm a little shocked. I thought Lions fans would be, honestly, I thought that they would be agreeing with me that this now becomes a game you should win. You should go into camp. If he does not play along with Chris Jones, if you lose, it's not going to end your season. Please don't take it for that. But if you lose, you only get really one chance to make that statement nationally. There's a lot of people counting on you. And I think you're going to let a lot of people down who have backed you, who have said this is a different team. You take advantage of this. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls next. 97.1. Planet Fitness is home of the judgment-free zone for anyone, and I mean anyone. You can feel comfortable and work out and work on your fitness goals for the year. You know what? A lot of people make that New Year's resolution and it falls off. And I'm saying head out to your Planet Fitness. Get to work now. Don't wait to the beginning of the new year. And at Planet Fitness, you can experience a clean gym, tons of equipment. If you tell me I don't have time for a workout, you know what? You're lying to yourself. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the 30-minute circuit. And all membership includes fitness training. It's free. Just walk up and ask the people, can you help me out? You get all of this. $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. That's right. Now through September 13th, $1 down, $10 a month, no commitment. All you got to do is visit your local Planet Fitness to sign up or just go online at planetfitness.com.
The Pac-12 went undefeated this weekend. With this product and the TV draws that are the defending Heisman Trophy winner, who looked great, with perhaps the most interesting coach and program in the country in Boulder, Colorado, a dynamic player in Washington and Michael Penix, Oregon State, my pick to win the conference, Dante Moore, the Detroit product, who is one of the more impressive freshman performers over the weekend, Utah, who on national TV totally dissected an SEC foe. He's got this product, and he couldn't strike a TV deal. It is so irresponsible and so unbelievable that happened with this product. I think it's going to be a fascinating watch this year, and quite frankly, it's sad. All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yeah, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Devontae Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Devontae on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of
Nothing better than forgetting a password. Oh, boy. Trying to figure that out. Talking about Kelce may or may not be playing in this game. David, here's a little bit of an update. I'm starting to think now he will be playing. Who seems to always know?
Adam Schefter?
Nah, this is better than Schefter. A little town out in the desert.
Oh, Vegas.
So I go to see Anytime Touchdown. It's been updated. Kelce's still the favorite at -130.
Come on.
So that's kind of telling me it's what I said. It ain't that serious, and he's going to play. They took it off the books. When we did our gambling segment, they took all the Anytime Touchdowns off the book. It's back.
So this is after they've done all their research and looked up. Yeah, okay.
Kelce is still -130, and he's the favorite to score a touchdown in that game. So something to keep track of. 248-539-9797. If Kelce doesn't play, Chris Jones doesn't play, is this a game that you have to go out there and show the world who you are and come back with a victory and nothing else is acceptable? I'm not saying that it means your season is over. Please don't get me wrong. What I am saying, you got a chance to prove to the world you're a different team. Here's an opportunity and a half, possibly. You must take advantage of this. 248-539-9797. Back to the phone lines. Todd, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico, you keep hammering it, brother, because you're onto something. And I think that we stopped just a little bit short in the entire conversation because our whole division plays their whole division along with the NFC South. So if the Lions can slide into Arrowhead one other team from our division, and I didn't look it up, has to go there as well later on. And that's when we pray Kelce, I think he is going to play. And Jones should be back. And we hope that the Chiefs sweep the rest of our division, because that turns out to be a swing game in the standings for us against the Bears, the Packers, and the Vikings. And it's the same thing with the NFC West. We drew Seattle again. I'm worried about that game, and that one caller was right. That's what we worry about and start really picking them apart if that happens. But Minnesota's got to go to the 49ers. The Rams get the Packers, and the Bears get the Cardinals. I mean, that hurts.
That's a bye week.
But you see, these games are going to matter. I mean, we get the Cowboys too. The other guys are getting the Giants in Washington, and some of them get them at home, and we got to go, and we're going on the road for those. So this is one of those games, like you said, if the Lions can slide in there, and I know the media on Friday, if the Lions win this game, the media on Friday is still going to say, but the Chiefs didn't have, because they always do.
No, Todd. I agree with you, but this is where I disagree. No.
Okay, well,
Todd, hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to let you finish. The media, I believe, nationally wants the Lions to be relevant. The national media has been picking the Lions to be that darling sleeper team. Watching Good Morning Football this morning, they're picking the Lions to go there.
Yeah, only one guy picked them to win the division, and the other three said wild card.
That's still a lot better than what normally happens around here.
Absolutely. We'll take it. We'll take it. So they're kind of on board, but not all the way on board. And I wonder, there's going to be a few of those guys that come out and say, well, they weren't fully 100%. And like you said earlier, somebody said, it was either you or Mike, said, well, we don't have J-Mo for 6 games. So, that washes out in the wash. So, but I mean, this game is important for – just for that, it could be that one game that the record that swings us whichever one of the other 3 teams, because I've seen everybody say, the division could go between these 2 guys and blah, blah, blah. And they make an argument for the Packers one day and the Bears the next day, and the Vikings aren't going to drop off. One of them's going to be there, and we just hope it's us with at least the one. So, hey, thanks, man. You guys have a good night. Keep pushing, Rico.
All right. Appreciate the phone call, Todd. 248-539-9797. It may be no Kelce. Chris Jones, contract still not on the table. I don't know what's happening. You're going into Kansas City. National opening game, Thursday night, prime time. Everybody is watching. This is lining up. Now, Patrick Mahomes is still playing. Patrick Mahomes still 5-0, I believe, in opening weeks. He's thrown for 1,500 yards, 18 touchdowns in those 5 games. He's still playing. But it's now looking like the advantage may be you. If you're a Lions team, based on everything that I've heard, you got to come out of this with a victory. You have to come out with a win. Now, if you lose, it's not over. Your season is still there. You can salvage this thing. But the expectations of how you've turned going in there and knocking off the defending champions in their crib, you're sky high. I told you, that Friday, you guys could talk Super Bowl. I'm not going to laugh at you. But now, you got to go in there and you got to take this game, because the advantage may be right there for you. The game right there for you to take. 248-539-9797. Bob, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing, Rico?
Hey, man.
Good afternoon.
Hold on. Good afternoon.
All right. Thanks. I'm right here with you, man. We got to go in there and win this thing. They're down 2 guys, 2 of their good guys. And, Dan Campbell said, I don't care if you got 1 butt cheek and 3 toes, we're going to take you out. That's what we got to do. Take the advantage.
You got to take advantage of this situation. Appreciate the phone call. So I hope people understand. I'm not saying this, if you lose, your season is over. But I'm saying advantage Detroit Lions. Second best offensive player, best defensive player. When Chris Jones is not playing, they give up a lot of rushing yards. You can eat the clock. You can break out Jahmyr Gibbs. You can do, you should come back with a victory. Plain and simple. 248-539-9797. Dimitri, you're on 97.1.
Rico, how you doing, my brother? Well, good afternoon.
What's going on, man?
I'm just not liking all of this fear from these Lions fans that I'm hearing, brother.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not liking it. Like, we have a good team. They gotta let their daddy and granddaddy's Lions, that we gotta let that go. This is a completely new era, new regime, new coach, new GM. They are doing things that winning teams do. And if we want to be a team that competes for Super Bowls, we have to beat teams that compete for Super Bowls. So when Patrick Mahomes is the guy on the schedule, you can't be scared of him. You have to get up for that game. You have to go take out the champion in order to be considered a champion yourself. This fear is not healthy for us, man. This is a completely different era of Lions football. This is a really good football team, a deep football team, probably the most talented one the Lions have ever had. We have to accept that we are good now, and we have to expect to win games like this.
Dimitri, I thought I was the only one that was just hearing, well, if we just go out there and play a good game, that's good enough. Like, what are we doing?
That's not good enough. That's not good enough. That's why I stick my chest out there online. 14-3 NFC champs.
Wow.
Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Dimitri called his shot. 248-539-9797. We still got full phone lines. So you know what, David? We're going to keep this train rolling. I'm going to get to your phone calls. I'm going to get to your ticket texts. You stick around. We're going to talk about this because I need to know, Lions fans. Is this now? You got to come back with a victory because they may be missing Travis Kelce, and they may be missing Chris Jones. Anything less than a win, unacceptable. 97.1.
MSU is going to be challenged by Washington, and you're going to get a real test of how much better your secondary is when you face Michael Penix. You get it in your house. It's not going to be easy, though. That's a real test. And if MSU, I mean, obviously win the game, it's a big deal, but if they show an improved secondary and like an identity on defense, now you start to craft this narrative like, hey, maybe there could be a heck of a showdown when they play in East Lansing.
That'll be a big test. It'll be a huge test to find out what this defense is. Is Brantley being back? Is he, how effective can he be at that corner position? We saw him play, and he was good. I wouldn't sit there and say against, your vaunted passing attack, he was great. But you start thinking about, and to the last caller's point, there's nobody looking past Michigan State. Talking about Michigan fans, what's the one mar in the last two seasons on the regular season record for Michigan? It's in East Lansing.
Yep.
As I look at them here, look, I may like them to win this division because I think you're getting value.
Hold on. You
Let
got
me
to
do
turn
it.
them on, the little bottom
Come
button.
on. Here you go, Tito. What do you got for me?
You got to press the button.
Piece of what the hell?
Come on.
What the hell?
That's not what I wanted.
Here, give me that. I'll save you from yourself.
Silence everyone. I will handle this.
I'll save you from yourself. Silence everyone. I will handle this.
Value. That's what you get with the Bills. And that thing is Satan's spawn. Holy Hold on. What do you get? Hey, Jimmy, what do you get with the Bills?
Just keep going.
Hold on, I got to do it again. So when you flip the switch.
Yeah, you want me to give you a tutorial?
Value. We're good. You're getting a lot of value with the Bills at plus 120.
You know what? The people want to talk. I am here for you. Subject at hand, maybe no Kelsey, maybe no Chris Jones. A lot of offseason hype, national media, everybody believes in the Lions. Game at Kansas City, Thursday night, prime time. Anything less than you coming back with a victory destroys all that goodwill, everything that I heard, how this thing had changed. It's not your fault if these guys don't play, but you got to take advantage of this. You can't just go out there and say both teams got to play hard. You got to come back with the W. 248-539-9797. All right. Let's see who's been on the line. Uh-oh.
This kind of adds to your Vegas thing here regarding Travis Kelce. Adam Schefter just tweets out, after test today, the Chiefs believe Travis Kelce's ACL is intact. There is inflammation in his knee, and they will test it again Wednesday to determine his availability for the game.
And what David is talking about on FanDuel, if you check anytime touchdowns, Travis Kelce minus 130. He is, the favorite to catch a touchdown, which it amazes me. Vegas knows, man. They have somebody. Vegas knows. So it looks like he may be playing. I don't know if he'll be 100%, but I'm still saying, if he's not playing and there's no Chris Jones, you got to go take this game. Does it mean your season is over if you lose? No, I'm not saying that. But it does mean all the hype and all the goodwill that you built up in the offseason kind of goes right out the window. All right, who's been holding on the longest? Let's get to Eric E. What's going on? You're on 97.1.
How did you meet Will Smith?
When did you meet Will Smith?
I tell you, I took this bald-headed chick home.
What you got going on, E?
Hey, man, this is why you teach at Specs Howard, man. This is how you fill the phone lines. Last week, it was all about we don't have a chance in hell. And you know what? I think we do have a chance, even with Kelce. But one player going down, I don't think should make it so we automatically have to win. Now, I do expect to win, and it's for all the reasons that this culture is changing. You have to expect to beat these teams. I think they're going to be riding high after the celebration. And we punched Green Bay in the mouth when they weren't expecting it. Everybody expected them to walk into the playoffs after Seattle had beat the Rams in that overtime. So I don't ever want to count this team out, especially when Dan Campbell's the coach. These guys go to war for this dude. And with Kelce or not, obviously it's a way better chance, and the expectations do increase for a win, but I expected it all along.
All right, Bree, I appreciate that phone call, E. Hey, I didn't think so. But now with this news, the pendulum is swinging towards the Lions and towards the Lions coming back home with the W. This, you win in front of everybody. And everything that was said about you in the offseason, maybe it's true. You're a different team. You are, your Uncle Lenny who got cleaned up and got a new suit and got a new girlfriend and changed your life around. You're no longer that loser uncle. You're the one you're proud to say, yeah, that's my Uncle Lenny, instead of, yeah, that's my Uncle Lenny. We will see. But it starts in about a little over 48 hours. We got to see what this team does. But, yeah, if they're missing these two players, I don't know what else aside from Patrick Mahomes not playing do you need in order for you to say, you got to get this victory. 248-539-9797. It's Marcus. Marcus, you're on 97.1.
Rico, my brother, what's going on?
What's happening, man?
Man, it pains me, Rico. It pains me to say you're right.
Whoa. Really?
Hold on, Rick. Yes, it pains me, bro. It pains me. I'm driving on 696, and it pains me to say you right because I'm a little ahead of you, Rick, because I don't care which one of them don't play. I still say we was going to spank that.
Okay.
And we're going to spank it even more if they don't play. It was like, remember we went into, what was that? The Patriots a couple of years ago, Monday Night Football, and spanked Tom Brady.
That is
true. That game?
No, that's true. That's true. And then, the next week you lost to the Jets?
Yeah. But this game here, we're going to take this one, Rick. And Friday, I'm going to call you about the same time on my way home and say, Rick, we did it.
Hey, you know what, Marcus? On top of that, not only can you say you did it, I want you to say those magical two words that Detroiters have been afraid to say for their entire lifetime. One starts with an S, one starts with a B.
Super Bowl, baby.
There you go. There you go. I appreciate it. Drive safely. 248-539-9797. You know what? Let's just keep this train rolling. Rick, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Rico. How you doing?
Hey, man. How are you?
Real good. We're going to the game. I'm bringing my son and my two best friends. One of them's coming from upstate New York.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing I'd say about Kelce not playing is that bums me out. Chris Jones not playing bums me out because we thought they were going to win this game before that was even announced. Like, they're going in to win. Dan Campbell's eyes light up at the prospect of playing the Super Bowl champs in the opening week. He knows something I don't. They're ready. We're fired up for it. And I will call you on Friday to talk Super Bowl, my man.
All right, Rick. Have fun. Enjoy the game. I mean, now, personally, this is where I disagree with David and Kenny and Mike. If you're going to beat a team, I want to beat a team when everybody's there. I don't want it to be no excuses. But it's not your fault if they're not there. So saying that, if you're Detroit and they're missing their second best offensive player and their best defensive player, you got to take advantage of that. This is the NFL. Nobody feels sorry for you. You got to go. You got to get the W. You got to come back. You got to show everybody who propped you up they were right for believing in you. 248-539-9797. Scott, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing today?
Hey, man, how are you?
Good. Yeah, there's a few things that concern me. First of all, we got to prove this. I haven't seen this defense play, and I know it's going to be an upgrade, but what people are trying to get confident about is the fact that we are forcing the most talented quarterback in football to have a big game against the worst defense from last year. Also, I believe Andy Reid's the best coach in football. So unless those two are out, I just don't see it. I mean, I think we're better on defense. On top of that, if we don't score red zone offense in the red zone like we did last year, and we start kicking field goals, we could get embarrassed down there.
No, that is true. I mean, Mahomes shows up in week 1. As I said, the numbers are 1,500 yards, 18 touchdowns, 0 picks for his 5 week 1 games. So I expect him to be there and play, but the fact that you're not going to have some of your people, Kelce may not be playing, that's where, okay, if he comes out there and still puts up those type of numbers, then you know what? He's him. He's that guy. Just give him the MVP right now because it doesn't matter who's on the field with him. Let's go to Calvin. Calvin, you're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, man? How
what's
you doing?
happening? Good.
Man, let me talk to you. Quick question. Is this a must-win game, Rico?
Yeah.
No. You know why it's not a must-win game? Because no one's going to worry about this game on December 18th. When everything that the Lions should be going for is on the table in front of us. Week 1 is never a must-win game.
No, okay, but Calvin, I'm going to let you finish. Here's why it is a must-win game. For one, everybody has said that this team is different and it's changed, and this is your chance. And I agree with you. Normally, week 1, it's not that big of a deal. But this is a statement game for Detroit. This is the biggest game in Detroit Lions history since what? Playing the Chargers back in 2012? This is the biggest game.
Yep. Yeah, it is. Okay. Now let me give you this. Week 1, you're going to the champs. At their crib, they're getting their rings. You got guys hurt. I honestly expect now if Kelce doesn't play, I think the Lions win this game.
Okay.
I'm just not going to be flexed if they lose. And it's just, I can't call this the biggest game in 11 years because of the time that it's being played. I just cannot. It's one game. Hypothetically, if they lose this game and then go 11-5 the rest of the way, I'm not worried about what happened to Kansas City on September 8th.
Okay.
Because I'm thinking, how are we going to get back to the game to play Kansas City again? Because if we're going to have these expectations, we got to think like the big boys. We got to think like teams that win. We can't be all up in arms and week
No.
one.
But Calvin,
we got to be ready to go at the end of the year.
Calvin, here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing. You're not a big boy yet. Winning this game, you get to sit at the table. Lose this game, and you go back to the little kids' table. You were not quite ready for prime time.
But, Rico, you can't even think like that to be a big team. I know they're not yet, but to get to that point, you have to start thinking like a big dog. We can't be, oh, no, we lost game 1. We have to be, okay, this game happened. Let's push forward because we have bigger goals to chase. That's why I think this game, no matter what, we just got to start thinking like big boys. We can't be timid Lions fans anymore if we want to sit here and talk about Super Bowls.
I understand.
We got to boss up
Calvin,
and get out there in the streets and go get dubs.
Calvin, I appreciate the phone call. You can't consider yourself a big boy if you can't go out and win a big boy game. This is a big boy game. So you could say, well, all this, we got to think like a big boy. You know how you become a big boy? You win games like this. That's how you're a big boy. You know what? You're right. If the Niners lose to the Steelers, Niners already proven they're a big boy, okay? You haven't proven anything yet. It's all on paper. It's all talk. Every time you've had the opportunity. And don't give me that, well, nobody's going to remember what happened in week 1. You want to know why you didn't make the playoffs? It's what happened in week 2 last year. You lost to Seattle. Guess who knocked you out the playoffs and took your spot? Took your girl and made you serve them dinner. Seattle Seahawks. So, Dave, we got time for one more, or all right, Dave is telling me he hates people. 248-539-9797.
You're not supposed to tell him that I do. I know.
Rieger is coming up next, 97.1. All right, you guys have heard me talk about baseball and watching the Braves clinch. I did that courtesy of Xfinity. Now we're talking football. And I need the fastest internet around to keep me up with the action. Xfinity connects me with more of the great games that I love, and with Xfinity Internet, I get the speed that I need at a great price. No more frozen screens, no more pixelated video, just pure, uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all of your digital demands with the speeds that will make your head spin, so you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And trust me, you're going to love that 4K streaming box if you got a 4K TV. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruptions. That means I can get the latest scores as they happen. Hey, we're talking injury updates. You can get the latest injury updates and fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
The Pac-12 went undefeated this weekend. With this product and the TV draws that are the defending Heisman Trophy winner, who looked great, with perhaps the most interesting coach and program in the country in Boulder, Colorado, a dynamic player in Washington and Michael Penix, Oregon State, my pick to win the conference, Dante Moore, the Detroit product, who is one of the more impressive freshman performers over the weekend, Utah, who on national TV totally dissected an SEC foe. He's got this product, and he couldn't strike a TV deal. It is so irresponsible and so unbelievable that happened with this product. I think it's going to be a fascinating watch this year, and quite frankly, it's sad. All right, you ready for bold ass predictions?
Am I?
Yep, we've got to get to this because we've been saying we're going to do it for a while and we haven't done it yet. I will start. David Montgomery leads the NFC in rushing with over 1,300 yards.
Wow. Damn. Jared Goff will start 16 games and finish in the top 10 for MVP voting. He won't start game 17 because he doesn't have to.
Oh. That was a think piece. Lions trade a second-round pick for Davante Adams at the trade deadline.
What? A second?
Yep. It's tough. It's tough to give up a second, but he'll be having a good year. Lions play on October 30th, I think, in Vegas, and they'll just get Davante on the plane for the flight home because I think the next day is a trade deadline.
Wow. I would love that.
Yep.
Jack Campbell will lead the team in tackles with more than 150.
Yes!
Hard to do with Doug Karsh on his leg, but he'll get it done.
And finally,
for you,
bold ass predictions, Stoney goes out with his hometown team, Philly, hosting his hometown team, Detroit, in the NFC title game. Stoney will be live from Philadelphia all week long, doing 4 hours of the morning show and then 4 hours of Philly radio for an 8-hour day. Stoney all week long, Monday through Friday, prior to the NFC title game.
Wow. That's a lot, but that's what he's willing to do. Lastly, Doug, bold-ass prediction, Brian Branch will take a fumble and an interception back for a touchdown this year.
Beautiful.
You know what? This Deion Prime, Coach Prime thing, it's getting a little ridiculous. Jeff Rieger in the house. He's going to take you up to the Tigers game at 6:45. So Colorado upsets TCU 45-42. Very exciting game. It really was. Especially if you didn't have any gambling on it. You just was watching. It was pure entertainment. It's like a video game. Colorado right now, according to Las Vegas, more money on the Colorado-Nebraska game than 14 NFL games in week 1, with 80% of the money on Colorado right now. That's the fascination. That's the love with Coach Prime and the Buffaloes. They're getting more action than 14 NFL games. Yeah.
Rico, I got to tell you, I love it.
I think the only thing missing is somehow to get – what would Joel and Gus do if Colorado played Michigan in a bowl game?
Oh. I think Joel would cheer for Colorado.
I don't know.
Gus would cheer for Michigan. Could you imagine? How about a
I mean, I think they
game?
would just get into a fist fight, like, just in the booth, just fighting over chairs. Like they would be angry, right?
I got to tell you though, this might shock you. Over the course of my life, I've liked to try to talk smack, but I can never back it up, no matter what I do. You've known me long enough for that to be true. Deion, he walked the walk, he talked the talk, and I love the victory tour. And you're right, it's one game, and they got USC just around the corner. I mean, the Pac-12 all of a sudden is pretty tough to play in.
They got Oregon, and they got USC to end the month.
Yes.
They got 2 winnable. They got Nebraska at home, but the thing is, they're only a 2.5-point favorite over Nebraska, which is shocking because Nebraska finds ways to lose. Then they got Colorado State, which doesn't seem like much, except for I've known people who went to Colorado State. That is a hated rivalry in that state. Like that game
imagine.
Means something.
Emotional game, but I never understood, and I'm no bookie, but I never understood. TCU lost a receiver to the NFL. They lost their quarterback to the NFL. They lost a running back to the NFL. They were still a 21-point favorite. Like, I think everybody and their mother took Colorado to at least cover.
Because in the preseason poll is useless, but they'll never stop it. You get rewarded for how you finished the last season. If they had a preseason poll in the NFL, the Lions would have been ranked high because of how you finished the last season. That's just how it is. Momentum doesn't carry, and sometimes teams are ranked too high. Case in point, MSU, I believe, was 17th when they went out to Washington last year.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
They were ranked.
By the way,
because of what they did the previous year.
Rico, I just want to I want to give you my condolences.
What's that?
Beforehand. I mean, they are going to wipe the floor with you guys in 2 weeks. Washington. And that's your guy, Michael Penix Jr.
I mean, it is.
You were the first guy to champion him, and he's amazing.
It's amazing. People should listen to me.
No. You?
Hey, remember some guy named
Michael Penix? You
Sauce
also
Gardner?
Yeah. Also, I'll gas you up a little more. You were very, very pro Talio Tungavaloa. He's been pretty good.
Yeah. Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
I
don't remember what he said about K9.
David does.
That he was going to be good?
Yeah, that it was going to be good.
What about Keon Coleman? Can we talk about him?
And that he may get a touchdown on the first drive.
I must say, for a guy that likes to troll, the Keon Coleman stuff was fantastic. It was great.
Yeah,
I mean, the guy says, Keon Coleman did it to himself. He says, I had a 2-year sentence in East Lansing, and he actually is doing what he said he was going to do. I'm going to go down south and tear that bleep up. Right. And then he's got 3 touchdowns in his first game.
Yeah, he's in an offense that's conducive to what he's doing, but in true Jeff Rieger style.
Oh, I enjoyed it.
I'm like, how are
you? I enjoyed that.
What are you enjoying?
I enjoyed that he left Michigan State and he had great success. I'm a Michigan fan. I hate watched you guys. I was cheering for Central, and I enjoyed Keon taking it to the house 3 times on Sunday night.
Yeah.
Enjoyable.
Yeah, I was happy for Keon. Keon's in a great situation.
He is.
MSU wasn't going to run that type of offense. So I saw that, and I'm just like, Rieger just can't help himself.
No. But there was a lot of Michigan State fans that miss him. And you shouldn't miss him. He's a good player.
But as I told people, the portal give it, the portal take it. You know what?
That's fair.
State fans didn't feel sorry for Wake Forest.
No, you're right.
They were, you know what?
And K9 took you to an 11-win season.
Right.
So, I hear you. I just enjoyed it. Rico, we're going to talk about Travis Kelce. I heard your topic. I'm totally with you, by the way. It's time to put up or shut up. If Kelce doesn't play and it doesn't seem like he's going to play,
well,
you think he is?
Vegas is telling me he is.
Well, the spread's already gone down to, 4.5 in some places?
I guess I saw 6. So
it was 6.5, then it went down to 6. But if you look now, I saw 4.5, 2 places.
Okay. Because what I saw was Travis Kelce anytime touchdown, -130. That was as of 10 minutes ago.
Wow. Okay.
So guess what? That tells me he's still playing.
All right. Well, we're going to talk about.
He loves the attention.
He does. He's got a podcast with his brother.
He probably will do the podcast as he runs out the tunnel pulling the Willis Reed.
He swore the other day at the podium, and he's like, "Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry. I thought I was doing my podcast."
There you go.
Yeah, he likes wrestling, too. So, yeah, he's a big-time showman for sure. But we're going to ask the question. If Kelce doesn't play and Jones doesn't play and Kadarius Toney doesn't play, they got offensive line issues. They got defensive line issues. Like, the Lions have to win this game. This is gone from hope to expect, correct? And furthermore, if they lose this game, that's going to look really bad.
I mean, yeah. You had all the hype. And this is what happens when you're only game in town. That's why the Clemson loss looks so bad, because there was nothing else to watch.
Yeah, something else you got right. I got to stop it. I'm going to stop patting you on the back now.
Just listen to me.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. But you don't. You never do.
Love you, buddy.
And you keep falling. Jeff Rieger up next, 97.1.